Oh my god. Oh my god. What happened, John?
What are you talking about?
Yeah, that is not the avatar you had when we. That's hilarious. It's amazing. There is coffee in that nebula. God damn it.
Yeah.
Oh no.
So, Voyager.
Yeah, Voyager. Holy shit. Very interesting. Kind of just, it was an interesting experience for me specifically because I had a very interesting start to the show. And I do want to say, Clobby,
You're welcome.
joining us. Yeah, but yeah. Partially it's your fault, okay? It is partially your fault. He's all of a sudden addicted to coffee to the point that he's willing to endanger his entire crew in order to get some in a nebula. Okay.
This week, alliances are, let's see, good. Okay. And next week, they'll probably be bad.
Yeah, we're good.
Chakotay, do my bidding.
The replicator rations? What are
Never
those
really
again?
became an issue.
I liked that, and then it kind of went away, and I was just like, you know what I assumed? I assumed that Neelix got better at cooking. That's what I did.
Well, keep in mind, I would hope one would become better at cooking when you almost destroy the ship making cheese.
Hey, to be fair, I don't
That's
even
a bit
know
of a design flaw.
Well, to be fair, I'm gonna be like, there is some cheese out there that should just be thrown off the fucking ship. You know what I mean? Like, I just don't. I can deal with blue cheese if it's in an olive. You know what I mean? Because I love olives so much.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't really. I want to know who came up with that and then who decided to eat it. All right, who was the numbskull who was like, you know what? This disgusting, moldy piece of food, I'm gonna put it in my mouth. And oh my god, it tastes good. And then I want to know if people, how long it took for people to believe that person. You know, like it was on a dare, and let's eat the moldy cheese, and you know, and nobody believed him because they thought it was just. He often had to use the replicator because the hydrocon that's bay wasn't consistent. Yeah. Well, that's what happens when you
try to do a hydroponics bay in such a tiny little area. You're not going to produce anywhere near enough food for people.
Yeah, or like, hey guys, maybe we need to immediately come up with something that makes it so that I don't even know who all the people were, like what talents they had on the ship exactly.
Well, that's because Tom Paris had all the talents.
He had some talents, yes, I would say. He had some talents. I will give him credit.
Pilot, medic, combat veteran, historian.
Combat veteran was more of I don't know if I'd put that on my resume if I was Tom, because it's like, what did you do in combat? Well, you know, I was a failed Maquis. I sucked so bad at being a Maquis that I got thrown into prison. And I'm so bad at being a Maquis that they literally don't even acknowledge me as a Maquis. Like any of the other Maquis, they're just like, we're not with her. She's not with us. We don't know who that is. All right, you know, it's like a wannabe gangster, and they're just like, yeah, we don't know who that person is. They're just wearing our colors. Like, we don't actually know because they're so incompetent. But we're just you're so bad at your job that you would bring down how good the rest of us are at ours. You know, that the bell curve would have been super steep.
Yeah.
Everyone in the class got an A and you failed. Okay.
It also didn't help matters that especially in the beginning of the show, Robert Duncan McNeil was playing him very much as a standard bad boy kind of character when he's got such a kind face to him. It's like, no, it doesn't really work.
No, he definitely gave me. I have daddy issues, and but like I'm the all American boy. Like I look like Captain America, but I have daddy issues kind of vibe. Where oh, I'm not going to listen to authority and blah 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 and blah 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 and all that kind of stuff. And then eventually he was just kind of like, eh.
Chris, oh yeah, we'll get to that, Chris. We'll get to that, Chris. Yeah, an open flame in a sealed environment. Yeah, not a good idea.
I'm sorry. Maybe I just don't understand. What's the I guess that never dawned on me as like a thing. So he's using basically like a gas stove, right? Kind of, sort of.
Yeah, and the fire is and the fire is consuming oxygen, and you have a limited supply.
Actually, they address that in like one of the last episodes of the show. They do actually straight up. I guess I kind of just brushed it by because I didn't think too much about it. But now that you've mentioned it, he was like, we got fucked in this void, and like all of our power got beamed off the ship because for some reason we still haven't figured out how to stop that from happening. And there's this open flame consumes oxygen, so I'm not gonna light it. And I just kind of brushed by that. I was like, okay, I guess that's smart for right now, But oxygen really isn't an issue for Voyager, and because it's not an issue that's ever talked about, really, I don't know. That doesn't really. I just assume it's automated. I don't know. My brain doesn't. I've never thought, hey, how do they get oxygen on the starship, and how does it continue? You know what I mean? Like, I don't know.
Well, it's just
like,
on no other Star Trek series have we ever seen them using open flame to cook.
Well, they haven't needed to. For the most part, a lot of them were spoiled, right? So
true. I don't take issue with them doing cooking.
Right.
The issue comes in with using an open flame when you could just use induction.
That's true. But I also don't know, does their technology allow the gas stove that he's using, I am very, very generous with
it's a space gas stove, and let's move on.
It's like something you would see like a physicist turned homeless come up with. Okay, that's basically what I see it as. It's like it's super dangerous in almost anybody's hands, except for this one guy who has 6 advanced physics degrees. You know what I mean? You're just kind of like, that thing could just explode like at any second. Like I have no idea how that thing is not just gonna explode.
Captain Black Bolt does not count, Chris. So we're not counting him.
Black Bolt? Who's a Black Bolt?
It's a Mount. He's the new Pike. He's the new Captain Pike, and he played Black Bolt in the Doctor Strange 2.
Does not
blew apart his own skull.
We don't talk about that movie because it's dumb.
Yeah.
Oh, it's a plasma stove. Well, that does. Oh, well,
it's still an open flame, though.
Wait, hold on. Is that worse or better? I don't actually see. I don't know. I never sat down and actually went, you know what? How does the fucking stove work? I just was kind of like, all right, he's contributing. And, I will say this. He uses energy, not gas. Okay. You know what? I'm just going to roll with you on that one. I don't know. I didn't pay that much attention to that specific. I will say the amount of fucking time that something went wrong and produce got slammed on the floor. I mean, god damn it. You know what I mean? Nothing worse than seeing potentially wasted food. Or I will say this too: seeing like any senior officer or whatever, senior officers to the bridge, and they're in the middle of eating, and then they don't finish the food, and you're just sitting there, and you're like, we took one bite. Like, I don't know what. Do I recycle this? Like, we're kind of like low. Like, we have supplies, but not like enough for you to just take one bite. I'm taking that to go, by the way. If I'm a senior officer, I'm fucking taking that to go. I'm installing some kind of like dish disposal thing in the Jeffries too, so that I can, I can eat while I'm running to my post on the bridge. But that's just me. Like, I hate this walking away from perfectly good food, especially if I'm hungry.
Yeah, that is a classic trope, though. The whole like just sitting down. Oh, okay, we got things to do. It's a TV trope.
I know, but at the same time, it's like, man, maybe I just need to keep a granola bar, like at my station. Just like, okay, because I'm like that in the morning.
There's a granola in that nebula.
Oh my god. Like, could I don't know. I think it would be really funny for like a Star Trek parody, like a proper one.
Oh, you mean like Lower Decks?
No, like a proper one, and one that's actually like funny. So you have like a senior officer. It could be like an ensign or something, like kind of like Harry was at the beginning. Super green.
What do you mean at the beginning? Harry was always an ensign.
I mean super green. That's why I specified like super green, like Harry was at the beginning, not ensign.
Okay, what do you mean at the beginning? Harry is one of the most pathetic characters ever written. He was always green.
He did evolve. I'll give him that. He did actually like evolve like a couple times, and then they forgot about it. Okay, so you know what? It's
that's the same. That you can say that with almost all the characters on Voyager. There's very little growth.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah.
I mean, probably the Doctor grew the most, I would say.
Well, that and Seven, I would say too.
Yeah.
I have a whole thing about B'Elanna that I'm gonna want to get to at some point.
I have things to say about B'Elanna as well.
I have a whole thing that I need to talk about with her. And it's funny because I watched a lot of it myself, and I left a lot of it with Loki, kind of a mix. Kind of more like I watched it in the living room and he was in his office, so he could kind of hear what was happening. And he would tell me about some tea that was happening behind the scenes that I will say made watching Voyager far more fascinating. You still don't understand Harry? So why doesn't he work in engineering? You know what? I don't know. Okay.
Or the fact that he's back at home with his girlfriend and he chooses saving Tom over the love of his life. Okay.
Bros before hoes. I thought we had established this, Josh. This has been established forever.
This is true. This is true.
When Harry was very green, and he memorized all of the whatevers, the command, whatever. He memorized it all everything, including the bro code. He also memorized that. Okay.
Remember when Harry fell in love with a holodeck character and then was so distraught that she chose Tuvok over him that he wanted to purge himself of all emotion? That happened.
Yeah, that did happen. He fell for a MILF. Okay, Harry fell for a MILF, and then for some odd reason was
a holodeck one though. That's the thing. It's like the character's not real, Harry.
Well, do you really want to get into people falling in love with holodeck characters? Because we can get in love with Janeway. So Janeway did that.
Loki. Harry met someone.
When Harry met someone, I will say I will give the show props 100% for this. Tom calling Harry out in like every and in order, adding to his list of failed romantic attempts was hilarious. Okay.
That was. Yeah.
That was really funny. I appreciated that.
And Rambam brought up Bloodfire, where B'Elanna got the Pon farr, and the doctor's like, Tom, if you want to save B'Elanna's life, you need to screw her brains out.
I mean, to be fair, that is the only way to solve Pon farr. I don't really know what
Except the other way of fighting and letting out that aggression, which is how it was solved ultimately.
Yes, yes. But you also have to realize B'Elanna has a how do I want to put this? You know what? I'll get to B'Elanna. I want to wait to talk about B'Elanna. All right. I have things. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm interested because I also have some issues with B'Elanna that I am
Issues
interested in.
is one of the words I would use for how I feel about her. Again,
I do find it. I will just say this for now. I do find it interesting that probably her best episode
was the last one.
You're gonna have to remind me, but for me, one of her best episodes was actually a Worf hand-me-down episode. That it was a episode written for Worf. They didn't use it, so they just gave that story to B'Elanna.
Yeah, okay. I'm trying to think. What is her best episode?
I said one of her best. It's the one where
Workforce two-parter was good, and so was Endgame. Endgame was also good with her.
I mean, I have issues with Endgame, but
well, yes, but I will say, obviously
the one with her mom, the one with her mom on the Voyage of the Dead,
Death Barge.
Yes, that's the one that was a Worf episode that they gave to B'Elanna.
Very obviously, I would say. Now that you've pointed that out, yes, there's a lot of yeah.
Yeah, you can see it now, can't you?
Yeah, I can see it, and it makes way fucking more sense it makes way more sense. Yeah, don't even get me started on the fucking Mah Gah inconsistencies.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's a ship mixed with Starfleet and Mah Gah. We'll forget about that about halfway through season 1. It's not an issue.
Well, to be fair, it can't be an issue. You know what I mean? Like, it can only be an issue for so long before it has
exactly. But at least do something. At least do something with it.
They did. Her name was Seska.
A very wasted character.
Well, you know what? If you on purpose decide to get involved with the Kazon and fuck one of them, I feel like you deserve to be wasted, you asshole. Okay. Seska can absolutely go fuck off. And I love that she became less attractive when she became Cardassian. That was funny to me. Like, objectively, I think she became less attractive.
Yeah, I'd say yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know if that was on purpose or they did the actress dirty, or you just can't make an attractive Cardassian. I don't know. Yeah, Loki and I talked about this too. How big, the type of ship they were flying in the first episode literally doesn't allow for 30 people.
Yeah.
So. Personally, now I know when this show takes place, but personally, I think having a mix of a different, not the Mah Gah, a different crew would have been more interesting. Personally, like I know it took place kind of during DS9, and know, the Bajor Cardassia thing was a big thing at that point. But what if it was like a crew of Romulans? You know what I mean? Like, can you imagine how much more interesting that would have been? I don't know. I think that would have been far more interesting, personally.
That might have been
the Romulan episodes would have been, you know, more interesting and stuff. You know, it's like the Maquis. A lot of the Maquis were Federation before. You know, they either dropped out of the Academy or whatever. You know, they were associated with the Federation and Starfleet in some kind of way before they came. So them going back to that really isn't, in the grand scheme of things, a big deal. You know, it could always go back to that. But if you had Romulans who have no fucking idea, who've never been to the Academy, who've never been a part of it, who never grew up with it, you know, never had anything to do with that, I think that would have been a bigger clash of cultures, and you could have had like a bigger amount of shit, you know, you could have had a bigger amount of mixing. Or see, yes, you're right, but she wasn't full on Cardassian, so I don't know. But so, how do you want to start this? Just kind of, do you want to go by each character, or do you want to go by seasons, or?
Guess we can go by character. That's fine.
Okay, we'll start at the top. Janeway. I had quite the journey with Janeway. I had quite the journey with Janeway, and I will say I had quite the journey with the show. I'm just gonna I'll go briefly over like why I say that, because Josh made me watch Tuvix for a video that we were covering, and that was my first Voyager episode, was Tuvix, one that I promptly skipped upon watching it, trying to watch this series for a third time. I then watched, you know, I started watching the first season just because I had no idea what the hell was happening in Tuvix for the most part. Neither do I think the director or the writers had any idea what the fuck was happening in Tuvix, but just, you know, I wanted to get more perspective, and I got to the fucking coffee episode of season 1, and I bounced because Janeway pissed me off so hard. That like genuinely pissed me off, and so I left. I basically was like, no, I no, endangering your whole ass crew for some coffee. Get out of here. I refused. So then I decided to watch it after Enterprise because I was on a Star Trek roll. Oh no, Josh left. Oh. But I'll just continue. Wait till he gets back. Hedgehog swear filter activated. Aww. Hi, Pudgy. Hi, Pudgy. And then I ended up watching Voyager, like, technically a second. I attempted watching it a second time through, but I call it my third time because of Tuvix. And yeah, I got past the coffee episode, which I didn't know. Yeah, Josh transported down to the surface. Yeah, I just love that. Stop it, y'all's nonsense. I didn't say that kind of a thing to her. I just said, you bitch. You absolute bitch. I cannot believe you would endanger your entire crew for some coffee. That is like embarrassing for a captain and more embarrassing. You know, that's just embarrassing in general. I'm embarrassed on behalf of all women that you decided to do that. You're making us look bad, okay? You're our first female captain in Star Trek. You got our first female captain to have a show where she's like the main captain. Obviously, there's been female captains before, but to actually have like a show around her, she was like the first and as far as I'm concerned, the only mainline Star Trek show that's had a female captain. Because Michael Burnham does not count. The God, it made me so angry. Just like the irresponsibility for it was embarrassing. Like she's been around. She's a captain. She knows exactly like how dangerous nebulas can be, and it was just so embarrassing to see her risk everybody for some coffee. Now I know it was for the replicators, and whatnot, and collection of I can't remember what they call it, but whatever they need in order to for replicators. But holy shit, literally almost destroyed Voyager for her. It was coffee. She was being a little selfish, so. But I got through it, and yeah, I got through the whole show, and it was good. I just finished talking about Voyager in its entirety. Josh, where have you been?
Oh, Google Chrome basically decided, you're done.
That's happened to me before.
Yeah, it's great. Yeah, thank you, Google overlords.
Yes, and I was actually about to mixed feelings about Janeway is actually kind of where I was going with that. I have mixed feelings about her.
I firmly believe Janeway is probably the single most inconsistent character written in Star Trek. She's all over the place.
Do you know who's not inconsistently written?
Clobby.
That's me.
Clobby.
Hey.
Clobby's consistently written.
Well, I hope so. I try to consistently write. Sorry for being so late. I really apologize.
It's all right. We just decided that we're going to go character by character, kind of, and kind of talk about each character.
Cool. I'll be talking characters tonight in a different vein, but yeah, characters are important in my opinion.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's been a couple of weeks since we've reviewed any episodes because Raquel's been off. So.
Yeah.
Well, what is up? What are we doing? What's going on? We're talking Voyager characters?
We're talking Voyager in general, but we were just going to start with the characters.
Okay. So, hey, everybody in the chat, look up. Hey. There you go.
And yes. Quark is the only main cast character to appear in TNG, DS9, and Voyager.
Yeah.
It's true.
TNG, DS9, and what now? Or TNG?
In Voyager, Quark is the only main cast character to appear in all three of those.
I guess since you don't kill Riker's clone, so yeah.
That's technically Thomas Riker.
Yeah, so technically it was Thomas Riker. So yeah, but I mean Jonathan Frakes. It still is a Riker clone, but it's close enough. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
That sounds about right.
I will say that I'm just real quick, since we're talking about characters that keep popping up. Quark was a nice surprise. I am annoyed that Deanna Troi keeps fucking popping up wherever she doesn't need to be. Go away. Okay.
Yeah. Well, at least she didn't pop up on DS9, only on Voyager a couple times.
I will say, TNG, she was okay, whatever, but in having her be in that last episode of Enterprise directly going into Voyager, I did not have a good taste.
That was terrible.
In my mouth about that character, and then she popped up like 5 times in Voyager, and I was like, "Go away! For the love of God, fuck off! What are you doing? Go away!"
And I was okay with it when it was the Barclay one, and he was like talking to her. That was like the only time I thought she was okay on Voyager. But
yeah, I love the Barclay ones. I love those Barclay episodes. I love Barclay.
Most of the Barclay Voyager episodes are pretty solid.
Yeah, especially Pathfinder. Yeah.
That's perfectly fine.
Pathfinder's pretty good. I also like the one where Barclay was actually the enemy virus that was infecting the Doctor.
The first one, he was in. Yeah, that was good. And then I like that later one when he was on there with Dr. Zimmerman. So that was pretty cool.
Yes.
So I guess since he wasn't the main focus of those, it didn't really bother me one way or the other. But I see what you're saying. I don't like her that. I'm not a big Troy fan per se, because like Raquel has really soured me on the character by pointing out how her powers are so stupid and nebulous. Like sometimes they're supposed to be empathic. She's not supposed to be telepathic at all. Yet every now and then when they need her to be telepathic, she's telepathic.
And then
Well, you
there's
have a
time,
focus.
and all the times where it's like, gee, if only we had someone who's proven to be able to detect lies is available, who could
Of
easily
course.
see if these people
Lie
are lying
detector.
to us. Oh, where's Troy? I don't know.
And she's, whenever we need some kind of convenient alien to be able to take over her to do stuff, or it's just her powers were just whatever they needed them to be. Same with Cass, by the way. But Raquel calls her Super Cass.
We'll get to Cass.
Yeah. Okay.
We'll get to Cass.
I will say there is a little bit more of a straightish, I say ish, their ish line on how her powers became how they were. You know what I mean? There is a straight-ish progression,
Right.
quote unquote. I'm being generous. I am being generous here, but at least there's a little
they
bit
greatly
of
overdid it though, because they made her so powerful it became we can't possibly keep her around.
So you
yeah,
both
it's almost like, oh, the actress is leaving. Oh no, we can't keep this person around.
Not by her
Ah!
choice, by the way.
where are you? Where are you both at now? Because we, like I say, we're not to the end of the second season yet because we had this postponed for a couple
I
of weeks.
finished it.
All of it.
Yes.
Oh wow!
I haven't binge watching.
I've seen it all, but it's just been a long time. So so I'm not really super up to speed after the second season, because this is not like original Trek where I watched it 10 billion times. I can tell you anything you need to know without having to reference it. It's not even like I haven't even watched it as much as I've watched DS9, which is nowhere near as much as I've watched Enterprise or original series. So I'm not. I mean, you'll probably name some things that don't really
That's fine.
necessarily ring a bell, but I've seen it. If you know what I mean.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's why I decided
it's been probably about 2 years since I last watched through Voyager, so I'm a little rusty as well, but I've seen all of it before.
Yeah.
Yes. But yeah, Cass and B'Elanna. I have some things to say about them.
Yeah.
But let's start from the top, Janeway. Now I will agree. She and I did not get off on a good start.
You're welcome.
I got very, very angry. I got very, very angry with her about the coffee. I got very angry with how the coffee nebula thing. I can't with. Okay, yeah. How she did was it the Vidians with I call them the phage people.
Phage people, yes. The
Vidians, yeah.
The Vidians, okay.
Vidians, right. There you go.
Literally, a member of her crew gets torn apart, dissected, probably while they were still alive, and had their entire body distributed among people. Right. And she was just like, okay, bye. Toodles.
They beamed Neelix's lungs directly out of his body, and she just lets them go.
Yeah.
Yeah. We did not deal with them. I wanted more with them. I wanted more conflict with them. I got stuck with the Kazons. God damn it. I wanted more.
The dollar store Klingons, yeah.
What do you call them? The Kmart Klingons.
Okay, that works too.
I can find good products at both of those stores. Okay, these are the dumpster Klingons. Okay, these are the Klingons that are in the dumpster because nobody wants them. Okay,
no Klingon would have hair like that. I mean,
no, they joined boy bands.
What is it with the freaking hair? I mean, did they think that would make them look cool? I mean, really, so honestly, you try to make them look badass and menacing, right? Because you're just ripping off the Klingons, and you put that on their head.
Well, the Klingons look cool, so it's kind of hard.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. But you're trying to rip them off without. Yeah, the point is they're trying to, make them. Even though we know they're Klingon ripoffs, they're trying to. If you want to distinguish them from the Klingons a little bit, I get it. You don't want to make it look exactly like Klingons, but you're pretty much the same shit. However, they put that stupid hair on them. I'm like, do you expect anyone to take these bad guys seriously?
Well, yeah, it's like, hey, the Vulcans and the Romulans look similar, but the Romulans look a billion times more menacing. because of the makeup.
On
You know what I mean?
Originally, they just looked like Vulcans. I hated that they changed the Romulans. You make them look like.
I like that they changed the
messed up
Romulans, but that's
Can't
okay.
stand it.
You're a purist, Clobby. It's okay. I know.
It's just ridiculous. They had to change it to. I mean, look, I understand changing the Klingons, but Romulans are kind of very distant cousins to the Vulcans, so I wouldn't have changed them. Of course, they actually mess with the Vulcans just a tad.
Mhm.
Yeah, well, if you look hard enough, their ears change. But you know, it's
Yeah.
kind of one of those. Usually, I'm not staring at a character's ears. So, I can kind of let it go.
Pointed ear,
You know?
hobgoblin.
Yeah, god damn it, green-blooded, pointed-eared
That
hobgoblin.
green-blooded son of a bitch. That green-blooded son of a bitch. It's his revenge for all the arguments he lost.
Janeway's very. It truly is, and having now watched it and heard behind the scenes stuff. Kate Mulligue, that's her name, the actress that
Mulligue.
plays
Yeah.
Mulligue. She,
Mrs. Columbo.
Yes.
Mrs. Columbo.
Just one more
Yeah.
question. Yeah.
Yeah, she never did that. Well, I didn't watch it that much, but I just remember when that show came out, I'm like, Mrs. Columbo?
Yeah.
Wait a minute. And only on Columbo, he would always say, my wife said, you always mention the wife, but I always assume that's great. You don't really show her, you mention her and stuff.
But then they did.
We're going to meet her. She's like, at the time, relatively young, kind of hottie for Columbo. I'm like, whoa, dude, what the? Considering how old he was, an all crusty old dude. I'm like, okay, that's Mrs. Columbo? More like his daughter.
I also remember seeing Kate Mulgrew on an episode of Cheers. I'm like, oh, okay.
Yeah.
Hi, Janeway. How's it going?
She was in Remo Williams, the great the Fred Ward underrated adventure movie.
And I think she did some voice work on Batman the Animated Series.
Oh my god, I'm so excited. No fucking shit. Oh, I gotta rewatch that.
She did that. I think, but no, it's not really.
I love it. She's a very distinctive voice. I can't believe that's her real voice. It's amazing. Like, I kind of super love it.
Oh, you like her voice? It kept an insane way, as some people call her.
It sounds like coffee and cigarettes as a voice.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, it's amazing. I don't know. She's a very unique voice.
Yes,
but at least we didn't end up with Genevieve Jubul-Jold. I just would have never known how that would have worked out.
Yeah, I've seen the clip of the original that they did. It's like, ooh, she just doesn't have it. They made the right decision firing her.
I remember reading up to the time that came out, it was going to be Genevieve because it was a last minute decision to change it to Kate Mulgrew, and I was like,
Kate was the runner up.
Yeah, I was just thinking she doesn't seem like, I don't know. I mean, it doesn't matter. Maybe she'll be fine, but like that doesn't. That's kind of,
Why is my phone telling me that? Hey, Loki season 2 is available. Why is my phone telling me that?
I don't know. It wants you to watch it because I fell asleep the first time I tried to watch the first episode of season 2. I had to go back again. I don't think you want to watch that. I know I wish I had.
I haven't watched any of it.
Enough.
I'll sit through it all, but I'll watch them, I guess. But I'll tell you what, the first one was a tough slog. So first season was garbage, and the second season, first opener is like, is this what we're gonna do again? I mean, it's just what a mess.
They're just prancing Tom Hiddleston around because they know
they really are.
that people find him attractive. And I'll go ahead and say it. I have not found that man attractive since he dated Taylor Swift. That was gross.
Did he really? Whoa. He's just likable actor, charismatic. The people like him in that role of Loki, even though he was good as that, but it's not really the Loki from the comic. And now he's so far removed from any kind of a villain. He's just sort of this thing.
I know. They did the same thing with Regina once upon a time. They were like, well, the evil queen? Well, let's make her good. And it's like, but why though?
Yeah. Why?
She's great as a villain. The actress Lana Parrilla, she was a fantastic evil queen. Why the hell would you make her a good person? No, I'm not here for that.
Well, at least they would never try to make Maleficent a good person. Oh,
Get the fuck out of here. Refuse. Stupid. She is this kick-ass bitch, all right? By the way, inspired by yours truly, Eris, okay? And she wasn't raped and then her wings were taken away. Shut the fuck up. She's an awesome, evil, petty bitch that turned into a dragon when things get a little bit too serious. Okay, that's what she is.
She cursed a child because she wasn't invited to a party. I mean, that's how petty.
amazing.
Yeah.
Mm,
That's
Wow.
amazing. I love that. That's fantastic. No, we have to make. Oh, she did a bad. Oh no. the
She's not
man
evil.
put her
She's
wings-
misunderstood.
somebody else's
Somehow
fault.
she slept through someone sawing off a part of her body. That is some strong ass medicine that they had her on.
Somebody else's fault. LT, what's up, Lord? Avon lives, long lives the Legion, brother.
Dude,
Good to
just
see you.
like let some villains be villains. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Let villains be
Let 'em-
villains.
let 'em be-
Absolutely. That's what I say.
I'm okay
Make
with
villains
being
evil
villains.
again.
Yes, make villains
Yeah.
bad again. Yeah. Good
I
old
always
fashioned
per-
evil villain.
I'll always point to the Purple Man on Jessica Jones. I was like,
Yeah,
you
he
know
was
what?
rotten.
You know, I'll give
God!
them. I'll give
That was
them
amazing.
credit. I'll give them so much credit. There were so many times where they're like, "Oh, he had a bad childhood." Actually, no, he didn't. Oh,
No, he
he was misunderstood. Actually, no, everyone like wanted to help him.
Mhm.
Oh, he didn't have any friends. Oh no, he like he did not want friends, or they did all of the tropes. They
Right.
went through like the list of
Mhm.
sympathetic villain tropes, and they tore him apart piece by piece. And
It
until you were left with
also
him,
helped. It also helps tremendously that you had such
was
a
David
charismatic
Tennant.
actor, David Tennant, doing
Yeah.
it.
Oh,
That
he was
helped
great.
immensely.
Yeah, he was great.
Yes. Yeah, it's like he was just evil. He was just an asshole. And no amount of you trying to understand him was going to make him less of an asshole. Like he was just an asshole. And you know what? That was fine with me. I liked that they tore apart the sympathetic villain trope in my like right in front of me. I was actually clapping. I was like, thank you. You had me going there, and I was kind of feeling bad, and then you're just like, lol, JK, that didn't actually happen. Like, oh,
Yep.
good. So anyway, back to
Anyway,
Janeway.
yeah, Janeway.
Janeway.
Insane
Janeway.
way. Some call her insane way. Bang way.
Uh,
Gang way.
Yeah. Okay, so just to make my overview a little briefer, because we keep getting off on tangents. I hated her. I didn't like her. I was angry with her, and by the end, I kind of love her. I
Okay.
kind of
Good
loved her
journey.
by the end of it.
Good journey.
So I did. I kind of really vibe with her.
Again, like I've
There's a-
said, Cobby, you weren't here for this, but I said at the beginning, I think Janeway is the most inconsistently written of all the Star Trek captains.
Well, that's saying something, but I don't think I could argue with you on that one. Though Picard's pretty close to that for me. If I had to pick a two out, I don't know. It might be tough, but I may have to defer to you on that one. That it would be Janeway. It's tough though. I mean, I probably have to go with you on that one.
Are you
Picard?
are you including Picard from any of the new stuff or just TNG
Only
Picard?
even I'll go with the movies and the show, but no, the new stuff doesn't matter.
Okay. Okay, because like if you're including the new
What
stuff,
new
then
stuff?
yes.
No,
What new stuff, Josh? What are you talking
There's
about?
nothing there,
There's new
exactly.
stuff.
Yeah,
Like
yeah.
I
New
said, I'm
stuff?
agreeing with you. It's Janeway, but and when that question's put to me, I vacillate a little bit, but I'm gonna have to go with you, Janeway. So there you go. Yeah, she is just wildly inconsistently written, which is a shame. Because
Yes. I mean, that's not Kate's fault.
No.
No.
When a character
will
is
not blame her.
inconsistently written over the course of a lot of seasons, and that's prone to happen over a course of more seasons
Sure.
again. I
Oh,
guess,
sure.
You know?
Yes.
It's not good. I mean, Archer was very consistently written, although he changed over the time.
He was a
But
good boy. Yes, he
it was-
was. He
It was
a good boy.
evolution, though. And he evolved and he changed and he got darker, but it made sense because his experience got on with him. Kirk, similar, but again, back then characterization was different on television.
Right.
And even in
Kirk was a
movies,
super-
yet he did
Kirk's a
grow, though.
superhero. All right,
He's
Kirk's a
something of a-
superhero for the most
But even
part.
he has his moments and his faults. I mean, for example, in the motion picture, he's been sitting on the desk for 2.5 years. He comes back, he's petty, he tries to do anything he wants to get to Enterprise.
Mhm.
He's not squeaky clean, which is again great character development, yet not inconsistent with even, he's still a flawed individual no matter how great and heroic he is. Picard is unbelievable.
Yeah, because Decker, the CEO that he takes command over is constantly
Right.
doing the right thing on the Enterprise in the movie.
So the point is that's a character who changed and evolved, but didn't get wildly and consistently written the way Picard was. And
Right.
I think you both are right, Janeway.
Right, and then they build off of that into Wrath of Khan, where like the whole time he's like, I'm too old for this, and then he rediscovers No, he is still good for the captain's chair.
It was very normal for a person to, the kind of changes you go through in middle age and even
Sure.
past that. Whereas Janeway, like you both so eloquently say, she is, depending on which writer writes her, she's a certain way, and that's not good. Continue, Eris. I know you got more to say about it.
Oh, that's fine. She's
Janeway.
very, so again, it's like, I don't know, maybe might be because I'm a woman. I don't know if y'all knew this, but I'm a woman. I know,
I've heard that.
shocking.
I've heard that about
there
you.
were, so I know the rumors are true, everyone. I am
That
a
means
woman.
you're a biologist then.
I am, actually, secretly. I have
If
I
you
have
know
a
that,
biology
yeah, if you-
degree from google.com. So,
There you go.
very reputable school. I would say so Janeway, if I had to pick out when I thought Janeway started to come together as a character, I would say some point in season 3. And I can't nail it down exactly, but there's like a point in season 3 where it's like she changed, like something changes. And I don't remember if there was some back behind the scenes tea that was happening, but it's like she kind of started becoming a person. I don't know if that's rude, but it's like she became a person and not just a
No, I just see what you're saying.
character.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. Yeah.
There is a difference between a character and a person, in my opinion. Like a person, I feel like is more real. She becomes a person. And I did actually read an interview with Kate where she actually says something similar, where it was like season 3 and 4, she finally felt the melding between her and Janeway. And it's like you can kind of watch that happen and unfold. But the first 2 seasons, holy shit, I have it almost you're talking about like multiple personality disorder almost. It's so inconsistent.
Yeah.
Like you're
True.
just like, oh,
and that's going to happen for any show where it's going to take a while for the actors and the writers to truly figure out who the character is. That's going to happen on any show, but she was so inconsistent, especially at the very, very beginning.
yes.
Yeah. Well, one thing you could note that I'll cut the character some slack in the sense that, remember, Captain Janeway is an experienced Starfleet officer, but she's a brand new captain.
Yes, that's why I give her some leniency too.
Yes, I mean, she's totally out there, and not just a brand new captain, thrust into an extraordinary situation. And I have no problem with them showing her making honest mistakes and even screwing up sometimes, and even being just completely bewildered. So that's the kind of thing when I'm watching an episode, it never got to me all that much, unless it was just something really stupid in the episode or something that comes from writing. But I understood her position, and a lot of people didn't probably think about it that much. Is that yes, she's new at this and holding herself together fairly well, considering what a crazy situation she is in. But sometimes the writing, you're right, it just got outrageous.
Yes. But yeah, by the end of it, I loved her, and I think her character, in my opinion, it started in season 3 was when her character started to meld like really well and become more than just like just Janeway on screen, but like a person. And I think 7 of 9, like her coming in, really, her and Janeway, that character, that relationship they have is, I think, the missing key that we were with Janeway.
And the actresses got along great.
Yeah, they hated each other, in other words. That's the funny thing about it. They hated each other, and yet they're probably, like you say, they were really good together.
When did they ever stop hating each other?
Oh, maybe now. I'm sure they may be okay.
I think they tolerate each other now, but yeah, they hated each other
during the show. They hated each other because there are parts of the show where it's like they stopped hating each other. I could tell. There is very obvious for a couple characters on the show that they hated Seven. It's very, very obvious. Polana Torres. The whole, it was like, I don't know, I think season 6 is when she kind of stopped. It felt like she stopped, or at least like the actress got a handle on her emotions enough that it wasn't as bad as it had been in I think season 4 and 5. They butted heads so hard, but it's funny because them butting heads, you know what that reminded me of? And I don't think y'all, no offense, but y'all, I don't think y'all would understand this. When I hit puberty, I would pick a fight with my mom over anything and everything. When I was 13 years old, I would just literally anything, and it could have been something I would agree with her one moment, and I would have agreed with her on any other circumstance, but I just had to pick a fight. I just had to go against her. I just had to do it. It was like I don't have a good.
So you were like Twitter then.
Honestly, I really felt that in Seven's and Janeway's relationship. I was like, that's like me and my mom 100%. Me picking a fight with her, like a verbal argument over absolutely like almost nothing, a lot of the time. And it just, I really got that mother-daughter, kind of relationship from those two. And it kind of teetered out right over. They stopped butting as much heads, I think, in season 6. It might have been kind of in like late season 5, but in season 6, they definitely had kind of stopped for the most part. No, they'd occasionally do it, right?
Yeah.
Especially if Seven thinks she's right. By fucking God, are you going to know about it?
Yeah.
And they're both very strong women, and they very much just locked horns over things.
Remember when 7 of 9 Me Too'd a guy? That happened.
Holy shit! Yeah, you're right. Hard rip.
Oh, what
Massive
episode was?
Hard rip.
It
was the episode where she. Oh my God, I don't remember.
She thought something inappropriate happened. She blamed him, and then it turned out nothing happened. But he self-deleted because of it.
Potentially, nothing had happened. I don't think they actually even super clarified. It wasn't that good of an episode.
It was not one of the stronger ones.
It's almost, in my opinion, given the information in that episode, it's like they had enough to have reasonable doubt that what 7 was remembering was accurate. And that's enough that it's like, well, we can't but we've already kind of condemned him. It is kind of interesting watching that episode kind of post Me Too era, when that was pre Me Too era. That was rather interesting to witness. So you kind of wonder, was there something going on during that time that I just don't know or have any, because I was a fetus basically back then. Do I not what was going on during that time that could have potentially done that?
That's right, Loki. That's right. Yeah, she's claimed she stole
her nanoprobes. Yeah, her nanoprobes. That's what he stole.
I thought you were thinking about that time, that stupid episode where we found that Harry Kim is actually not into the ladies because he turned her down.
What? He was in the ladies. What do you mean?
I mean, we found out Harry Kim actually plays for the other side because he turned down 7 of 9.
He did. He did.
He did. Yeah, that happened.
I was trying to refrain from using the G word.
He's what? He's not gay.
If you turn down 7 of 9, sorry, you're gay.
It wasn't because of it. All right.
Harry's true love is Tom Paris.
I'm just kidding. I mean,
you're memeing. Okay, I was like, what
I'm duding. I'm being a dude. Okay. Like, man, you turned down her. Can you imagine what his buddies say to him if he tells him he had a shot at 7 or 9, fully willing, and he turns it down? And dude, I'm not gonna say the words, but
he panicked.
Remember when Harry contracted an STD that causes his whole body to glow?
Oh God! No, somehow I don't remember that. I don't remember. I can't. Did he really? Are you kidding?
No, that happened.
It wasn't. He had such good sex with this one race that he literally started glowing. And it's funny because I thought they were going to make him pregnant because I thought that was like a funny like play on like, oh, you're glowing, you're pregnant kind of thing.
Oh,
But
God.
no, it was literally just an STD that like when treated, like yeah, it was funny. But I will say I really liked that the girl he was with. I thought they were really good together.
Oh, you mean the terrorist
So-
girl?
Huh?
I mean,
She
I didn't
wanted to
disagree
destroy
with
her own ship.
no, she wanted to not. She wanted to be able to like experience the world. So that's kind of the universe, and she was tired of them living like being stuck on a ship, and she wanted to leave. She's actually a secret Disney princess if you think about it.
Mm.
Just
Weird.
with a little bit of terrorism, just a minor amount of terrorism.
Yeah.
And instead, and she boned a dude, which you're not supposed. Bad Disney princess. You're not supposed to do that. And bad Disney princess.
Remember when Harry Kim was genetically altered into thinking he was another alien species just so that they could
Dude,
suck
hey.
out all of his life, and they all beat him, and part of their ritual was beating him with phallic objects? That also happened.
Hey, the space Amazons, okay? The space siren Amazon ladies, all right? They did a thorough ass job, okay? That's a lot of work to get a guy to come over there, okay? Quite fucking frankly, all they had to do was open their planet up. And if one person went missing occasionally, it would have been fine. Just have Ryza, except it's just women. You know what I mean? But quite frankly,
Only they're all sirens. Yeah.
Yeah, one goes missing occasionally, and it's fine. But no, it's no. They had to do it. They went through a lot of hoops to make that happen, and I can't really believe that they actually believed it either. I was kind of laughing. I was just like, "Really? Are y'all really gonna? Are you really believing this story?" Because I'm not. This is embarrassing. This is obviously a trap. I don't know what y'all. Oh, look, hot women everywhere. We just want to worship Harry. Like, really? Are you sure? He's like the most average looking guy ever. Okay.
He's one of the 50 most beautiful people, damn it!
I am, that is fake. His fucking,
Was he really?
Yeah, that's how he kept his job on the show.
Yeah.
No, come on.
No, I'm not fucking with you, Bobby.
Yeah, they
wow.
When they brought in 7 of 9, they didn't have enough budget to keep the whole cast, so someone had to go. It was going to be Harry,
right?
But then he was named one. But then he was one of the. He was named one of the 50 most beautiful people in America.
Wow.
So the producers were like, "No, you can't fire him. Get rid of someone else."
Literally.
Wow.
But then they never did anything with Harry.
No, it was funny. He should have died. That actually would have been a really good thing.
He did die, though.
He came back in the same episode.
The Harry we see at the beginning died, and we get a clone. We're following a copy.
He's a copy. It's a hologram. It's the hologram. That actually makes more sense because his character kind of after that point kind of takes a down.
Yeah, it was
so slide. So
yeah. It was weird. I mean, that was so dumb.
It's funny. It's just very obviously he was supposed to die. Very obviously he was supposed to die.
Oh yeah.
So, but the shit with Tess. I mean, I heard that wasn't she like super uber like mega depressed, and she was like starting to do like drug shit. And
she had tons. Yeah. Jennifer Lynn, tons of drug issues.
That's what I heard. And we all know what happened to her later.
She like started. I don't know. She wasn't enthusiastic. It's like she kind of just cut herself off and didn't really want anything to do with the cast anymore for the most part. And when they said, "Hey, we're gonna kill your character, or we're gonna make your character fuck off," she was like, "Whatever, sure." I think that's what Loki told me. I don't know, but that makes sense because that's definitely. You know what? Here, I'm gonna put this. I'm gonna go ahead and talk about this since this kind of reminds me. This is a trope that I fucking hate. I hate it when a character on a show, not between seasons, okay, but there's a little bit of like, okay, maybe it's been 3 to 4 months for us, maybe it's been 3 to 4 months for them, kind of thing. Okay, all right, fine. You know, when their hair changes fucking drastically, like they didn't just get like a couple highlights, you know. It's like Janeway hair cut off, you know, or Kess hair all of a sudden appears like fucking Janice Rand's beehive that she had going on. You know what I mean? It's like, what the hell is happening? And nobody talks about it. Nobody, or fucking Balana getting the worst perm I have ever seen.
I just sent you something about Jennifer Lynn.
Jennifer Lynn, okay. So
Jennifer Lynn.
It's her mugshot.
Yep. Yeah.
Oh, no, that's disturbing, dude. That's terrifying.
Yeah.
Loki showed me
I've seen it.
Yeah.
That's more recent years.
Honey.
It's
I
like,
really hope she got some help.
She doesn't even look the same. Yeah.
No. She was definitely a beautiful girl back then.
She was gorgeous.
Yeah, I mean,
yes,
that was
yeah.
I hope she got some help.
I hope God.
I honestly, I absolutely hope she gets help.
And you know what? Speaking of getting help, okay, Voyager. All right, I'm never gonna let you forget this. In season 2, you cut off Janeway's hair, and then it grew back the next episode, okay, and then stayed grown back until like season 4. What the hell? She cut off her hair, and I knew she cut off her hair because on the more recent box sets of Voyager, she has her hair cut off. As like she showed, you know, she's on the box set and she shows that her hair is cut off. So I'm aware of it, and so I was like, oh, okay. So they got rid of the fucking poof that they had going on with her hair, you know, and she doesn't look like she's going to, you know, punish me with a fucking ruler on my wrist during school class in the 1930s. Okay, she looks like she's, you know, she looked better, just objectively. She looked better, and you know, and I, it wasn't until the what episode was that, Josh? When I said that this is the best Janeway's ever looked. It was the recreation hologram episode where like
Living Witness.
Yeah, Living Witness. There we go. Where we thought it was going to be the mirror universe and it wasn't, and she's like, it's a Starfleet way.
The museum episode.
Yeah, the museum episode.
That is a good one.
And she looked fantastic. I liked her. I preferred her lipstick color. Darker makeup suited her really well. You know, I will die on my. I will take this. I will die on this hill. Okay, black shirts instead of the stupid light blue ones. Look better. Okay, they looked better with the uniforms. All right, I don't know why we started this light blue shit underneath the uniforms. Okay, it needed black. Black looked better. All right, because it actually matches. You know, the little collar thing that they got. It matches. It looks better. I don't know why the hell we have blue underneath our uniforms. They're like, oh, she's wearing black underneath her. Oh, she's evil. She has dark eyeshadow on. She's evil. She has black gloves on. She's evil. Woo! And just like, I don't know, Kate, you kind of look good like that. Maybe you should stay with the evil look.
So what would you say is your favorite episode with Janeway? Where like she's like the center character.
Favorite episode with Janeway as a student. Endgame.
The very last one.
Yeah, the last one. Okay.
Yeah, I would say that because she's really good as a supporting character on a lot of episodes, right? But if we're talking about like a pretty Janeway dominant ones, you know, there's, you know, you think of like the hologram ones, but even then she's not really, she kind of is, but she's not really like the center character. It's like there's not a lot of like super like Janeway only ones. It's usually with somebody else, right?
Mhm.
And so when I think of a Janeway dominant episode where she's fantastic, it is Endgame, because my God, that's fantastic Janeway. I really liked that Janeway. Two Janeways, double Janeway, fantastic, and they did good makeup on her too. So sometimes when they make characters look older, you're just like, oh, sweetie, did they cut the makeup budget? Like, what happened here? You kind of look like you're melting. You kind of look like you got older. So
I might have to go with it. I don't know if you can really say it's a Janeway centered episode, but she obviously plays a huge role in it. But I liked Workforce, where you kind of get like this insight to
yeah, that would
how
be my
she
second pick.
how she feels without the burden of command. You know, just like someone like
Yes.
asks her about being a leader, and she's like, "Who'd want that kind of pressure?" And you get these little glimpses of her inner character that she can't show when she's captain.
Yeah, she's like, ew, being a cat. Why the hell? What the fuck? Why are you calling me a captain? No, I don't want that. Get away from me. I like my little area. And she has way too much shit, which I totally relate to. She's packing things away, and he's just, and the guy she's moving in with is like, okay, so this is it. She's like, yeah, no, this is trip 1. There's multiple trips happening here. He's like, what? I was like, yeah. You came over to my place. I don't know why you're surprised, sir. There's multiple trips of me bringing shit over here. And I'm redoing all of it. Anyway. Or, I love that she can't cook with a fucking replicator, no matter where she is or what replicator is happening. That's amazing.
Just dumb to me, though.
I love it. I love that. I loved it so much because it's just like, God damn it, Janeway. What the hell are you doing? Do you just not know how long to keep it in? Do you just not know times? What the hell? Janeway, stop cooking. You burn everything you touch. I thought it was kind of a clever way to address that. That is a trope of your career woman, right? But with replicators, it makes it hard too. So it's like anytime she touches her replicator and she tries to like make food, it just fucking burns. So
Yeah.
So you can just have the replicator reabsorb it and try again.
I think she's accepted her fate, Josh. Okay.
Yes.
She called that replicator a piece of garbage one time. All the replicators in the entire universe now know. Okay, they're like crows. They talk to each other. All right. If you piss off one crow, every crow will fuck you over. Okay. This is the way of the world. Okay. So you gotta just accept that, you're lucky that they give you your black coffee hot. Okay. We'll leave it at that.
Yepper.
So, what is your favorite Janeway episode, Bobby?
I don't know. I don't think I have anything yet because we're only up to like the. I mean, even though I've seen the show before, of course, we're only up like to the second season. I don't dislike the character. I like her sometimes. I think she deserve some of the rap she gets around about being called insane way and doing stupid crap sometimes. But I don't mind her. But I don't know if I have anything definitive for you yet because I haven't really gone back through these. I may have one by the time we get through, but I must abstain at the moment because I'm not really sure. Trying to. No, I can't really. It's not coming. But I will. I'll make it happen. Somehow.
You're fine.
Sorry about that.
Scorpion. Scorpion is. I should have known that was Loki's. Going to be Loki's superpower.
Oh, yeah. The Janeway episode, you mean?
Yeah, of Janeway episodes. Yeah, I should have known. Scorpion's also fantastic. I would say that's a 7 of 9 Janeway, but I'll put that up there. I'll probably put that up there with Endgame as being my top 2 favorites. Yeah.
Nice.
Absolutely fantastic. Scorpion.
I don't know if you could say it's a Janeway specific episode. It's more of a plot-driven episode, though.
It is, but if you like, if you had to break down who the characters are that are most important, I would say 7.
Chakotay.
What did he do with that?
Chipotle.
Yeah, Chipotle kept the ship together when Janeway was out, and was the key to knocking out 7.
Fair enough. He did good. Good job, Chakotay. Okay, you and your vague Native Americanness.
Yeah, he's from the tribe.
He's from the tribe. Yep.
No, it cracks me up. No, it cracks me up on Saturday night when people call him Chipotle in the chat.
Chipotle.
I approve of that meme. I approve of that meme.
I'm one of the few that actually likes him, but that's still fun.
Oh, he's okay. You know what I mean? He's okay. He's a solid. You know what I mean?
That's a fair way to look at him. He's okay.
I would just my issue with Chakotay is like toward the end, he's just kind of there. That he's highly underused.
Yeah.
But what else? What? I don't know what else we were supposed to do with him.
But he's dependable.
You know what? He ultimately won because he got 7 at the end of it.
Yeah,
that is
he
true.
Didn't win. I mean, wouldn't you trade your character character development?
But 7 leaves him for Raffi.
No. We don't talk about
not the real 7.
Okay. We don't talk about it. That's a holodeck. That's a holo novel. Okay. It was written badly. All right. That's a holo novel. Riker's going to come in at the end of Picard season 4.
fan fiction.
And he's going to say computer in program. That's how we're going to end season 4 of Picard.
There you go.
You're welcome.
Yes.
Or it's Q just fucking with everyone. Because that, quite frankly, Q would definitely do that.
Yeah.
Voyager needed to stay away from Q.
I'll give them this. If they were going to have Q, they did it enough. You know what I mean? They didn't do Mirror Universe
time
DS9.
Was great. The first one was great, where they actually took them.
Right. That was a good one.
The one that were that you had the Q that was on trial, and yeah, exactly. It was they were doing something new with the Q continuum, and then getting a visualization of what the continuum is like. That was really interesting. They just should have left it alone after that.
I probably gave that one a C+ to a B- because it had some things wrong with it I didn't like, but for the most part, I really liked Delancey in it. There was some good stuff. Yeah. I like Garrett Graham, the actor.
Yeah, but the continuation where they have a Q Civil War thing, that was just why.
No, and big on
like
that one.
at one point we're getting a visual representation of the Q continuum, and you see, but because it's Civil War imagery, they have one where a soldier is missing his legs, and I'm like, can you be omnipresent and disabled? That's what?
Yeah, I did not like that. I thought it was just preposterous.
Smart human brains can't handle it, man. It's the Q. Who the fuck knows, man?
Why didn't Janeway use the formula till friend made?
Yeah.
Oh.
You
mean Tilly? I think he means Tilly.
No, Tilly?
Not Tilly.
Stupid Tilly.
You wouldn't have filth. You're obsessed with the filth today, Josh.
Well, I think that's who Chris is referencing.
He said Tills. Oh, okay. Maybe he is. Well, Chris is obsessed with the filth then. Chris, what is it, dude? What's wrong?
Holy shit, man.
See? See, he meant Tilly.
Damn, Chris, what's wrong with you, boy?
Because I was like, who the hell's Tills?
Yeah, Tills. Like me, you got me.
I was like, wait, hold on. Is that really that big of a plot hole in this? It's like, oh no, it's Discovery. Oh, that doesn't count.
Yeah.
I was boggled there for a minute there, bud. Weird, wild stuff. Weird, wild stuff. Chris,
Chakotay was okay. Loki and I are both were interested in like Native American culture and whatnot, and
the fact that his character was when the writers talked to an expert about how to properly have Native American representation, all their advice came from a well-known documented fraud.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
Yeah. Because no tribe has all of those rituals that we see Chakotay have. He's just Native American.
Right.
That's it.
No, it was because I thought he was interesting at the beginning. I was like, oh, Chakotay's like really interesting, and I was kind of curious about, Native American like evolving in space and how that would everything would evolve and whatnot, and I just found it utterly fascinating. And then Loki decided to drop the bomb on me, and what I think it was season 1. He was like, "Oh, by the way, all this is bullshit." I was like, "What?" He was like, "Yeah, he's not actually." They made like pretty much all of this up, and they stole from multiple different tribes. And I was like,
Yes.
"Are you telling me these people wrote one of the main secondary characters as a Native American, proceeded to not focus on one tribe, and which every tribe has for the most part different cultures, different ways of life, different deities, different ways they believe, like a different different religion, different everything, different, just because they're like their own little community of people, and they have their own set of other, what the Navajo believe is not the same thing as the Cherokee, and so on and so forth, right? It's very different depending on which tribe you're talking about. And so you're telling me,
I mean, he has spirit animals, he has medicine wheels, he dream walks, he has dream catchers, which are meant for children, by the way.
Yeah, because I got a dream catcher when I was a child.
He prays to his ancestors. It's like it's every stereotype.
Yeah, it was like, oh look, it's a. What I will say, Janeway's spirit animal was hilarious. It was a fucking lizard.
It was
hilarious.
Lizard.
It was telling her something in the future. Janeway, you will become a lizard.
You will become a lizard. a warp lizard or a warp fish thingy lizard, whatever the hell that thing was.
It's more like a salamander.
Salamander wizard thingy, yeah.
Hey, Ray.
And
I'll get to this in a second. Go ahead.
Well, just speaking really quick of Threshold, I met Robert Duncan McNeil a couple years ago, and he said, "Look, I know it's not a good episode, but I acted the hell out of that one."
He did. And that's why I don't rate it as the worst.
He's doing his job.
The makeup was good, and his acting was phenomenal. So the TNG, the TNG Gwyneth Paltrow pussy candle multi-generational shit from Beverly, I still mark as the worst episode. Okay, I still mark as it because it's like, you know what? That's a nothing burger. I got nothing to lean on to. Absolutely fucking.
You talking about Sub Rosa?
Yeah.
Whatever it's called. I've
the ghost candle episode,
yeah, with the Harlequin romance ghost episode thingy.
Yeah, the multi-generational like candle that there's no way lasted multiple hundreds of years because no,
but it was an alien candle.
This shit out. No, fuck it, fuck this stupid candle. Okay, we're not dealing with that. Okay,
it's one of the worst, it's one of the worst.
Yeah.
That's the worst one for me.
There's the worst one in TNG that I challenge you to go back and watch the episode Masks.
What's Masks?
That's the one where there's literally masks being created and it's changing the entire ship.
The sets on that are so bad. The episode is so bad. I mean, I always just it's low hanging fruit to pick Sub Rosa as the worst. There are a couple other ones there. I mean, plenty of horrible stinkers in that show, but as far as like the top, I mean, the bottom of the barrel, like people consider, in a sense, the top notch as well, rarefied air bad. Sub Rosa always gets picked, but Masked, I don't know, man.
I will say Brent Spiner's at least trying in that one. Like
People
he's trying to make it work.
Duncan McGarrett's an excellent actor, and I'm sure he was trying in Sub Rosa too. But Jesus,
Was he? Was he though?
I'm sure somebody was trying. I'm sure there was somebody in that episode of Sub Rosa that might have been trying, but trying doesn't do a whole lot for me.
I'll give
trying
him that.
doesn't do a lot for me because there are a lot of bad things where people tried. But I hear what you're saying. But come on, Masked. I challenge you to watch Masks.
Well, I don't remember Masks.
Is it worse than Code of Honor?
Yeah. You know why it's worse than Code of Honor? Because Code of Honor is it gets all this stuff about being, well, I'm not going to go, Ross's and all that stuff, and all those things are valid. It's mainly, if you just strip all that away, it's just a dull, dumb story that means nothing. It's cornball and just dumb. You've seen it plenty of times, and even in Trek, it's not good. It sucks, but that was supposed to be an alien. And they were supposed to be lizards, by the way, on that planet, not
black people,
not black humanoids. So, and it was just based on some kind of, it was an African-like culture, tribal culture that had evolved with technology and stuff. So they had technology. They were just still stuck in all these kind of primitive rituals, and it ruffled a lot of feathers. And Roddenberry was furious about it all. People gets called a racist, this, that, and the other stuff. That's all fine and good. But I'm talking about. It's just bad. Masks.
Masks is bad. Don't get me wrong.
Because nothing is so incoherent. It's so, it is, you watch it and your brain hurts. You're like, what am I looking at here? This is absolutely embarrassing.
This might just be a taste thing, because I read up on Masks, and I reading the plot on Wikipedia, I'm kind of like, no, I felt way more offended over Sub Rosa. Maybe because I have Irish heritage.
Oh.
That might have been part of it too, where I'm just like, oh, how dare you? Like, what the fuck is this? A candle? A ghost candle? And no one's picked up on this. How long? Oh, hundreds of years, multiple generations.
Ghost candle.
Stupid ghost Gwyneth Paltrow candle. She got it from Goop. Okay. All right. It's a stupid Goop candle. All right. Yeah. I don't know. I find it. Threshold is up there though. Okay. And it's just, I would love to have seen the fucking mission report from that. I would love to have seen the mission report of, yes, this is Captain Janeway's, log, the captain's log. All right. Well, my helmsman broke, he did work 10, and then
was able to go infinity miles an hour.
Yes. Did the work 10 thing. Woohoo. We did it. And then slowly but surely ended up turning into a lizard. Kidnapped my ass for some reason and turned me into a lizard, and then we fucked, and we had babies. By the way, I definitely came on to him in sickbay, 100%, undeniable. It's like, hey, maybe I'm the one that fucking initiated that. You don't know, Tom. It's like, okay, Janeway, Jesus, fucking spray her down. She's still feeling the effects of the lizardness. Okay, like spray her down with some cold water. Like, we are not. No, sir, we are not having this. Because I've read enough fan fiction that I can hear when a fanfic idea is born. I can hear it, and I heard it when she said that. And I was like, Janeway, what the fuck? Don't do that to me. Don't. There is now Janeway Tom fanfic because of you, because of that line. How dare you? All right. Like, I would love to see Starfleet's commands, like reading some of the mission reports.
Or how about just this part? You invent an engine capable of going infinity miles an hour. It has the side effect of turning people into salamanders, but they don't use that to get Voyager home in an instant and then just have the doctor cure them, because the doctor developed a cure off screen.
Right. They were cured, but
so just do that.
Yeah.
No,
I don't know.
The doctor She-Hulked the episode where he broke the fourth wall, went into the writer's room, rewrote it so that he magically came up with a cure, and then deleted the episode from everybody's memory. Because surely that would have made things a little awkward for, even under the most professional circumstances.
It is awkward, and don't call me Shirley.
Well, it is. Would it not have progressed to be awkward in the next episode a little bit? Like, I mean,
they just ignore the
banged-
hell out of it.
you kidnapped your captain and banged her while y'all were in Lizard, and there's your offspring or somewhere on the planet. Okay, like I don't. Okay. No, I sub Ursa because I find it just I can't with that episode. All right, it's not even like it drives me crazy. But Threshold is down there. I'm not even say up there. It's down there.
Yes.
We had so much fun doing Threshold a couple weeks back. It was the blast, man. It was like we were looking forward to it. We can't wait till we get to Threshold, and we had so much fun. There's not because we get people with all opinions. Even if Raquel and I are just trashing the hell out of an episode, we get a few people who always get counter people who liked it. It's all over the place, which is cool, and we like that. And rarely is it always one big cacophonous voice in one direction. Sometimes it's close to that. Sometimes it's 50-50. Sometimes a little bit more than But basically, it's a fairly mixed batch. I mean, obviously, not. I mean. I don't know. It's not always that way.
What works for some people don't work for others. Yeah,
right. But in this case, I can't remember. Maybe one wise guy came in and made a joke saying, "Oh, but I don't think so." This was. I'd have to go back and look, but I'm pretty sure everyone was F plus plus. I mean, even lower than an F. I want to give it a lower than an F. And but those episodes, I got to admit, look, we love loving an episode. Don't get me wrong, but when it's one like that, we love we have the best of time. We had some nice memes. We had some nice videos that Mark put together making fun of it. And
it's an episode that it's universally loathed. That's fun.
Or loved in a sense of how bad it is. Everyone just loves it.
Right.
They did action figures, dude. They did action figures. Playmates.
Shit. Hold on.
Yes.
No.
Yep.
Yes.
And it came with the little salamander baby too. I swear to God.
I forgot about that.
It's got Paris. They've got Paris and then Janeway in their whatever the lizard form. And they've got they came with the little baby thingies. Mark has them.
Wow.
That was Playmates back in the
mid 90s.
Back when it came out in the 90s when the show was on the air. Playmates was doing
the Playmates toys were great.
Yeah, they were doing all the Trek toys. So
yeah.
Someone decided at Playmates to go, wow, they turned into the monsters. The fans will want that. Let's sell that. Let's make a toy of that one, baby. Sure.
They may not have gotten that much. They may have just gotten like a still of the salamanders and went, okay, I guess that's an alien this season. So they just
I doubt they didn't watch the show, and then the showrunner said, sure, that's something you can sell. It's something different.
The collectors will get it.
Have you ever seen them? They're really stupid.
I saw them a very long time ago, but yeah, I knew they existed.
Yeah. So Mark had some fun with some of those, showing some of those and stuff. He actually has that. I remember seeing it in the store when it came out. When I saw it in the store when it came out, I'm like, because I wasn't watching Voyager at the time. I'm like, what the hell is that?
That's hilarious.
So yeah, you got to go run them right out and grab those, folks. It's not that expensive, I don't think.
Well, why would they be expensive?
No. Too bad there's no Sub Rosa figures though. Like a candle. Like a special Beverly Crusher dressed in whatever she was,
the ghost dude holding the candle, yeah.
Or Beverly and her. What?
Sub Rosa TNG candle. I'm gonna go shopping.
I doubt they did that. Now maybe on Etsy. No. Somebody made one. It's stupid. Oh my goodness. But yeah, too bad Beverly didn't have her. She didn't have a Sub Rosa type episode, did she?
Beverly
she did sort of.
What? But Beverly
not
didn't have...
Beverly. I meant Janeway, because here's Janeway. Here's one that aggravated me about Janeway. Since we're talking about Janeway, I don't know if you guys thought about it.
Well, they did do the recurring gothic novel holodeck thing that she did, which was
that
annoying.
I didn't like that.
That was boring.
You know what I really didn't like, and you guys may disagree. You may have liked it, but oh god, that fictional city that she used to go to, Fairhaven, and which
that was annoying.
That stupid episode where they were going to burn everybody at the stake or whatever, and B'Elanna was. Let's say what you want about B'Elanna. She was and Seven. They were like, let's just turn the thing off. But we care about these people. They're people. I remember I watched it as a regular. I wasn't watching it as a regular, but a buddy of mine who were watching that for some reason, and I'm yelling at the screen. They are not people. They are holograms. God, I know the Doctor's hologram. He's different. These are stupid holograms.
Yeah, when the Doctor became integrated into the program, then it was an actual issue. But before that,
these were nothing.
Just turn it off.
Turn it the frick off. It's like, ugh. I found it so annoying. Like, all right, just like every week when they were having a luau in the holodeck. Remember that? Like,
yeah,
they're always having. And I guess I'd want to go to a luau too if I were them. But still,
honestly.
But this Fairhaven crap. It was in a couple. Wasn't it like in a couple of episodes before they did the one where they saw that they learned that they thought they were witches and stuff.
Yeah,
and of course Janeway was having a relationship with one of them.
Yes.
That was Sub Rosa stuff right there for me.
I mean,
really?
I mean,
I'm kidding. I'm being facetious, but
I was about to say, I was like, "Come on now, really?"
No, I'm just
having a little fun time with the hologram.
No, I'm being facetious. I just don't think you can. Have fun time, but no relationship with it. It's
that's the issue. It's like it's one thing to use it to supplement something. I mean, I think it was actually a clever idea. It didn't work, but for Tuvok to mate with his wife on the holodeck during his Ponfar, that makes sense to me.
Okay. Yeah.
But to have an honest relationship,
she did not have an honest relationship. Okay, let's be really, really clear.
True, because she edited his program.
If you go into somebody and you change them, it's funny because I was
I can change them, Eris.
Yes, I know. I was laughing because there is a thing, and I'm not entirely. I understand the change in thing. I get the mentality of it, right? I think it's one of those things that women we need to get. It's like biological. I don't understand it. We need to get that out of our fucking whatever the hell is creating that in our minds, because it is a thing pretty much generally that all women have a craving to do, and I just found it so funny that it was like. The literal, the literalness of I can change him represented like that was so funny to me. It was her going in and oh my god, I was howling on the couch when she said and delete the wife. I was howling on the couch. That is so funny to me. Yeah, just get rid of that hoe. Fuck it, I want that one. Yeah, that one's mine. I want him a little taller. I want him this. I want him to read all of this. Like, it's so funny because what you could do is, they have chemistry, because they did. Before she changed anything, they had chemistry. I was like, well, why don't you, if this was if it was a real person, it's like you would obviously introduce him to the things that you like, which included all that literature that you programmed into him to already know, and all this other shit. It was like, but y'all got along fine.
She also deleted the character's wife.
That's why I said I was howling with laughter when she said and delete the wife. I was howling. It was so because I didn't think it was going to happen, because I kept saying it was like and computer delete the wife, and when it actually happened, I thought it was the funniest thing ever.
Which one was that one again? That was the Fairhaven.
That was the first one. That was the first one. Fairhaven. That was the first one.
Literally the episode called Safe Haven. Yeah.
Safe. I
Yeah.
got you. I never remember. I thought it was.
Fairhaven.
I knew it was a couple of them. Yeah.
Or Fairhaven, whatever.
Yeah, it's Fairhaven.
Wow.
It's
It
Safe
just,
Haven.
Okay.
it was. Just
And then
so
in
fucking
that
funny.
episode, they're like, "Let's keep this program running 24/7. So if
Right.
anyone has off-duty holodeck time, they have to go to an Irish village."
Yeah.
Yes.
What the? What if I
like,
don't want to go to an?
Exactly. Like what?
What if I
What
want to
if I
go to a 20th century strip club?
What if I want to visit my own family? Come on.
What if I want to be Captain Proton?
What if I want to be on a beach?
I would unironically watch
Yeah.
Captain Proton. I just
would.
want
Oh
to
my
say
God.
that.
Fuck! Oh my God! How did I forget this? Loki. I am so. Oh my God! How the hell did I forget this? Bride of Chaotica is my favorite Janeway episode. How did I forget
Yeah,
that one?
I love that one.
That is my favorite Janeway. I'm gonna get a
That
poster.
is a good one.
I'm getting a fucking poster of Bride of Chaotica and I'm putting it in my
I love that.
office. Okay.
I would unironically watch Captain Proton.
Me too.
Me too. That was so fun. I really enjoyed that.
Those are fun
Yeah,
stuff.
Bride of Chaotica was fantastic. You know, she was looking over like Seven, like, hey, Seven, you gotta fucking dress up like an idiot. And then she turns back to Tom, and Tom's just like, it's you. And she was just like, what? No. No. And but she rocked it. She rocked it.
That
Yeah.
episode also
I love it.
That episode also might have my single favorite line from all of Voyager, where like Janeway's like, talking with Tom, they're in the conference room and she's like, okay, so this guy is under the impression that in order to win, she's going over like everything going on, and Tom Paris just flatly says, yes, ma'am, his army of evil. It's like
pure fun. Episode was so much fun.
To just say that without any hint of irony was just beautiful.
Yeah. I love that one.
I absolutely would unironically watch Captain Proton. That looked fun.
Oh yeah.
That was a good holodeck one. I was kind of sad that they kind of started to put it back. I was like, no, because I thought it was the most cheesy thing ever. I watched like the first 5 minutes the first time they introduced it, and I was like, Loki, why? Because he has a Captain Proton shirt, and I was
Nice.
like, why the hell did you buy a fucking shirt with this on it? And then, of course, I get to the episode of Bride of Chaotica, and I was like, Loki, do they have posters maybe of Bride of Chaotica? And they do, and they look fantastic. Have y'all seen the Bride of Chaotica posters?
I have not.
Mm-mm.
Hold on a second.
But while you're looking for that, I love that it is a love letter to like those old school science fiction serials.
Flash Gordon.
Like, because very much so.
Buck Rogers. Yeah.
Like, because it is like kind of poking fun at it, but it's clearly in a loving way. It was wonderful.
Oh no, they don't have any anymore. Boo! They ran out. I'm sad now.
Make more. Tell them to make more.
Well, it's unavailable. I don't have the ability. Tell them to make more. Well, that's sad because I was definitely going to buy this. 100%. I was going to get it. Here, hold on. I'll show you.
What?
A Bride of Chaotica poster. I really wanted one. Here. It's great.
There you go.
Oh, that's glorious.
Nice.
Yeah. And they don't have any more. Now I'm sad.
I love the little adventures of Captain Proton. Yeah, that's great.
Yes.
Nice.
Absolutely fantastic. Big sad. There was what was the episode? Was it Shattered? Shattered was the episode where they did Voyager's greatest hits. Y'all remember that one?
Toward the end of the series. Yep.
Yeah, toward the end of the series, every different regions of the ship had different timelines happening of what was happening on the ship, and it was the best way you could have done a clip show.
It was a clip show,
quote unquote. It was kind of clip showy, but it was
it wasn't a clip show in the traditional sense because like they didn't reuse footage.
They did it on TNG, which was terrible, called Shades of Grey.
Oh yeah.
Oh hey, one of our people are in trouble, and we have to prove that they are a good and not a bad, like the alien think that they are. because of a misunderstanding, and we as Starfleet officers are completely incompetent now at fucking alien relations. And so we're just going to show you on this TV, definitely not a TV, that, hey, look at all these good things that have happened this season because we have to save our budget for the final episode. Look at all the good things that he did. He is a good. Set him free. That has happened so many fucking times. It is so annoying. And they did that a few times in TNG. It was
No, only one. It was
Really?
only one clip show episode.
On Shades of Grey, it was called second season.
Yes,
Really?
it was the season finale, wasn't it?
I believe so.
Oh my god, yes. It
Maybe.
was. I remember. Yes.
Well, I don't think it was
Like,
the
I looked
finale. It was
over-
actually a couple weeks before the finale. Yeah. Remember the finale was
Are you sure?
was
What was
first the one after that one was like the negatives neutral zone. Then the last one was conspiracy.
Okay.
No, conspiracy
Wrong.
was
That's
season
first
one.
season. That's
Yeah,
first season.
conspiracy was season
It was,
one.
it was in the second season, but I think that might have been the last one, the second season.
I think it was the season
because
finale.
there was a writer's strike going on. So you're right.
One
Sorry.
of one
I
of
remember.
these
Oh, that's
sci-fi
right.
shows did that. So
My memory sucks, but yeah, that probably was the last one of the second season, and it sucks.
okay.
There's like clip show. Come on, man.
Yes.
It wasn't the only show ever to do a clip show. It's happened.
Oh,
It was
No.
a fairly routine thing
Stargate
back
did
then.
it. Stargate
yes.
did it a couple
Yeah.
times, and I complained.
Even my
And
yeah,
they
that's the
do
whole
make
cartoon did it.
they do make fun of it. If you remember it, Chloe, they make fun of themselves for it in these specials, the 100 and 200 specials. So
The whaty?
they make fun of themselves for it. They're like, "Ew, who wants to watch a clip show?" It's just like, "Oh, thank you
Who
for
did-
calling
who did
yourself
that?
out. I appreciate that." Stargate.
Oh, okay. I didn't see it.
Now you can argue that technically the menagerie is a clip show episode,
I
but
don't
it's
think
with-
so, 'cause he
but it's footage that no one had seen before.
And he wrapped a story around it. So it's two stories. That's
Yes.
why when I like Raquel's favorite episode of all Trek is The Cage, which I respect and I love it. But I actually, in my top 20, something like a 15, 16, whatever it is, I put the menagerie. And the reason is you get two great stories. You get the recap of the pilot, which, the first pilot, plus wrapped around a good Spock drama about his captain, him going back and saving his captain and stuff. And it's like two for the price of one, and it's the only two-parter. And so I love it even more that way, even though, of course, it's as sad as I am. It's sad and not sad that the original pilot didn't do well, because I'm glad I'd rather Kirk and Spock. Still, it's good to see Pike, so.
Yeah,
You
I
get
mean,
it
so
all.
you
get it
can
all.
see you can see why the network will ask for some changes. Like you can see why.
I actually don't see why, but I'm glad they did.
It's not. It's kind of a mid episode, in my opinion.
I think it's a great story for TV back then. You have to put things through proper perspectives and seasons and in their in the prism of their time. For their time,
Why?
it was revolutionary. For their time, nothing had been seen like that, and it was very cerebral. Because their case, the network's case was it's too cerebral for those slobs out there in the audience, which was talking down to your audience, which is full of crap. Star Trek stayed that way. Stayed cerebral. It's just that he showed them a couple episodes with some action, and they were happy. Plus, he did make changes. They didn't want to see a woman in second in command, and they didn't like Spock. Well, he kept Spock anyway.
True,
So-
but he also changed Spock a little bit, because
I mean,
but that was all.
characters
It was also
change over time anyway.
sure, but and also
Those
because,
changes were going
like,
to happen anyway.
true, but I don't think it would have worked with Jeffrey Hunter.
Oh, I'm not disagreeing with that. What I'm saying is the network's reasons were idiotic. Now, it's true that multiple things can be true at the same time. Their reasoning doesn't have to be good for you to go, wow, it turned out okay, because William Shatner had that charisma that I'm not so sure, as good as Jeffrey Hunter is as an actor, I'm not so sure it would have carried a show like that without a guy like Kirk, the character like Kirk. I just don't. I love Pike. I always hate to say this because I know how much Raquel loves Pike. I love him, but I don't think that show would have been what it was without the character of Kirk. That was a change that came about from a bad place that turned out to be really good, which is life is like that. As you know, bad comes from good comes from bad. And it's one of the strangest things in life that we face in our lives, but It's true. In this case, something that's like, it's a damn shame because that pilot should have sold the first time. give it a shot. Who knows what happened in that? But the pig-headed ignorance of the network forced a change that gave us a character that I think would never. I mean, that Pike never would have been in a class with, and that's Kirk, because he's so different, and he is so different because of Shatner.
Yes.
So,
which is why Nimoy said, he was a lot more expressive during the pilot because of how stern Jeffrey Hunter plays. So,
but he was also that way a little bit in some of the early Shatner episodes.
In the very early ones, yes.
Yeah, I mean, he was developed over time. That could have happened even if Pike could stay. But I know what you're saying. In fact, it might have happened. But then not just Pike, remember, but also number one was very stern.
That's also true, and because they kind of combined the original Spock with number one character,
and he really didn't know what. Yeah, everything wasn't all fleshed out yet. Anyway.
Yes.
They hated Spock. Yeah, they thought Spock looked like Satan.
It's true. Yeah.
What looks? I love. You ever heard Roddenberry tell the story about that in his own words? Like, there was an album that came out back in the 70s called Inside Star Trek. You can find it on YouTube, where he's talking in his own words. He was saying, first of all, you got to get rid of the woman on the bridge. We don't believe her in command of anything. And he said, and then while you're at it, get rid of the guy with the ears. This was a network. They weren't intelligent. They weren't giving intelligent assessment like, Gene, this episode really interesting. But now they're saying it's too boring because they're not shooting things and shooting. They were just jerks. They were idiots. They were moron network executives. But he said, they were saying all these things to us, and we had to make these changes. We were the first ones to get a second shot at a second pilot. That had never happened before, so that was encouraging at least. But he said, so I had to get rid of the character of number one. So I married the woman, and I kept the other guy because I realized I couldn't do it this other way around. And I just kept him. He kept Spock against their wishes, and they let it happen. Because if you look at the second pilot, Spock's in it a lot, but he's not like prominent enough where I guess they just let it go. So, and thank goodness he got it past there. So, but
speaking of a woman on the bridge, Janeway.
Yeah. Who? Oh, her.
Janeway. Yes.
Yep. She good old Janeway. I like her enough.
We were going over the characters, and we haven't really gone past.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Well, that's how great Janeway is. We love Janeway so much. We're spending all this time on her.
Well, no, it's like we start talking about episodes, and then we start talking about other episodes. That's what that did. It's fine.
Well, that is though where you're going to find Janeway is in episodes. Just saying.
Yeah, you know what?
Well, that's true. I can't argue with that, Clobby. That is a very valid point.
That is logic. That's how you like that. Logic. I just logic.
How dare you, Ram Bam? I really like Janeway by the end of it. I really liked her. How dare you?
Incompetent?
Incompetent.
Your spelling of incompetent is incompetent.
Yeah, look, if you're going to, that's the thing. Every time you want to, I've always no one watches their spelling all the time. But it's like if you're going to call somebody an idiot and you misspell it. Or if you're going to say that person's really stupid and you misspell it. Or conversely, that person is really intelligent and you misspell that. Either way, you're in trouble.
Yeah.
No, I did like Janeway by the end of it. So Chakotay is okay. Let's Tuvok. Tuvok is a good, disciplined Vulcan man. And I think that's pretty much all I can say about him.
He's a likable character.
Yeah.
And something very
he did great as a
great
Vulcan.
Performance. Yes. I like Tuvok.
Mm-hmm.
He wasn't inconsistent. He was just very, very Vulcan.
I liked when I like my favorite moment with Tuvok is when he yelled at Mel Brooks, "We ain't found shit."
That is true. When he was combing the desert.
Yes.
Wow.
Yep.
Anyway, so I would say probably my favorite Tuvok episode. It might be the one I was discussing earlier. The one where, for whatever reason, Harry Kim fell in love with the holographic woman, and then but it was actually another woman who was like projecting onto the holodeck. And she rejects Harry Kim, falls for Tuvok, and Tuvok then is basically willing to sacrifice himself so that she'll let Voyager go, but he makes it abundantly clear, I will never love you.
Yeah, that's probably my favorite Tuvok episode too. If I actually had to pick one, you're right. I really liked that one.
Not ringing a bell. What season was that?
That was season 2?
3? 2 or 3? It's one of the early ones.
Maybe 2. I'm almost
was
done
still
with 2.
around.
Okay, so I guess
Okay,
it's
3
probably
then.
3 then.
Maybe 3 or something.
I
Maybe
think-
not. Okay.
Yeah, so
I know Kess is still in it. So yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
so Harry falls in love with a holographic MILF, and then I'm not kidding.
In the holodeck?
And then
Yes.
yeah,
and then
he's a holo character.
Oh yeah, is that the one where Paris tells him, "Look, Harry, we've all fallen in love on the holodeck sometime."
yes,
Oh, yeah.
and
And
Harry's
Luau-
Harry's response was he wanted to purge himself of all emotion
Oh, I know that one. I don't know what
Because-
season it was, but yeah.
because a holographic woman rejected him. He wanted to
Oh, my
never feel
God.
love again. This is what I mean. Harry is one of the most broken people ever written.
We've all had those moments when we were teenagers where we were very
But he's
cringe and
supposed to
angsty.
be in his 20s.
30s almost. Yeah, 20s, right? He's been around.
As a current 20-year-old, I did feel that he was a little juvenile in that episode.
Yeah.
Now, I will understand him. So if we would have taken out him purging all his emotions, I would have understood him being upset because Tuvok, who he's kind of, he'd kind of become friends with, not really, but kind of, sort of, kind of like anybody. The only person Tuvok really was friends with was Janeway, let's be honest.
Yeah.
And
Cass and him formed some.
Yeah, they had. Yeah, they
it was
kind of
because
had
of teacher-student
Yeah.
relationship,
Yeah.
Neelix, he kind of was like,
He was Neelix. Yeah.
So, it's just, he didn't really have like a friendship with anybody else.
Although I will admit, I did kind of smile a little bit when Tuvok did a little jig when Neelix left the show.
Yeah, that was.
I was
Did he
happy.
really?
Cute.
See,
He did. Well, okay,
I don't
we
remember
say
that.
jig. Vulcan jig is he moved.
He moved
his
a foot.
He moved his foot to the left and right a little bit, and that was him dancing. So if you want to call that a jig or dancing,
sure.
that was the closest. But
Thank
he
you,
did a
Chris.
little thing.
Leave it to Chris
Alter
Persia.
ego.
There it is. Alter
Ah.
ego.
Well, as much as I hate Neelix, it was always mildly amusing to see him aggravate Tuvok. And I like Tuvok. But that
Well,
was,
it
I
was
got to
just-
admit, that was kind of, there was an amusing,
Yes.
aspect to that relationship. As much as I can't stand the chicken man.
I overall I'm not fond of Neelix, but I don't have any issues with the relationship the actors had.
No.
They did their roles well. They
It was
played off each other
amusing,
well.
Yes,
Yeah, it's funny.
they did
I
great.
just- It was just the character of Neelix I just couldn't stand.
Oh, chicken man.
It was perfect. I
hate him so
got to the
much.
point where I'm perfectly fine with Neelix as a character because he stopped being annoying, in my opinion, for the most part. He cut, and there was somebody else who took over the annoying position for me. And I'll get to them in a second.
Okay.
Okay.
Literally to the point that Neelix is. I have absolutely no issues with Neelix for the most part. After I think like season 3 or 4, like pretty much no issues with him. I think the
Really?
last bad. I can't recall anything off the top of my head. Maybe because this other character became so annoying, so utterly irritating to me that any irritating other
I know
things
who it's
that
gonna
a
be.
character did, it was eclipsed. So
Wow.
it's a little biased in that regard.
I bet I know who it is.
I bet you do, because I purposely avoided talking about them. And I think we all are in agreement on Chakotay, because we literally didn't even give him I don't even know a good episode where he was the center character in, because he was such an okay character.
Yeah.
And I don't count
maybe
anything
waking. I guess maybe if I had to pick any Chakotay episodes, it would be Waking Dreams. But he's not in that episode really. That's the one where his like spirit had been
Shattered?
like no the one where
Shattered
his
with baby.
the one where his
I'm talking about-
spirit had been like removed from his body and he's like infiltrating other people to try to stop the
Yes.
actual intruder.
Okay. All right, that was fine. And then I will also say Shattered as another episode was good too, where he was the center character, if that makes sense.
But I mean, there's so little about him.
He's Native American man,
Played by a Latino, but yeah.
Very obviously a Latino man. And I will say this right now, when his hair, there's one point where, and I don't know why, but his hair wasn't slicked back. It was like falling forward. And that's like the most stereotypical Hispanic male haircut I've ever seen in my life. And it became very obvious that he was a Native American Chakotay. The guy that plays Chakotay it is painful how not Native American he is.
Really? I didn't know. I don't look at dude's hair and that kind of stuff. I never even noticed his hair. You got hair? Okay.
It was okay. That became very like obvious to me there, but also just his facial features. Loki has more Native American facial features than Chakotay did. Okay.
Okay.
So it's
okay.
You got the high cheekbones, you have the high forehead, the nose is a certain, generally speaking, that's kind of like some of the features, and it's that you couldn't find any fucking actor out there that had enough that could look okay. All right. Why'd you have to make him Native American? Just out of curiosity. You could have made him Hispanic and it would have been fine. All right. Hey, it's taco night. Fuck yeah, Taco Tuesdays on Voyager. Woo!
Now I want a Mexican Iron Man led Star Trek show.
There we go.
Me too.
Make it happen, Mike.
And Rambam, I hope I didn't make you mad. I was messing with you about how you spelled incompetent. I hope you know that. I was just messing with you. All right. I am a notoriously awful speller, so I hope I didn't make you mad. But let's see. I'm trying to think. The Doctor was a fantastic character, in my opinion.
Agreed. He's my favorite.
He probably grew the most out of any all the characters.
Yeah.
Well, he had the most growing to do.
Yes.
Yeah. True.
Yeah.
So
that is true, and I do like how even at in the very beginning he viewed himself as equipment.
Yes.
I want to be turned off when people leave.
Can I have the ability? Can you just turn me off? Like, I'm just literally sitting here doing nothing. I've reorganized the medical cabinet 8 times. What can I please turn me off?
Exactly.
Yeah. Yeah, and I also love the story of Robert Picard.
Yes. Excellent.
Chris, you know what your next Photoshop project is.
Oh no. Oh fuck. Guys. My screen.
Put a taco with like Enterprise cells coming off of it and you're good. Oh, we lost Eris.
Oh my god.
Oh my goodness.
Eris,
no. The idea of Mexican Iron Man captaining the U.S.S.
was too much for her.
It was just too much. It was just too much.
Oh my goodness. Well, folks, Eris has been kicked out of her own show by herself, probably. Hey, Dad Man. What's up, Dad Man? I see you there. Good, everybody. Spike and Madness is here also.
But I do love the story that Robert Picardo mentions, how during his audition, he gave the line, he's reading the monologue about how he wants to be able to turn himself off, so he's not in the sick bay for hours on end. and he just at the end of the monologue, he just ad-libbed, "I'm a doctor, not a light bulb," and he says that I guess it was either Berman or Braga, kind of like smiled at him, like, yeah, okay.
I'm a doctor.
That's our doctor.
Not a decorator. He still did that a lot too. They let him do that a lot. I'm a doctor, not a doorstop.
Yes.
You're not a doctor, not a decorator. And which was kind of fun. They didn't have an episode I watched this recently where he mentioned he was giving someone some kind of treatment and he referenced Leonard McCoy. I'm like, whoa, cool.
Oh yeah. It was a technique developed by McCoy. Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah. So, but yeah, he's great. I mean, he's just Picardo leaves the performance is just sensational every time.
Yes,
and
underrated as a singer. He's a good singer.
Yep. He's just the best.
Because since I had not watched Voyager for a little while now,
right?
So to get myself ready for the stream, I watched the episode Tinker Tenor Dr. Spy.
Oh yeah.
It's just that it's one of the few times Star Trek's been able to do comedy well. I like that one, with the whole activate the photonic cannon. He's you
talk about the one with when he went to that planet. That ship. With Andy Dick.
No. That's another one. That is a decent one too. That's a Message in a Bottle.
Yeah. The computer crashed. Okay, we'll take over. We'll
no worries, Loki.
We're here for her. Sucks. Yep. Mine does that. Did that to me mid-show recently too. Sucks.
My computer didn't crash. My whole Google crashed a few minutes into the show. So that was fun.
It sucks. But yeah, so Tinker Spy. What is that one again?
That's the one where the doctor wanted to be able to daydream, and so he made a little program that allowed him to daydream. And then there was an alien species that was spying on Voyager. They hacked into his program, triggering his daydreams, thinking that's what was actually happening on the ship, and all his daydreams were about him saving the ship or all the women on the ship fawning over him.
Okay, is that like what season are we talking about?
That was season 6.
Okay, good ways away then. Yeah, I vaguely remember that one. It sounds familiar, but that's pretty cool. Yeah, they did some funny ones.
There she is.
There you are.
Hi, I saw it because Chris broke my computer. I pulled up Chris's comment and then everything froze and I was like, oh shit.
Uh-oh.
I knew exactly what was about to happen. I was like, shit.
Yes.
Right.
Yes, Ram Bam. Andy Dick was on an episode. Actually, he was an emergency medical hologram also.
Yep.
Was he not in a really
Message in a Bottle. It was a good episode.
That was a fun one. That was when the doctor was sent to the Alpha Quadrant.
Yep.
That was great.
Yeah, to a prototype starship that was under attack by Romulans.
Yep.
That was a really good one. I like that. It's fun.
Yeah. And again, one of the few times Star Trek's been able to handle comedy well.
Well, it didn't. There's the thing about that. The original series had a total of 3 comedies in like out of 80 episodes, whereas the original, the TNG didn't try it that much, to their credit. They once in a while they tried it, but DS9 was obsessed with it. And we just got them reviewing that, as you know. There must have been 40 freaking comedy episodes, usually with Ferengi. It's like, man, could you cut it with the comedies every goddamn week? And now, at least Voyager, from what I remember, doesn't do it every other freaking week. They have once in a while. I'm doing it once in a while. It's fine. But it doesn't really, that's not what we're here for. DS9, they're the worst. They're the worst. And they weren't even funny most of the time. Some of the Ferengi episodes were funny. But anyway, on this show, that was a funny one.
Careful talking smack about DS9.
It sucks. And I like it. That make you feel better that I like it, even though I think a lot of it sucks. But yeah, that was I do love the Promi. Is that
the Prometheus? Yeah, the
episode.
That was the ship that the doctor got sent to.
Oh,
yeah, very cool.
It was a cool ship. That was a cool ship. Yeah.
Speaking of ships, there is one ship out there that can absolutely go fuck itself into oblivion.
Okay.
All right.
All right.
It's
Wow.
called the Equinox.
Oh yeah, that was
Oh,
that was a weird
yeah.
one.
You
Didn't like that
assholes. You
Didn't like that one that much.
total assholes.
Didn't like that much.
Get the fuck out of here. All right. I understand it's hard in the Delta Quadrant, and you were just a science vessel. I get it, but fuck you. Okay.
Wow, poor old Equinox.
I
don't know.
No.
I'm remembering it.
I will say this: Janeway was out of line trying to discipline their captain.
Yeah.
You know, Loki told me the same thing, but I was cheering her on. So,
But
you know,
But
I was like, yeah,
it's the purview.
fuck 'em.
It's the purview of the captain to seek to take care of your ship's survival. So she can't, she doesn't outrank him. They're both captains. Therefore,
She's a woman. She outranks him.
So we're gonna play that game. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, I told you.
Okay,
I said
not
it.
saying what he was doing was ethical. I'm not saying that at all. But it is the purview of the captain to seek after to look after your ship and crew. They did not have anywhere near the resources Voyager did. And
yeah,
since
Thank you, Spike. Somebody here with some sanity still attached. Not at the cost of your crew's souls.
It's not at the cost of your crew's souls. It's at the cost of your soul.
Yeah, it was his soul. But yeah, I agree. I think he was out of line now, if I remember right.
Again, what he was doing was completely horrible and unethical. But it is not Janeway's responsibility to overthrow his command.
Right, she's a captain. He's a captain.
This was stated in this episode.
Which he has to accept by not acknowledging her authority. It then goes to Starfleet. Okay. So they can
we'll
get
just
there.
Ring Starfleet up real quick. No, that should be fine.
But that's the thing. If you he doesn't follow her orders. So it goes to the captain. Right?
Mm-hmm. Equinox didn't have infinite photon torpedoes.
There's also that.
Infinite.
Well, they also, to be fair, they just
quantum.
No, they needed to have Voyagers. See, Voyager had a hack in the system. Okay, they have infinite shuttlecraft, infinite Delta flyers.
Yeah,
infinite. Yes, infinite number.
Okay, but my point is, what if the situation was reversed? What if it was the Enterprise A, or I'm sorry, the Enterprise E, and Voyager? Would Voyager kowtow to another captain's authority?
I don't know. That would have been an interesting episode, wouldn't it?
No.
Janeway, I think, would have eventually swallowed her pride after a lot of talking down. Because I get it. She's very, she got a chip on her shoulder. I mean, I think we can all agree with that. Janeway has a bit of a chip on her shoulder.
Yeah.
And it would have taken, it was easy for her to be like, I'm the better shit of the two. But, she has a weaker shit. I think she would have swallowed her pride, but it would have taken a moment or two. So, Loki counted, by the way. He counted.
I remember in, what was it, Unimatrix Zero, where the Delta Flyer flat out got destroyed, and then it's like fine the next episode. Like, oh, okay.
Dude, it got destroyed several times. You're not putting it's in pieces, Captain. Like, there's no fixing. It's not like, one of the nacelles a little fucked, or there's slight electrical, one of the plasma relays blew. It's like, no, it's in 20,000 pieces in space. There's not I don't think we can replicate enough super glue to put that together. So, as I
Nope.
said, it's just stupid Equinox being stupid. Just like of all the ways to have done that, like that was like I think one of the worst ways. Like, hey, let me capture a sentient race and kill them and then use them for power. There we go. That's what we're gonna do. We're gonna
Not very
use them for
Federation.
power.
Not
And
very
it's
Federation.
like,
Again, I'm not arguing that it's completely unethical what was going on.
yes.
My point is it's not Janeway's prerogative to overthrow his own ship.
Well, I don't
I don't
know.
know what
If
was
Kirk,
okay.
go ahead.
Yeah, okay.
Because if you remember in Year of Hell, it's
Yes.
also stated that the captain needs to see the direct survival of the ship falls to the captain.
Yeah, that's why it goes down. She goes down with the ship, or he goes down with the ship, generally speaking.
Yes.
So,
Well, I don't know because see, usually, as has happened in other episodes of other Treks, if a captain is guilty of breaking the Prime Directive, for example, or doing some committing other crimes against Starfleet or against the Federation, then it becomes incumbent upon the captain who catches him to arrest him. And it's Kirk demonstrated in Omega Glory, and there've been other episodes where captains have done things. So what she was doing was definitely breaking the principles of the Federation and Starfleet regulations. What he was doing, so she had.
Yes.
It was up. I think it was incumbent upon her to just oppose him. That's Starfleet. Even if they were on another quadrant, but
See, that's the thing, though.
regulations don't change.
As Spike and Madness has just pointed out, he would have been court-martialed. That means getting home.
Yeah,
Who wouldn't? If your ship is on the verge of collapse, and you do have this means of getting there,
no, Federation officers take an oath, just like, for example, with the Prime Directive, they've put their life on the line. They promised they would die before violating the Prime Directive.
but this isn't violating the Prime Directive.
Well, it's destroying others.
I mean, it's again, it's murder and it's wrong.
Which is against that is part of the Prime Directive, though. You are interrupting another society or a bunch of intelligent beings. No Federation ship would do that unless they are breaking their oath to the Prime Directive and to Starfleet, and they've pledged that they would die before they would do that. So they are. He's in the wrong. He was in the wrong doing that. That was against Starfleet and Federation policy.
True. Again, yes. But if
you can't put your ship before another race.
Well, honestly, it was so disabled. I mean, it was like in pieces. Like they could have potentially built it back up together, but honestly, I don't know. I think I would have just transferred everything over, and I would have just had them work. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Like, why would you? Like at this point, it's like, yeah, you're really like, okay. Say you have your car. You know, it's your baby. You absolutely love your car, but it goes through all this shit, right? And it's almost to the point, it's barely even being held together with spit and duct tape, right? If somebody comes along and they have a pretty good looking ship, it's not a good looking car, it's not exactly like
it's pristine.
You know, it's pristine for the most part. You know,
they have working replicators, yeah.
But would you bother trying to fix your car? Like, would you really? You know, it's like, oh, we're both trying to go to, we're both trying to get to this one place. Well, why don't you just, like, I have room in my car. Why don't you hop in this brand new car and you can.
Because having two ships is a vastly huge tactical advantage.
Okay, but one ship is like how many resources, time, energy are you going to put into fixing a ship that, for the most part, isn't going to help you? There's no weapons. It's a science vessel.
As you stated, though, Voyager has infinite resources, seemingly.
Yes. For the most part. It's like, why wouldn't you just combine the crews? You know what I mean? Like, it's kind of... the ship was kind of a lost cause. There was barely anything holding it together. It would have taken weeks. I know they talked about, like, rebuilding, but it would have taken a while. I don't give a shit how talented B'Elanna Torres this week is. Okay? I don't care. Like, there is no way that it is falling apart. There is shit, wires, everything falling in. Like, you can't walk around the ship without dodging something. It's like a teenager's room. Okay? It just can't. There's no way. It's just, it's impossible. And there's so much, I know they have, it seems like, unlimited supplies, but at the end of the day, it's like, oh, how much of those supplies anyway would you be willing to commit to a vessel that, even though it will initially ward off people because you're two ships, it's like, tactically, they're kind of a nothing burger. I mean, it's a science vessel. There's not a whole lot that's really beneficial with them, and then you have to have twice as much supply of fuel, twice as much of everything for power, and instead it's, why don't we just come onto this one ship, this bigger ship that has more tactical advantage, and we can kind of like combine like the best parts of that ship, and kind of have storage and backups, and if there are any backups, and compatibility with stuff, and maybe take the plaque. We can take the plaque home or something. I don't know. Just move over to Voyager and deal with that. I don't know. That would have been better. No, I don't know. The captain situation and the first officer situation would have been awkward. That would have been an interesting thing, right? Like, oh, we're combining two crews. There's already a captain and a first officer on this one, but we have to combine them if we really want to, So that would have been interesting. Like, but
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know how much time do we want to waste building something up like that. I don't know.
I don't
Bring
know.
up Deadlock. There are two Voyagers, and the one that's beaten up and damaged is the one chosen to continue in the Voyager.
Yeah. Yeah, that happened.
I will say that was 1000%.
That's the one where the
Writers-
original Harry Kim died.
Oh yeah. Boy, that was a mess of an episode.
Writers.
That was messy.
That was the writers giving me a plot twist. Okay, that really didn't fucking make any sense
Yeah.
at the end of the day. Okay. And yeah, so
Mhm.
worse, they didn't even transport WCM to the damaged Voyager to save. See, this is what I mean. It's like, why would you just stupid? Anyway, stupid Equinox being dumb and its stupidness. It's like, I get it. You had a hard time, but fucking hell, man. God damn it. That is not the way to do that. I don't know what other way
Again,
there could have been.
I am not denying what he did was terrible, but when you are looking at someone who's actually going through what the show really should have been more on, the limited resources and everything.
Right.
Well, they tried and then they forgot about it.
Yeah, I mean, how many times do we see Voyager like severely damaged and then it's fine the next episode?
It's
Like,
all
I really-
fine. Yeah.
Quite frankly,
Like,
I thought it was cool to have the Borg add-ons that they got rid of. Like, I understand the Borg kind of started cannibalizing everything, but how cool would it have been to come back to the Alpha Quadrant and it's kind of like, not just the crew has changed, but also the ship has changed to like a very obvious degree of like the Borg integrating in there and kind of, I don't know. I think that would have been cool to see that, but that's just me.
Yeah.
Borg. Anyway, we've talked about Harry. I think we've talked enough about Harry because, quite frankly, there's so little to talk about Harry that we've already talked about him while talking about other characters.
There's something about Harry. No, there's actually not a whole lot about Harry, turns out.
Oh, apparently he was so hot that he stayed.
Yes. So, do you have a favorite Harry episode that isn't horrifying?
Fuck me. Jesus.
There's the one where future Harry went back in time to try to stop him from destroying the entire ship.
Are you
That
talking
was
about
kind
the Frozen one? Because that's
Yeah,
exactly what I was thinking.
That
timeless.
was okay. That was interesting but weird.
Well, we were talking about Harry Kin episodes. We don't have a whole lot to choose from, Clobby.
No, yeah, I understand.
Yeah, I don't know. I can't give that to you.
Mm-mm.
Everybody else, I can think of. I think of. Oh, okay. Well, there's like this one episode. Oh, okay. This one's pretty good. I liked this one, and
Right.
just I can't think of Harry, and it's funny because his character becomes self-aware. Like at one point, and I thought that was going to be a turning point for his character, and then it never fucking does.
No.
I thought Loki was memeing when he kept yelling at Harry during us watching the show. Harry, you're never gonna get out of being an ensign. Harry, you're useless. Harry, what the hell? And I'm just like, Tom Paris will literally get from nothing to lieutenant to demoted for an incredibly stupid reason back to ensign and then get back up to lieutenant while you have not moved an inch.
Yep.
And he has the ambition.
At least
sometimes.
the lieutenant junior grade. Come on, Janeway.
Yeah, what the fuck? At least. Like, quite fucking frankly, there shouldn't be any ensigns on your senior staff, okay? And the fact that there are characters on this ship that are not
aren't even part of Starfleet, yeah.
that have pretty much a higher ranking. Okay, both the Doctor and Neelix and Dr. Neelix and 7 and 9 have a higher fucking ranking, just in general, not like officially, but like technically they do. Obviously they do compared to Harry.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's like basically all three of them have like unofficial lieutenant positions as far as like kind of how they are treated and how they act. Like it just seemed like they have unofficial lieutenant positions. Whereas it's like, no, Harry's just a fucking ensign. He's useless, okay? He's somehow the best and useless at the same time, and I don't know how he manages to do it.
It cracked me up. I love it.
It's like, I'm the sidekick. And I'm like, yeah, Harry, you are the fucking sidekick. Okay?
Oh, Lordy. Yeah.
Remember when he fell into some alien goo and then a more competent version of him arose from that goo?
Goo Harry was good.
And then died, but yeah.
Melted. You don't remember the demon planet?
Oh, trying to, probably.
So
come back
the
to
demon planet, where it's like this planet is the worst thing. Okay, fuck this planet. It is the worst thing. By the way, that's the only place anywhere ever that there's going to be dilithium. Apparently,
right.
What? How do we have? How are our long range sensors so amazing sometimes that we can talk tens of thousands of light years to other people?
They can track ships going at multiple times the speed of light, but yeah.
But God help us if we can find some fucking dilithium that's not like 8 years away. God help us. It's like, what? Surely this is the shittiest planet ever. And maybe we're accidentally in somebody else's space, which we tend to do a lot. Or we just accidentally walk into somebody else's we walk into somebody's house and we're like, oh, how the hell did we get here? And it's just, ugh. So, hold on 1 second.
Hi, Loki.
Talk shit about Harry real quick.
Okay. Trying to think of, were there any other really good Harry Kim centered episodes?
I don't think so.
I mean, we talked about the alternate reality one where he woke up back on Earth and then did everything he could to get back to Tom Paris.
Oh God, yeah.
Left his hot girlfriend Libby so he could be with Tom.
Oh, jeez.
where he actually had a career, people respected him. To go back to the
and he
ship
could've
that
stayed
was
there.
lost.
He could have stayed there. It wouldn't hurt anything. It wouldn't hurt Voyager at all. In fact, they'd be better off without him.
They probably would have.
I'm sorry, that's not nice.
We talked about the one where he tried to purge his emotions because a hologram rejected him.
Oh,
Look,
as far as I'm concerned, the worst thing he ever did, he turned down a chance with 7, so that makes him a worthless worm in my book. I'm kidding around, folks. I'm just joking. It was perfectly fine.
I know there's got to be. Oh, there was the episode with like some of the younger cadets on the ship, and Harry flat out says that he hadn't met one of them before. And then in like the next episode, it was like a flashback episode where she was there and she hit Harry with like a toolbox. So apparently that was not a memorable event to him.
Okay, gotcha.
It's like, oh, is this just a regular thing for Harry? People just randomly hit him?
Yeah, he's just it's not, I don't really, he's just there. It doesn't bother me like a Neelix or like a particularly, people like, he's just fun to goof on, granted, but he doesn't really bug me one way or the other. I don't know about you, sort of just like he's exist. If he didn't, I never would. I mean, if he left the show, I wouldn't have given a crap.
And Spike and Madness has a good point. 7 would have destroyed Harry.
Much like Loki's artist would absolutely destroy Mexican Iron Man. All right, that's just kind of how it is. All right. All right. Honestly, yes. I think Harry was, he was a good boy doggo, and he was like, oh, I kind of like this other doggo, 7, and then 7 was like, would you like to mate? We can mate right now. Undress, prepare yourself. And the good doggo Harry was like, oh, and then just ran away.
Well,
yep.
So when you were having your computer issues, Eris, I mentioned that just to kind of refresh myself a little bit on Voyager, I watched the episode Tinker Tenor Dr. Spy.
Fantastic episode.
That's a fun one. And at one point, they're looking at the Doctor's daydreams on the holodeck to try to figure out, where the algorithm is that's causing all these issues. Mm-hmm. And it cuts to an image of the Doctor painting 7, yes. and she's nude, mm-hmm. and the way Harry is staring at her. It's like, have you ever seen a pair of breasts before at all?
Well, to be fair, they're 7's breasts.
So. I'm not denying that.
I mean, they're pretty gravity defying.
That is true.
You know what? Yeah, I'm sure the actress has some pretty great, some pretty great boobs. But I know for a fact this super fucking corset lies. Okay, all right. Corset fucking. You think defying gravity does not suit like what to describe what a corset does. Okay, it's beyond that. So she had that, and I also think she had a corset push-up bra built in to her outfit, like double whammy. Okay, so whatever's actually happening underneath her clothes, I think is like 2 to 3 cup sizes down than what they made it look like. So it was.
Because the few times where she's actually wearing like a regular Starfleet uniform, she's not that huge.
That.
Yeah.
Hmm.
I mean, it's just boobs. There you go. Yeah, exactly. But to be fair, we also in his defense, in Harry, I will say, so also in Harry's defense, we don't know what kind of Borg implants are happening in other
That
areas
is
of her
true.
body.
That is
So
true.
what if she had Borg nipples? Okay,
Hmm.
like you know what I mean?
Okay,
Like,
you know what? That's fair. I'd probably be staring at those two then. Yeah.
you'd probably be staring at Borg nipples.
But
Okay,
I mean,
you
the
know.
way he was staring at Seven's chest, it was very
I know,
much
I'm
like
looking
it,
now.
it was like a 15-year-old like staring at boobs for the first time. Like,
To be fair, Harry definitely gives me 15-year-old. I've never seen a boob before. Energy. So I was very surprised that one episode when he actually successfully laid a woman, laid a
and then
woman.
got a glowing
Yeah.
STD from it.
It was just that good. Okay, hold on. Let me see. Voyager. I need to actually see this. I want to see the look on his face.
Oh yeah.
So I feel the need. I want to see the look on his face. And
Borg nipples are
just-
USB ports.
their USB port is actually able to download so much data. So I will say I've found myself numerous times humming the song that the doctor sings at the beginning of that episode.
Oh, the do 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 do.
Two fox of man.
What was your reaction the first time you saw that part?
Loki fucking showed it to me before the episode.
Oh.
So, yeah, he spoiled that. Well,
Okay.
because I absolutely love his singing. I was like, it's like
Robert
a
Ricardo's
fangirl.
has a good voice, yeah.
When I found out that was him, he's like, oh, he's classically trained. I was like, that's fan-fucking-tastic. Have this man sing all the time. I'm very happy with this. There's something about super talented.
There was also
singers.
Seven is also a really good singer
Yeah.
too.
So the second I found out she was a singer, I was like, I must have them sing together as many times as we can. Just shove it in there. I don't care what you have to do. Okay.
Yeah. Like unironically, one of my favorite scenes of the entire series is when they sing "You Are My Sunshine" together.
Yes, that was absolutely fantastic. Even though what's actually happening in that in that scene is horrific. Them singing together, it was great.
It's horrific.
What's actually happening in that scene? Yes, the sunshine. Are we thinking about the same "You Are My Sunshine" episode where they removed his ethical?
No. Okay, you're thinking of that time in Equinox where the other doctor was torturing her.
No, that was him.
That's right. That's right.
He took away his ethical subroutine. So you're talking
Right.
about the other time? Yes, the other time.
I'm talking about the other one where he starts to develop, where it becomes clear the doctor's starting to have feelings for her.
Yes, and that was cute. I thought that was cute.
Which is part of what made the rendition several episodes later more unsettling.
So horrific. Yes.
Yes.
It was.
Okay. All right. Cute. So we're on the same page now.
We're good. It is 2 different times that they sung that. Yes. Hold on.
Yeah, I was talking about the happy, cheerful moment. You went right to the dark one.
Oh, well, you know. I will say it's so funny, and Tinker, God, whatever that episode is.
That's a fun one. That's a real good one.
All of the women, it's really funny, and you have the different reactions from the 3 main female cast members. You know,
even the computer voice got in it. Huh?
Yes. It was like B'Elanna.
Warning: last chance to be a hero, Doctor.
Yeah. B'Elanna was being, how do I put this? B'Elanna, I guess. And Seven was adorable. It's really funny to me, especially when she kissed him on the cheek, and she was like, "That was platonic." Cool. Yeah.
That was platonic. Don't expect me to pose for you.
Yes, it's like, yeah, no, we're not fucking doing that. Janeway was just Janeway thought it was hilarious.
Well, because she's not the one that she didn't see any of the more humiliating ones.
I
Like she
know.
didn't.
I
It's
know.
like
Even the
I-
time
it's like
where
you
she
could.
put the
It's like
metal.
I can understand Torres being upset about it. I can understand Seven being upset about seeing
know.
what the Doctor's fantasies. Jane. Oh, the only time Janeway actually saw herself in those fantasies, she was congratulating the Doctor.
Yeah, yeah. It was. Although, like, I just saw the singing portion, so I didn't see like any lead up, and so I didn't really know it was coming 100%. I didn't. It was just the look on. I will say that it was burned into my brain. The look on Janeway's face when he's singing about Tuvok having Ponfar, and there is no other way to say this. She looks like she really really enjoyed the Doctor song. Okay.
Mm.
And that
mean-
is unfortunately burned into my brain. For some reason, my brain decided, you know what, we need to save that snapshot. And I just, why did we do that? Also, Doctor, your fucking drawing skills are shit. Okay, I saw the 7 sketches. Those were awful. Okay. Those were some awful ass live drawings. Okay.
They were okay for like a rough, quick sketch. If you're gonna do something with it later.
I expect more from the hologram. Okay.
Okay.
Expect more. Hell, he is a hologram. It should be perfect.
That's
At
true.
least that, anyway.
Oh yeah, this was during the bad perm time of Balana. Ugh. Who the fuck? First of all, stop giving Klingon short hair. Stop it. Stop. That needs to be thrown away.
But she is half human.
I don't care. She looks bad
Not
with
good
short hair. I'm trying to find the part and
It's like right when you it's like right when Janeway comes in, like there's a body double lying there topless, the Doctor's painting, and the camera like pans over and there's Seven and Harry.
yes.
Yep.
No, I know. I just why the fuck am I a stupid thing? Oh, what was it? The dream episode. My favorite Harry moment, okay? And this actually really doesn't have a whole lot to do with Harry. But my favorite Harry moment is when he's in that one dreaming episode where they're all asleep and Seven is very strongly coming on to him and she says resistance is futile and I was clapping. I was like, yes, definitely. That's Seven, that is your come on go to. Okay. Resistance is futile. That is 1000% your come on go to. And it better be. So I just because I joked about that before. I was just like, well, obviously if she wants to she needs to say resistance is futile and not futile.
Not futile.
Futile.
Yeah,
Not futile.
Not futile.
How many times did oh my god.
It's
How many
futile.
times did I scream at the TV when they said
Say futile?
and I screamed futile?
Oh Lord, did somebody say
every
that?
time. Every time. And I was just like, no, I understand it's British. Okay, I get that futile is British. I don't care. It sounds better than, hey, y'all, resistance is futile, y'all.
Yeah, resistance is futile. You got the
My
dang
inner
revenge
Arwen.
is dang futile. Cut it out with that
Resistance.
resistance stuff.
Resistance, that's futile, y'all. So, let's see. All right, shall we get to? So I know y'all don't like Neelix. So if y'all don't, I will say my favorite Neelix episode, and it's funny because I actually told Joss at the time that I really liked this Neelix episode, but I think it's gonna have to be my favorite. It's his investigative reporter phase.
That lasted for like one episode.
Yeah.
Yeah, Investigations was actually what it was called.
I think so. Yeah, I think
Yeah.
so. I think that was the best Neelix episode. So
my favorite Neelix episode is anyone he's not in. Those are
Is
great.
it
I mean,
Homestead
great.
when he
great.
fucked off?
Is he in it?
Homestead is when he fucks off. It's when he leaves
That's
the
the one
ship.
he
No,
leaves
well,
in.
no, because he's in that one.
Yeah, but then he
Come on.
leaves.
But he's in it, so that's bad enough. I mean, yeah, any episode, because they skipped him a couple times, at least in the early seasons. I don't know if they did anyway else. There are a couple where he's just mercifully not there, and I'm like, you know what? Whatever this episode's faults might be, not one drop of Neelix.
He's actually pretty tolerable in the workforce episode, because he wasn't in like the away party that got captured, by Voyager. So they come back and they're like, what the hell's going on here? And as they're like trying to like find the crew, he's the one that's actually like kind of trying to like reintroduce people to their lives, and also understands this is a big moment. I should just leave. It's like he's actually respectful in that one. He's not, I need to get involved in every single thing that you're doing. But gotcha. I would say probably my favorite Neelix episode would probably be Fair Trade. The one where like they got to like his limit of the knowledge of being the tour guide, and so he was desperately trying to figure out. He was desperately trying to get a map, and like one thing led to another. It's like everything fell logically. You can understand why he's doing it. I thought that was actually a decent episode.
Okay. Sorry, I just saw the Harry Kim face.
Oh, okay. You want to pull that up?
Well, it's not in very good quality. I will say that it's in pretty shit quality, but you can't really tell.
You can tell. Like, you can tell exactly where his eyes are.
But you can't really. You can't really get it, like the expression. Like, okay, here, I'll just show it. But
lucky we did Tuvix last week, and it was fun going through that ridiculous episode. I won't go there.
I skipped it. I skipped. I already saw it. I didn't need to see it again. Like, you're talking really shit quality, but I mean, he's just like,
oh my god,
what's he doing? He had a shot at. You had your shot, Harry. Or was it? Unless this was before that, I don't know.
No, this is after. This is way after.
No, okay.
Y'all don't love Tuvix. He was fine. I was actually perfectly fine with Tuvix at the beginning, and then he completely and utterly lost me.
I
wanted him to die.
Yeah, when he started whining like a biatch about dying, and so you're killing me, you're murdering me, you're executing me. Hey, what about the two people that you will be murdering?
Yeah.
I mean, look, it was just so fun.
The thing I like, the one thing I will give credit to that episode is there's no easy way out. We see that a lot.
No, it was an easy way out. Fuck him.
I'll tell you why there is an easy way out. This episode suffers from what a lot of episodic television written by impatient writers happen. For example, if this had happened, and I know they couldn't compress time this way, but just to say, don't do the story when you can't do it justice, because 2, 3, 4, 5 years down the road, and then they finally some way to put them back together, then you have a serious ethical question, because this character, this person, has existed as a single entity for a longer period of time. This was a few weeks.
Mm-hmm.
It's like it's not enough time for that concept to breathe properly.
Yeah.
So it's like, look, those two people have, they're very much, they lived very, very long lives, even though I don't like what's his face, I like Tuvok. I just don't like. But forget what I think about what's his face, the Neelix. Right. You have the ethical question is a lot tougher, because it's like, look, I'm sorry. I mean, she's the captain.
Yeah.
She's supposed to protect these beings that lived way longer than you did. But I mean, if the being had lived a much longer life as Tuvix, you may have but the same conclusion. Mm-hmm. But you certainly have a tougher argument going your hands, but not that way.
And like you're saying, like with the episodic TV, if you had made his guest spot like 5 episodes, and then they figure out how to solve it. Now it's a much bigger question, because the audience also has gotten to know him and stuff.
It's a weightier issue. It's certainly not quite as clear cut, even though I still think she made the right decision. But and another thing is, this is supposed to be an amalgamation of Tuvok and Neelix. Well, the Tuvok aspect of that being would not have cried and whined like a little bitch. So it all came from what's his face, Neelix, who admitted in a previous episode to running and letting millions of kids and people burn and the internet because he didn't want to save their lives because he was a coward. In a previous episode. So the an honorable being, whatever honor that being has between those two characters was engulfed and was completely replaced, that came from Tuvok by the coward garbage character of Neelix. Because Tuvok wouldn't have done that. No aspect of Tuvok would have been whining like a baby that you're executing me. Well, no, but Tuvok would use logic and honor that. Well, you're putting us back the way we were. That's the way we want it. So Tuvok would not have wanted to stay in like that. Tuvix, if supposedly this intelligent character, would have understood why Janeway was doing it. But then you don't have this phony drama at the end. And then these people are crap writers. Boom.
I'm trying to think. Any other? There's two characters I've been skipping on purpose. Let's see. So Kess. Shall we get to? Oh no, there's a few. So 7 of 9. I think we all like 7 of 9, right? We all enjoy her.
Oh yeah,
7 of 9's great.
I will say, I think overall, I think she was overused toward the end, but
a little bit.
But overall, a strong character.
But she was popular, so that's what's going to happen. Yeah.
There's two reasons she was very popular.
I would say a good 3 or 4, but okay, I understand. The 2 is a better joke, but I'd say the word mother has
I agree with
assets. Sorry.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I understand that you men can't.
She's beautiful. She's rich.
Her.
She's got huge tracts of land.
Looks at you see in a woman her boobs. I see it. I understand how
I said there were other things.
Yes.
Okay.
Her
butt and her legs. Okay. I understand.
I am joking.
Yeah, Oliver.
I do enjoy 7 as a character.
I know. I'm leaving on y'all.
And I will.
And we deserve it, by the way.
And in all honesty, I will say that I think that they should have kept her in the Borg makeup much longer and have and have her transformation be much more gradual.
Well,
yeah, I think like a good half season of her turning into that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, instead of just one episode of of slowly seeing her transformation into her human form.
I was able to stimulate molecules and make your hair grow back some fucking how. I was able, or your hair follicles.
They can just do that, but they can't do it for Picard. That's one stubborn scalp.
No. You don't understand. Picard is supernaturally bald because of Q. Okay.
Oh.
All right. So, 7 and 9.
I'll go along with that headcanon. Yeah.
Thank you. 7 and 9 was utterly, I think, fascinating as a character. Overutilized just enough that it was noticeable. I would say just enough.
I guess you know why.
Line.
And there's even an episode flat out where 7's the only one doing anything. Everyone else is asleep. They're literally saying 7 can run the whole ship. Well,
look. Let's be honest about something. There's something. I'll tell you. I wasn't watching the show when it was airing originally that much at all. Mm-hmm. And I remember I used to go to when I would get off of work. It was a friend of mine who owned a comic shop there. I'd gotten another buddy of mine the job there running that shop, and on comic book day happened to be Wednesdays at that point. It is now, I think it's again. But anyway, New Comics Day was Wednesday, so they would be open or later. Mm-hmm. And I remember I walked in there one day because I wasn't watching one. We used to tease each other. You watch that Voyager? Whatever. I'm watching it at the point, whatever. But I walk in there one day, and I walk into my buddy, and everyone's all these like 3 or 4 dudes are staring up at the TV that he's got running. I'm like, "What are you guys watching?" Voyager. And I'm like, "You watch Voyager?" His eyes were glued to it too. I said, "Why?" He says, "Look, just look, dude. I don't watch Voyager. All right.
They put a
Oh,
hot woman on the Star
Oh.
Star show.
holy crap! What is that? Boy, I mean, look, that's why it was there,
No
baby. They,
offense, Bobby. I don't need to know what noise it makes. Okay?
No,
I don't
that
need
was
to-
just the a speculation on my part. I was only speculating. I don't know if that's the case.
Uh-huh.
But yeah, that's okay. Yeah, it's just, but it didn't make me start watching the show, but I understood it.
So,
Mhm.
yeah, I know why they did it. No, I totally. You have a bunch of fucking nerds with a hot ass woman on the show. Yeah, I know why. I'm not dumb. Okay, like it's very obvious why
Yeah.
you did it. She's a strong woman. You know, a strong, beautiful, intelligent woman. Yeah, obviously that the nerdy
That they won't ruin in
male-
Picard at all. Just
No,
throwing
we
that
don't
out.
talk
Yeah.
about him.
Should be fine.
That the nerdy male, mostly male audience are going to just, yeah, obviously they're going to drool over. Yeah, I get why you did it, but they also made her as a good character, so I don't
They
care.
did
And
absolutely,
she is
which
hot,
Yeah.
which is excellent.
undeniable.
She's not only gorgeous and all that kind of stuff. And by the way, that is a compliment to the actress and the writing. And as much as I bash on the writing sometimes of the show, you managed to make her a great character. If you're going to put your money where your mouth is. If you're going to make her, if you want to bring in that audience, because let's face it, it's TV, it's Hollywood. They don't put a whole lot of, they don't specialize in putting unattractive people in TV in movies.
Do
Generally,
you really
They do
want to
it.
sit down and watch unattractive people?
No,
Bobby,
I
in your
don't.
spare
I happen to
time?
be one. I happen to be one, so I don't want to watch it. I don't want to watch Maya. So I don't want.
I
I want to watch.
I
the
want to
hot,
be represented.
Yeah, I don't want to be represented one bit. I can see that garbage in the mirror if I want to. So
Jesus Christ.
but that is a point of entertainment, though. It's true. We watch it for the most part. Now sometimes they'll cast to be more realistic in some shows and movies. That's fine. But let's face it, a lot of our Hollywood is we watching these, these attractive people doing things, and especially when it comes to the ladies and the dudes. I don't care about them, but I got to understand why they would be as well. So that's just part of entertainment in Hollywood. And that's
Sure.
cool. So, and by the way, on the Starship, they should be the most fit and most, qualified people. So all that's fantastic. So yeah. However, they got to be good at it too. They've got to be good at playing the roles and make you get into the character. And she was marvelous. So, yeah.
No, and now that's not to say that they didn't have issues with writing her, as
No.
Ram Bam pointed out here. I wish that they would have kept in mind that she was 7 years old when she was abducted, and
True.
so I would have liked her to be a little more childlike at the very, very beginning.
Yeah.
Which Jerry Ryan said she did try to do it like in her first 2 episodes, but then after that she kind of went into the 7 that she was for the rest of the show.
Well,
yeah,
I don't know. I think she had her teenage years a little bit there. That's why I call it the teenage phase of 7 was when she was butting heads with Janeway. Like I'm not even kidding. Like I think I don't know if that's unique to me because I butted head with my mom when I hit the teenage status and puberty and all that. But it's like to me that was she went from being like a child to a teenager for a while, and because I mean she kind of did, but then she did end up growing into it was nice. I kind of felt like the Doctor on a few times where it was just like, look at her go. Like, look at this. She had no social skills coming on, and now she's actually becoming it. And I was a little on the fence about the shoehornness of the Chakotay 7 relationship because I thought she was going to get the Doctor,
which just comes completely out of nowhere. Yeah,
it did, but I will say it somehow worked for me in Endgame. I have no actual rational reason why it kind of ended up working for me because I was very much against it in the initial episode that the one of the 2 episodes where it was talked about. I didn't agree with it. I was like, this is stupid. They barely talk to each other. Why the hell are they getting in a relationship? This feels very forced. But I was like, okay, fine, 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 fine. I'm okay with it. Okay, they actually kind of seem to work. All right, I'm fine with this. All right, this isn't a Tucker to Paul situation where they don't fucking work at all, in my opinion. Except for the only reason why they worked was because of the Expanse. Okay, and I use work with giant quotation marks. Y'all know how I feel about that relationship, but it's just I was like, okay, I think y'all work. Whatever. Moving on, I guess. So just but seven was fantastic because I utterly usually it's the simplest ideas that become like the most applauded at the end of the day. It is a very simple idea. Borg reverts back to being a human. That's a very simple idea, right? Very, very simple.
Yeah.
And I thought they did it pretty damn well. Not perfect, not perfect at all, but pretty damn well. I thought they handled her character pretty good. One of the best of the show, I think, by far. Her and the Doctor are probably my two favorite characters. Janeway, I think, is my third favorite if I had to pick one. Which is odd because I usually really love the Vulcans, but I mean, Tuvok didn't have. I mean, he was a perfectly good, disciplined Vulcan, and that was his character, and so I didn't have a whole lot to, work with there. He was perfectly good. I have no real qualms about him. But as far as like my favorites, he's not in my top 3. So,
Yeah.
and I will go ahead and segue into Kess.
Wait, hold on. What about favorite episode of 7?
Of 7? God damn, there's so many. Dark Frontier Part 1 and 2 are solid. When Seven's first introduced is really good too. There's a couple of really awful fucking episodes. Loki did not prepare me for the Voyager conspiracy at all. I was not prepared for that fucking episode. All right, I was sitting there and I'm like, okay, Seven, I see where you're going with it. Okay, I can see where this is going. And she's talking to Chakotay, and I'm like, okay, all right, obviously this is silly, and obviously she's malfunctioning. But like, all right, this is kind of silly, and then all of a sudden we take this turn. And the episode never actually recovers from that turn. It's like, by the way, Janeway is keeping the fucking ship in the, it's keeping the ship in the Delta Quadrant. And what? and basically from that point onward, the episode was incredibly stupid. The Me Too episode was bad. It's funny is because at the beginning there was some potential, like Seven for the first time dealing with somebody like inappropriately touching her. I thought that's where they were going to go with the episode, but no, that's not what happened. I thought that would have been an interesting idea for her to deal with.
I don't remember that one too well.
It's okay.
Well.
You don't need to remember it too
I'll
well.
see it back again eventually when we get around to it. But
Raven's pretty damn good.
The Raven is pretty good.
Dan's pretty good. But yeah, I do understand too, but I probably wouldn't have.
You mean you don't like the episode? What about the episode where she risked the entirety of Voyager for a dream world of the Borg?
Unimatrix 1?
Yeah.
Hey, all right. The Borg Klingon is my boy in those fucking episodes. Okay, fucking Borg Klingon for the win. I forget what his name is. It starts with a K, but fuck yeah, Borg Klingon. Can he replace Valana? Like hell yeah, Borg Klingon. Let's go. That was great. I love that. And you know what, Borg Queen, man. I haven't seen somebody have such a I have actually, but it's been a minute since I saw somebody that was such like a minor, like not even a minor, like a guest star basically on a show, have such a massive hate boner for somebody. Like, holy shit! She's like, that's my daughter. 7 of 9, the princess of the Borg. Because let's be real, that's what she was. You know.
Yeah.
How about the Borg Queen, or Voyager, just ignoring the fact that, oh, there's Seven's dad right there. Can we like save him? No, okay.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, you're right. It's like, nah, fuck him, move on.
Fuck off. Fuck off.
Fuck him. That was
Indeed,
so
it's-
messed up though. When they revealed that, I was just like, oh shit! Good lord. Did the Berg really need virtual reality? There was potential in that two-parter.
Janeway's plan to get her, Tuvok, and B'Elanna assimilated in order to accomplish it. That was unbelievably dumb.
Yeah, I will say Tuvok looked fine as a Borg. B'Elanna somehow looked better as a Borg than she did as a Klingon. I don't ever want to see bald Janeway ever again. That was horrific. That was bad. That woman, you can't pull off bald, Kate. I don't know what to tell you. That was awful. You kind of look. You didn't even really look. How do I put this? You kind of.
I mean, you're trying to save a dream world, and so you're order yourself and members of your crew to go through an operation that often involves the removal of limbs, and that was plan A, Janeway.
Yeah, as much as I kind of love Janeway, there were some moments where I was like, "What else did you put in that black coffee this morning? Did your replicator put some bourbon in your coffee this morning, Janeway?" I'm a little, I'm
Just a little.
little confused about this.
Just a little. Oh dear,
Also,
oh dear.
just really funny that 7 fell in love with this guy, and I'm just like,
Yeah.
Sure. This is online dating for the Borg. It's just
And it was one of the alien dudes from Star Trek Insurrection. So
Really?
yay us.
Oh, I haven't
Wow.
actually seen that. That's like I haven't watched that movie yet.
You haven't seen Star Trek
So-
Interaction?
No, I saw Generations.
Mhm.
Because Josh made me for a video. And
You're welcome.
I've seen Nemesis or Insurrection. I have seen First Contact.
Yeah, First Contact's okay, but it's nothing great or anything.
You can.
It's mildly entertaining. It's an action movie, I guess, or sort of. You like
Yeah.
it, or no? You don't like it much.
I'll probably put it on as background.
Great soundtrack by Jerry Goldsmith. It was
God, yes.
brilliant. Just fabulous.
Anyway, so I would probably say my favorite 7 episode is Survival Instinct. The one where
with the 3 others.
With the 3 other Borg drones that they crash landed. They were severed from the Borg collective, so that they just go about default programming, setting up a distress beacon. But then they're like, because they're no longer with the Borg, they're like, oh my god, what's happened to me? And they all start to have those memories and everything. But because 7 was a kid and the other 3 were adults, she like completely panics and like severs their ability to have independent thoughts, so that they will follow her orders and reestablish the thing. And then they come back and they're like, hey, what happened? And you've killed us, kind of thing. I thought that was this really good episode.
Oh yeah, and the decision at the end, I think they 1000% made the correct call, in my opinion. So I can't believe it. Was it Chakotay who came up with the second plan? Was that Chakotay who came up with the other idea?
I believe.
Okay.
Yes. Yeah. I think so.
So it was Chakotay. Okay, Chakotay, you fucking idiot. All right, you're just gonna give them back to the Borg. That's your plan. Really?
Yeah, that should be Operation Never.
That shouldn't have even been an option.
Yeah.
Okay. It should have been either we kill them now to kind of, or we let them. But even then, the kill them now is a terrible option, but it's better than, we're just going to send these 3 people back to the Borg. What the fuck? Why would we do that?
Oh my god.
You're welcome, Josh. Oh my goodness, I'm excited. What is it?
What'd you do now?
No, Chris obviously made a thing.
What did you do, Josh?
There you go.
Oh, hells yeah. Look at this.
You got something for us, huh? There you go.
That's amazing.
Mexican Iron Man is Commander Totally.
That needs to be a Taco Tuesday thumbnail.
Yes.
That's fantastic.
He's missing a sombrero.
You got to put that on Taco Tuesday. So Mikey can see. Mikey's got to see that.
That is glorious, Chris. Well done.
Well done, Chris Starr,
fantastic.
as always. Nice, Chris.
And it's 1801. Okay, that's it's one higher.
You should have done. What is Cinco de Mayo? It's 5:05. Is that Cinco de Mayo? Your request was fulfilled. Fantastic.
It is true. It is true. I just recommended a taco with the Enterprise and the cells. You're the one that added like having like the engineering section be a burrito with the the dish right there. That's great.
Now I want a burrito.
I know. I'm hungry now. Thanks, Chris.
Thanks, Chris.
We always get to this point in the show where we're hungry.
Damn it, Chris.
That's glorious. Thank you, Chris.
Absolutely fantastic. All right. So we did it. So 7. So now we move on to Kes. Now I will say, Kes was an okay character. I really questioned why she was dating Neelix. Okay, I kind of felt like she was dating him more because she felt like she owed him her life.
Yeah,
and
I definitely
not
got that
really because she wanted to actually date him. And Kes, but overall, I would say Kes was perfectly fine as a character. I didn't really have that much bad necessarily to say about her, And when she left, I was like, okay, she her leaving, fine, whatever. I don't care. Wait, why the fuck is her hair different? Those kind of my general thoughts, right? I thought she made a great nurse too. And then we get to her actual last episode. And
Fury.
It so thoroughly destroyed her character that I'm glad she got fucking fired, okay? I'm glad she left. Because if that was what I was if that's the kind of Kes I was going to get instead, fuck it. Fuck the character. No. Great entrance, great exit, right? Helped the ship as she left. Very Kes-like, right? Everything. Oh, we have old Kes now. She's coming aboard the ship. And it's like, okay. And then it cuts to the fucking interior corridor of poor Deck 11. And it is being imploded. Literally implode. It's like, how is the ship not torn in 2 implosions? Okay. She then goes back in time and is like, you know what, Janeway? fuck you. And you're just like, but why though? And she's like, well, because I am too insecure to go home. And you're like, why the fuck is that my problem? And the entire audience is going, nobody fucking knows why this is Janeway's problem. Because it's not Janeway's problem.
Yeah.
This is nobody else's problem but Kess's problem. And for some odd reason, Kess has decided to seek out Voyager honestly, because she can't take responsibility of her own actions.
Well, she's only 9 years old. Sorry. Like 3 years old, sorry. That's why she lived to be 9, but she's actually only 3, right?
Well, she's not even really a fucking corporeal being anymore.
Oh, okay.
That is true.
She's energy. She's an energy being. She's entered a higher plane of existence.
Yeah.
Because of the other last episode. So
yeah, her other last episode.
Yes.
Yep. Been a while.
God damn it, Loki's cooking pizza and I can smell it.
God damn you, Loki! Blame Loki.
Damn it, Loki.
Well, you'll get some. You'll get some in a couple hours. So.
I'm probably gonna steal a pizza too. He makes a stupid, amazing pizza.
The thing is, they didn't give her a good reason to go back to Voyager. Something you could have. Something you could have done, because it's right there. It's right there. Have Kess go back to her home world and try to see what's going on. Without Voyager around, the Kazon have like completely obliterated the world. The energy reserves that the caretaker pumped into whatever that facility was, it's running out. So she uses her powers to maybe go back in time to try to stop, to try to help. And she is the one that causes the caretaker powers to make Ocampa this desolate world, forcing them to live underground.
Yeah.
So she then focuses on going to Voyager to stop them from ever leaving the Kazon, leaving Ocampa open to the Kazon.
Right.
God damn you, Loki. God damn.
What is he? Damn it, Loki! What are you doing?
Yeah, damn Loki.
You're welcome. God damn you. All right. God damn, I can smell it in here. Yeah, no, I agree. That would have been a better episode, Josh. Like 100%. Where it's like she accidentally, or like Voyager coming there inadvertently causes the Kazon to invade Ocampa. And then she accidentally basically causes everything. Like I kind of like that, where it's like it's her. She's not able to take responsibility, and it's technically her fault that this is going on. And she blames Voyager for it because she can't. Or how about this? Her entire race gets decimated because of her actions. Yeah. So she's the last one, and because of that, she literally goes into like, I don't know, some kind of, I don't want to say fit, that's not the correct term, but she goes into like this fury is also not the correct term. She just has like this meltdown of sorts, and she takes it out on Voyager. Because if Voyager would never have picked her up, then blah blah blah, so on and so forth. And also, can we just like give Janeway a round of applause for surviving like 4 zaps from Kess somehow? Like that woman, like should have died after.
It's called character shields.
Holy shit! Electricity is not good for your heart, and she kept getting zapped with
she was zapping the person that has internalized shields, and she died almost instantly. But Janeway's fine.
Yeah, Janeway almost literally like she just got kind of like the wind knocked out of her. It's holy fuck, Janeway, what are you made of?
She's the captain. She's made of sterner stuff.
Damn it, Loki. Now I'm
Wow.
torturing everybody.
Entire pan, so think old school lunch pizza, but way better. Except he probably put pineapple on it or something.
He does not. That would be a fruit. Loki does not consume fruit.
Me either. Good.
If it is
What is
not a bread, and if it is not a meat, if it is
Yes,
not
sir.
a cheese, it does not go inside.
Yes. Meat, cheese, bread, sauce. That's it.
Sounds right to me.
An overabundance of either is fine as well, but nothing else. I don't like all that green drivel on there. All that. They got these places now, these fire blasted pizza places. You can go and get all kind of stuff put on there. It's really nice. But I see people put all kind of like piles of trash on top of the pizza. Man, where are you going to find a pizza in that? Where's your pizza under there?
Yeah.
It's funny because Loki is definitely a carnivore, and I would definitely be the veggie out of the two of us. So I prefer vegetables to meats a lot of the time. So
you're free to be wrong.
Hey, you know what? I'm free to be healthy. So,
That's true. You are free to be healthy.
I say with a can of Mountain Dew sitting right beside me.
Hey. I haven't had a Mountain Dew in a while, but I used to love them. So those are, assuming you're like plain Mountain Dew, those are good for you. All those other Mountain Dews I don't know about.
It is green. So to be fair,
the regular, yeah.
It's just regular Mountain Dew.
It's like that Code Red, but had forever. Yeah, just
No,
normal Mountain Dew is really good for you.
I will admit, there was a time I was addicted to Code Red. Yeah,
me too. For a while, I hadn't had that in ages, but yeah.
No,
but yeah, normal Mountain Dew, you're good.
Espresso and energy drinks in college.
Espresso Mountain Dew, I hadn't heard of that one.
No, there was. I got addicted to espresso, like the Starbucks double shot espressos. And then I got addicted to Amp, the energy drink, which is made by like Mountain Dew and an energy drink basically. So, it's the only energy drink that tasted good. So I could handle Monster, like the green OG Monster. I could deal with it. But it literally tasted like I was taking medicine. So it's supposed to be a Dr. Pepper. Well, Loki drank all the Dr. Peppers. He did replace them with Mr. Pibbs, so I guess that's fair.
I like cherry Coke the best. I can't find it, but I can't have it. I love it.
I'm desperately trying to cut back on the amount of sugar drinks I drink.
I can't have it, but I like it.
I'm getting too old.
I'm assuming you're talking to me when you're saying sweetheart, so I'm gonna look on my Twitter.
No, I think he calls me that a lot too.
Yeah, Loki, I don't have anything from you, man. What's up?
He calls everybody that? Okay, I knew it.
Yeah,
I knew you threw that
pet name.
to everybody.
Did he took a picture of the pizza, didn't he?
It's pet name
I
for
haven't
him.
opened the message, but I know he did it.
Of course he did.
Hold on.
Dear.
Yeah, I'm gonna torture your ass.
Damn it,
All
Loki.
right, hold on. So what he does too is he'll mix in. So I think Loki? Did you mix in the sauce and the cheese and all that together, or did you? And the pepperonis are in the sauce, right? Because I saw that you had the sauce out in a bowl when I started streaming, so I assume that that's the case. So it looks like cheese pizza, but it's not at the moment. So because he dices up the pepperoni and he puts it in the sauce and then he mixes the cheese in.
I like it.
So that it's all together. So
I like it.
There we go.
I do prefer my pepperoni whole, but
fine. I don't. As long as it's also whole pepperoni. I gotta have some whole pepperoni too. But that looks wowzer. I like it. That's killer right there.
So it's beautiful. He had 6 kinds. He had 6 kinds of cheese.
Wow.
Yes, pepperoni is in the sauce, and you would think that would be a little weird, but it actually works like really well.
Sounds great.
Oh I've had that before.
I love me some pepperoni. I don't know if I've ever had that, but maybe I haven't. Don't even know it.
Mango Diet Coke.
Ew.
Why does mango need to be in Coke?
Those are three. Mango, Diet, and Coke are 3 words that should not exist.
No. Diet Coke, diet drinks don't do you any good at all. They have
No.
except taste crappy.
No.
May as well. If you're going to drink I'm not saying you should drink, normal drink, the soft drinks. If you're going to do it, just get the regular. I mean, just why bother with the diet drink? It's not doing you any good.
No. And
They
that
knock it all out.
aspartame is just awful.
But I know a lot of people that do it though. They think they're getting by with something because of the no calories or whatever. But there's still a lot of bad stuff in there.
It's like, yeah,
You focus on the calories, but
Aspartame.
it's sugar that fucks you up.
Right. It's the aspartame though that's gonna kill you.
Or you have me who doesn't. I don't really.
It's in some artificial sweeteners or whatever. Aspartame.
Well, make sure the root beer you're drinking doesn't have caffeine because some of them do. So, too late now, I guess, because you're drinking it. But
root beer, you have caffeine-free root beer?
Yes, there's caffeine-free root beer. I don't remember the brands because I actually don't like root beer at all. So I'm not that familiar with.
It's like the Federation; they all drink root beer here at Quark's bar, and Quark he hates to serve root beer. By the time he was talking to Garrick about it.
Yeah,
Garrick
like root beer.
He says, "Try this root beer."
It's a great scene. It's a great scene.
And he says, "It's hideous. It's disgusting." He goes, "Yes, but I don't know. After a while,
it's so bubbly and fizzy. Yeah, you get used to it.
That is how everyone became fat, and we had the obesity crisis again.
Because of root beer?
Because of root beer.
Because of Quark's root beer?
Because of Quark. Yeah, it's all his fault.
Oh, actually, you don't see it too much on those old Treks. That's the new fake driver. They do that stuff on the old Treks. It made more sense. Like,
they have to have sponsors.
Once in a while, they would be larger people on some, even the old ones. But when you think about it, it doesn't make any sense for a technology of that advanced. I mean, to where they're advanced, there shouldn't be any of it. Not even genetically. I mean, for whatever genetic disposition,
right?
Like people, their metabolism's worse than others. That should be gone by the 24th century, even by 23rd.
Clobby, are you telling me that your TOS Utopia doesn't have fucking Dr. Pepper?
Oh, it does, but it doesn't.
That's no utopia I want to live in.
No, I'm talking about it doesn't affect people. No, you know what I'm saying. Physically, people, metabolisms and things like that with the technology and medical, and even where we are as human beings, you could do all that stuff and it's not a biggie.
Although Scotty could detect the difference between real alcohol and synthahol.
Yep, and Scotty got big in the movies because he's an old man playing the character. But
yeah,
and we loved the character. We excused it because we loved James Doohan, but it really should not have been something that should ever happen in the 23rd century to the characters in Trek of any kind, especially Starfleet people. Yeah, but anybody really.
Is that how Troy is able to stay in shape when I'm convinced that woman only eats salads and chocolate. Like,
she eats chocolate all the time. But again, I'm just saying, in the context of the fiction of that time, I would think that would be one of the things eliminated, like that sort of stuff.
Until, of course, Utopia, I want that. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I want. Yeah. In other words, I'm advocating for me to be able to eat whatever the frick I want and not have to worry about it.
I want to eat pasta every day and not gain any weight.
Yes.
Fantastic.
Hey, it's called Star Trek. We got a dream. The dream.
Let's make it real, guys.
Explore the stars and eat like pigs because it won't matter anymore.
Eat McDonald's. Fucking,
we can have these little like nano things in our stomachs that just eat all that the excess crap up, more fun, and nanobite thingies or whatever. Yeah.
Or they make it where it tastes like it, but it's actually like super healthy for you.
Yes,
I'm
absolutely.
convinced that is like the way to go because you're never going to get this. Oh, this is really bad for you. But we're going to eat it anyway out of our systems. You're just that's never going to fucking happen.
It's going to be the technology.
You need to make
this utopia where like no one eats a burger. Like, fuck that.
No, that's not happening.
No,
okay,
that's why it's Star Trek. It's about hope for the future.
Delicious food. Okay, I want delicious noms, but I don't want to have to worry about the weight. Now, if I want to work out, that's fine.
Yeah, they
I'm
do
perfectly
exercise.
happy with doing some exercise. That's perfectly fine. But I don't really.
They do exercise, obviously. Even on all Star Trek, they showed them exercising. That's for sure. There's no free road in that respect, as far as keeping in tip top. But as far as I just believe, the metabolisms won't be the same, and because of the technology and evolution and such.
Yes. Yes.
And you'll even be able to play like pro football and sack people and not worry about them getting hurt.
Yeah, that's
don't
why
know.
they have holodecks.
Even though they don't have that game anymore, they have pre-seed squares, which just looks like sissy stuff. But
It does.
Well, it
looks
killed
like
somebody in one of
yeah.
the Voyager episodes. So, I mean,
did it?
No,
Yeah.
it did not.
they were holograms,
Really?
but they still died.
Oh, I don't remember that.
No,
Remember
no.
that?
It was the Doctor's make-believe family.
Yeah. She
They
still
weren't.
died.
They
What were they playing?
But they weren't real.
Doesn't matter. Still died.
But they still weren't real. He
Still
didn't go
died.
through.
What were they playing?
Died. Percy squares.
Yes.
She
They were?
like fucking
Okay.
ate concrete and died, basically.
Oh, I don't remember them.
So,
This is like what's it, that an episode of Enterprise where that Vulcan, those emotional Vulcans were asking. One of them asked, they cut in a conversation in the middle of a conversation between him and Trip, and he says, "No, they're not actually trying to kill the quarterback. He's just trying to tackle him to get him down, stuff like that." So that's, you didn't hear right. He was asking him, "You have violent sports where they try to kill a man with football?"
No. They just tried to kill their brains. It's
Now,
different.
Of course, since we lost this Buckness the other day, that he actually was trying to kill quarterbacks, but
That is true. It was a different breed of football back in the 60s.
Right. Deacon Jones even said it, when Buckus hit you, he wasn't trying to put you in the hospital. He was trying to put you in the cemetery. Love that man. Rest in peace.
Yep.
Well,
Anyway, 7 of 9.
7 of 9 was great also.
No,
Also
we
a great
moved
football
on.
player.
You did?
Where are we now?
We went to Kess, you dummy.
Oh, that's
Okay,
right.
that's right. Cass, and then
Okay, so
it was a mess.
okay, yeah. So, what would you say? Do you guys have a favorite Kess-centered episode?
Yes, it's where she was taken over by that dictator.
Warlord.
Yes.
That's that's actually the one I was going to say too.
Yep. By
Good.
far, I think a wide margin, but that's her best episode.
Mhm.
I don't know that one. I don't.
It's in season 3, so you'll get to it soon.
Okay.
Clobby.
I mean, like I said, I've seen it a long time ago, but it's not slinging a bell.
Right.
I mean, I don't hate Cass as much as Raquel does, but I don't think everything with Neelix is bad. So when she's with him, that's yucky and creepy with the whole relationship. But when she's with the doctor and sick bay and stuff, I quite like her. I think the actress was adorable, and I think she was a likable character when she's usually bouncing off of someone else in the crew, except for what's his face, Neelix. So she's okay. I couldn't, but not particularly stand out, other than once in a while when they wanted to use her weird telepathic powers for no particular reason.
Yeah. But in Warlord, there's an alien, Warlord, real creative with the names, with the titles there, guys.
Yes,
But he's dying. Cass is treating him, and he puts his hand on her, and basically his essence goes into her, and he takes her over.
Oh, okay.
But he didn't know he was dealing with a telepath. There's actually one of my favorite moments of that episode. So one, it's a very strong episode for her because she's essentially the bad guy for most of the episode.
Yeah.
But there's a wonderful scene where we're inside her mind. We're inside Kess's mind, and we see on one side of the set is like his dictator's office, and the other side is Kess's quarters, and they're like talking to each other, and she's like saying how I'll never give up, I will always fight you, and I will always be looking for a way out to escape. And as the scene goes on, the set gradually becomes all of Kess's quarters. It's no longer it loses all semblance of his office.
Yes.
I love visual storytelling like that because it's not addressed. It just happens, and you have to be on the lookout for it. But there it is. It's very, very subtle. And I like things like that.
I want to have flowers. What was her evil plan? There's going to be a garden in every house.
Who's Kess? Who's Kess? Loki wants to know who Kess is.
It's fine. Don't worry about it.
But yeah. Oh, that's right. Like as the dictator's like giving out, orders, like round up all my enemies and stuff like that. She also just randomly mentions, "I want a garden. I want a nice little garden with flowers outside."
Flowers need to be everywhere in here. By the way, every family, every home needs to have a garden, and the wife's like, "Huh? What?" And I just absolutely love the fact that in that episode, well, first of all, the actress actually got to do something with her character, like really got to do something, and really got to flex her like actor muscles. And it's funny because you can tell it's like they teased that lesbian kiss like so much. They fucking teased that shit. It was so funny to watch them tease it. I mean, I haven't seen that kind of gay baiting in a long ass time. They were tease, and it's like, I actually don't even know if they were allowed to. But I actually don't know. I don't remember. I don't know what
that should have been after.
Yeah.
That should have been by that point.
It was
it was
iffy. They barely did it on Next Gen. They hadn't done it on Buffy yet. Buffy had one of the early ones that was really taking a shot at something like that. So if I'm not mistaken, this was the episode you're talking about probably was before Buffy ended up trying it or doing it.
It was before Buffy, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, before
probably.
But not by much, but it was before Buffy had pulled it. So I don't know. It wasn't easy to get away with.
But DS9 also had one.
Yes, it did.
Yeah,
so
so
it was
what the
possible.
hell?
So yeah.
They could
So why they just tease it? It's kind of weird. Because it was a tease. You could tell it was a tease.
Yeah.
Of how they shot it and how they were doing it. And, anyway. So that was the best. You know who I forgot about, which is really funny? I forgot about Tom.
Tom Paris.
Mr. Everything.
Nick Locarno.
Yeah.
Like a Loki. I mean, Lord Thoth had mentioned earlier. Nick Locarno, basically, in that episode called First Duty of TNG. And again, I thought, look, when I first saw that first episode of Voyager, I thought that's who it was. Same actor, So I was like,
it's the same actor, and he
was in a prison thing. Like, okay, all right. I mean, that's pretty cool to bring in this character like that. I could see that.
But then they would have had to pay Ronald D. Moore residuals for every single episode,
which is silly. I don't know why they would. They don't pay anybody else for any other characters that are swiped from other Treks or whatever. Did they think that? Is that what they thought?
I guess
he don't own any character he creates for Star Trek, and I don't think so. They just wanted him to be different, I guess. I don't know what their reasoning was for something like that, because I thought it'd been kind of an interesting idea if he was the same dude. Wouldn't you? I mean, I don't know.
I know Robert Duncan McNeil has said that he thought Locarno was past redemption, whereas Tom Paris wasn't, and I disagree.
I don't agree with that.
I disagree with that wholeheartedly.
So do I. I mean, he made a mistake, and he took a fall for the whole team.
He did. It's like, ultimately yes, he was selfish, and his carelessness got someone killed, but when confronted with the evidence, he took the fall for the whole team.
Right.
It's like he did ultimately do the right thing.
And and he was still a young kid at that point. I don't agree with McNeil. I mean, fine if you just want to make a different character, yes, but it would have been kind of cool to make him same guy. So but didn't happen. Paris I thought he was going to be my favorite character when I first saw the show, and I like him. He's a likable guy. He's a likable character. But I don't know. I mean,
like I said, he's Captain Everything. He's the ace pilot. He's an ace medic who's able to do like complex operations. Yeah. He's a writer. He's a husband. He's a historian. He's a
he likes the history. Yeah, right. Like you said, he is. So.
He built an engine capable of going infinity miles an hour.
Right.
So he's an expert engineer. It's like, when I met Robert Duncan McNeil, that was my question at his panel. Like, is there anything Tom Paris can't do? And his response was no.
pretty cool. He seemed like he's a cool dude.
He's a cool guy. When I was at his booth earlier, I asked him jokingly, like, when are we gonna get a Captain Proton Star Trek show? And he's like, I'm working on it.
Cool.
Yeah, I like it when actors are like chill like that, you know.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So, yeah, I'm trying to think of an episode that he really stands.
Other than Captain Proton, I mean, he was good in some other episodes, I thought, but it's not like a big standout, I guess. I mean, I don't know.
Let me pulling up my list of Voyager episodes here.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to do that.
Because I mean, he's in a lot, but I don't know how many are like a standout episode for him.
Yeah.
I mean, Threshold is a Tom Paris
Stop.
episode.
No, bad.
Can't hold that against him. It's not entirely his fault. Poor dude getting stuck with that episode.
Yeah.
I mean, he should have said, "Look, I was just there, man, doing my job. Man, I just work here, buddy."
Let's see. Please pardon any noise you hear. You guys are here to mow the lawn. So.
Just going through the list here. I'm looking for
Same. Yep, I'm doing the same thing. I'm in season 3 and I'm going, well.
Oh, what is the name of it? There's that one with the alien shuttle that takes over Tom's mind. That's kind of a cool one.
Oh my god, the thumbnail for that on Paramount Plus is hilarious because it just looks like they found a bunch of random multicolored wires and they just like glued them onto him. It's really funny.
Yeah, vis-a-vis or vis-a-vis.
Vis-a-vis ergo propter. Alice.
Oh,
Alice
yeah. Yes. Alice. That might be my favorite Tom Paris episode.
It was good.
I mean, there was also the one where he was accused of murder and he was like forced to like undergo the person's memories.
Season 1. Yes. I'm looking. Let's see. No, that's season 2. I want season 1. Season ex post facto.
Ex post.
Remember that episode?
Yeah, that's also a really good
I remember
one.
that one. Vaguely remember that one. We've done that one recently, actually. I still vaguely remember it. We could have done it 2 weeks ago. Don't be vague.
Again, like it's like he's integral to so many episodes, but how many of them are really about Tom?
Felt the same way, funnily, about Janeway. It's like there's she's in like every episode. It's just like,
well, for the most part, yes.
You know, you're just kind of like, well.
What's the one where oh wait, no, what am I talking about? That was Alice. I
mean, technically, he's a big feature in Bride Chaotica.
That is true.
But it is shared with Janeway, and honestly, she kind of takes it from him.
That is true.
30 days. 30 days.
30 Days was a decent backstory to Tom, and that's and like he had to do the whole
I remember that one.
You're wondering how I got here, aren't you? Well, let me tell you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like the letter to his father was the most interesting part of that episode. So
Yes.
Right. Yeah. Yeah.
yeah, so I guess I have to go with Alice is probably his strongest
Yeah.
episode.
I'd probably say Alice too, honestly. I'm going back over the episodes again, and I can't find anything
Mm-hmm.
where he's super spotlit except for a handful.
Did we mention our favorite Doctor episode?
I don't think so.
Did we do? I don't think we did the Doctor yet.
There's so many good ones with him.
Oh,
I think. I mean,
we talked
Yeah.
about the Doctor, but it's kind of more like we all love him so much that it's kind of like I don't know. There's a lot of good ones.
It's hard to pick a one with him specifically. Like I mentioned, I watched Tinker Tailor Dr. Spy before
Yeah.
this.
it's a good one.
Honestly, I might pick that one. Quite frankly, I might pick that one, but there's a lot.
It's a good one. It's a very good
Yeah.
one. There's also the one where the Doctor went back to save his
Dr.
creator.
Zimmerman.
Yeah,
I
Dr.
love that.
Zimmerman.
Yes, that's also really
That's a great
good.
one. But that's
I mean-
Barkley in there has everything you need.
I mean, and-
Lifeline. There you go.
Except for-
Lifeline.
yeah, Lifeline. That's also a really solid one. Especially it's the fact that you forget you're looking at the same actor.
They did
He's that
such
good.
a good job.
Because
of that.
he's-
It's so easy to fuck that up, you know?
Yeah, I mean, at one point, Zimmerman holds up
Yes.
a tricorder, and the Doctor takes it from him. It's like,
And
oh my god!
And Troy was in the background when that was
Yeah.
happening. So you couldn't have just very easily with like a blank wall. No, there's
Mhm.
a person in the background. And I applauded that so hard when I saw it. I was
It's like
yes,
that
that
is
is
top-notch
phenomenal.
editing right there.
that is phenomenal. That is so hard. The amount of preciseness
Yep.
that had to occur. Okay. So probably what happened is they had Troy in the background was a shot that they did. All right. They green screened, then they put a green screen up and they had the
Mhm.
Doctor do one thing and he holds out the thing and he does the other thing. But getting that precise moment of them grabbing it because it's flawless. Okay. I mean
Yeah.
I'd have to zoom in and zoom in and enhance to see if there was any fuck ups. But it was so fluid. Oh, it was
Yes.
great.
Really good
Yep.
stuff. I also like that one where we already mentioned a couple of them, like the one where he went to the Prometheus, and then the other where he there was one remember they went to that planet where he had to go down and live there for like hundreds of years because they were stuck in that orbit thingy.
Yes.
Yeah.
With the planet that was like going was like in a different time field. Yeah.
Right. And then it was the one we also mentioned already where he was the survivor. Well, he was the one where he got unearthed like many like hundreds of years
Living
later.
Witness.
Was it 700 years? Whatever it was.
Living
Yeah.
Witness.
Yeah.
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 Living
Yeah.
Witness.
Yeah,
Yeah. The
that's
museum.
great.
The museum one.
Museum with
Backup.
great stuff.
And then if you want to go,
Blackout Doctor,
yeah,
which is strange.
which they
because
mentioned they don't
definitely-
actually have.
And they also mentioned that they do have in the later seasons.
Yeah.
Because they definitely, it's like, my backup program is blah, blah, blah. And it was like, oh, hold on a second. Hi,
right.
Monday.
Great stuff.
But then there was also the one where the Seven downloaded the Doctor to hide him, and she was
Into
acting like
her,
yeah.
And bravo to
That was
Jerry
a fu-
Ryan. Holy
Yeah.
shit, she nailed him. In fact,
Well,
I believed it. I believed
so-
the Doctor had taken her over.
Well, so what happened was Robert Picardo would act out the scene, and she would watch him, and then they filmed it the other one.
Nice.
And then
Perfect.
that's how they did it. That's why she was literally doing a Robert Picardo impression because she just saw him do it.
Yeah, she was really
That
good.
still takes
That was cool.
talent.
Yeah. Oh
Yeah,
yeah.
absolutely.
To
Absolutely.
mimic
It's great.
somebody like that. Yeah.
Yes. I mean,
Nice.
perfectly captured his mannerisms and everything.
His eyebrow movement,
stuff.
the way he Yeah, when they're in the
Mm-hmm.
prison and she does the because the doctor has a very specific way he folds his arms. Nobody else does it like him. Okay, he shrugs his shoulders
Not even
up
Ahsoka.
and then tucks his arms in. Like he tucks his arms in under his armpits and then kind of rolls his shoulders back to stand like a normal person. It's a very specific way that he does it. She nailed it. Absolutely fucking nailed it. It was pretty. Absolutely, bravo to
Yes.
Jerry Ryan. That was perfect.
Nice, very well done. Yeah. So, yeah, that were some other great ones with him. And I like the one when he his Hollow novel when he was on trying to get
Oh
his
yeah,
Hollow
yeah,
novel
yeah.
rights. Yeah.
Author.
Oh, there you go.
Yes,
Nice. And
very very.
there was
funny
even a
to
scene.
see.
There was a scene where remember Dr. Zimmerman was on Deep Space Nine once,
Yes, he was.
and they said something. They even mentioned something that was later mentioned. Where he goes, "Why does everyone? Why is our He said, why is everyone so afraid of holograms taking over the universe?" And it was one of the, and then they addressed it later on that one with Dr. Zimmerman and stuff like that. That one where there are versions of that old program of the Picardo version of that program scrubbing was it scrubbing plasma conduits or whatever that was.
I don't even know how they did that scene. Quite frankly, there were so many
A
of
lot
the doc there.
of takes.
Right.
No, I mean, it was just a short scene. It was like
Mhm.
maybe a 2-minute scene, but that scene took days.
Yep.
That scene took forever to do.
Yeah. Yepper.
Oh, good.
Cool stuff. Great character though. Rob Picardo makes it happen.
Fantastic. Absolutely fantastic character. Probably, I don't know. Like I said, I think it's Dr. Seven Janeway.
Yet still my second favorite holographic character in TV science fiction. And that's saying something considering how great he is. Only still my second favorite, but and again, so it's pretty amazing as far as holographic characters go. So
Yeah. Alrighty. So, there's one character I haven't been talking about. I've been avoiding her. And quite frankly, she pissed me off.
Oh yeah.
Balana. What a useless bitch of a character. Man, I tell you what. How many times do I have to see, but what if I don't want to be Klingon? Happen over and over and I don't want to be Klingon. Oh, I'm Klingon. Wham, Klingon. I'm Klingon. Oh, my heritage and oh my blah and but I want to be human. Well, shut the fuck up. You are a grown adult. Okay, you're Klingon. Get over it. I'm sorry that you had some daddy issues and mommy issues that apparently nobody was flagged on when you were in the academy, because I'm sure you take a psychiatric test in order to get into the academy. They don't just fucking let anybody in. All right. So what seriously? Like, I have never seen a Klingon hate themselves so fucking much. Like, get over yourself. I'm sorry. You know what? Just get over it.
And even a lot of that's based on the character of Tilar or whatever, who was half human.
Yeah.
As well, the mother of Alexander, Worf's woman.
No, I get that, but I actually liked her. So
I loved her. I'm saying she was a lot of that's based on that, I think. But yeah, she was great.
So
Susie Platt.
Useless.
It didn't help that she basically only had 3 types of stories that centered around her. Can she hit it? Can she screw it? Can she get angry at it? And that was it.
I was thinking, can she deal with her Klingonness? Can she deal with her relationship with Tom? And can she deal with Seven? That is pretty much how I saw the episodes. It was very useless for the most part. And I have never felt more hatred coming out of an actress that poured onto a screen than I did with her. Holy shit!
Really?
Wow.
I went into. You have to remember, I went into watching Voyager knowing the behind the scenes drama with her and Jerry Ryan. Okay, like I know she hated her, like with and she still talks about it. That woman hasn't fucking gotten over it. She literally still talks about it to this day.
Who?
The actress that played B'Elanna will not shut up
Roxanna
about
Dawson?
how much she hated Seven. She just
Really?
won't shut up about it. Yes.
I didn't know that. She directs a lot of other Treks.
She won't shut up. It's just like she's just so. She got so butthurt that a more attractive woman came in and fucking stole the show.
Wow.
Okay. And her character kind of got pushed aside because, quite frankly, I don't really know what else they were going to do with her character. All right. They did the I am insecure and / hate my Klingon heritage like several times. And they came to a conclusion every single time. In season 1, there's the episode where she was split to a full human and a full Klingon. And it was the whole Kirk. It was obviously a ripoff of the Kirk episode, okay? Where it was like, well, maybe I'm better together. Please ignore the
That's
odd mowing that's happening outside. But it's just very, very obviously. You know what? Bobby, you want to talk? Because I'm kidding. I feel like I'm blaring everything. You go ahead and talk about B'Elanna. Go ahead. I'm waiting until they're done with like the area they're doing at the moment. So please, by all means, go ahead.
Well, you're the one limited on time, Clobby. So why don't you go?
Oh, yeah, I do have to run in a second. Oh, B'Elanna, again, I don't have a lot of strong feelings for her. I think I like the actress in some stuff. She's directed, directed a lot of shows, like Enterprise episodes, but so she wouldn't direct other Trek, and even some, I think, Voyagers. But I like the actress fine. I think the character's not particularly interesting. She's such a manic barometer all over the place. They never seem to know what to do with her. She doesn't ruin episodes for me like Neelix or anything, but I just don't really. She's not particularly interesting at all to me. Really, I just don't like her. I don't like the whole. I get tired of it in Trek when every character, they always have to dredge up these half-human characters. Just make her a Klingon or make her whatever you want to do. I'm tired of half-seas characters that always have to be half-human this and something else. It's getting like, what's her name? Troy was half-human. And just because Spock was half-human, everyone has to be half-human. Troy was half-human. This one's half-human.
But if we get full aliens, we get Neelix.
Well, we get other good ones too, though. Yeah, I hear you. I mean, we got plenty of aliens that are not inhuman in the least, and there's Jadzia and other characters like that are good characters that are aliens. So, yeah, she's just. I think I agree with a lot of what you were saying there, Eris. I think she's kind of boring as a character, and that rage in her and stuff. I don't know. Not my bag. Not the worst character. A lot of characters I can't stand the most, but I think that I didn't know that she felt that way about 7 of 9.
I thought it was Kate that had.
I know Kate didn't like it.
Yeah,
I did not know that about.
I've not heard the
Roxanne. Yeah,
Roxanne and Jerry having issues.
Yeah, I never heard about that. Wow.
Honestly, maybe Kate's a better actress. And by the way, my window is closed, so just as an FYI.
Wow.
Yes, my mic is very sensitive. Maybe Kate's just a better actress because it seemed like their relationship got better. But you notice when 7 came in that. Was it Roxanne's her name? Roxanne and Kate both didn't like her. Very obviously, right? And I knew there were some issues in the background, and behind the scenes. But Kate kind of came to begrudgingly accept it. Like, she accepted it. If that's what it felt like to me, at least. She definitely, like, accepted it. But, I mean, Roxanne hated Seven the entire run, I think. I don't think there was an entire time, there wasn't a moment where she didn't hate her. And there's something about how a character sometimes, like humans that are very passionate, when on screen, it's very hard to, cover up those emotions. And to me, it really did seem like Roxanne never got over it. Now, maybe Kate really, truly got behind the scenes, and maybe I'm mixing that up, but just, like, knowing that both of those actresses hated it, it's like you could tell it, you could at least feel that Kate got kind of just dealt with it, right? Maybe not necessarily liked her. Like, I don't think they ever became friends, but but it didn't feel like she hated her by the end. Where with Roxanne, it's like, to this day, I don't think, I would imagine she still doesn't like her. Maybe she got over it. Maybe she didn't. But I know somewhat recently, within the past 5 to 10 years, she has definitely done a talk, because I read about it. I literally read about the interview, and I don't remember what the date was specifically. But I read that interview where she hated her. She still talked mad shit about the fact that they shouldn't have brought in a new character. They should have, given more stories to everybody else. And as much of a fair assessment as that is, B'Elanna's character had a very, very stark decline when Seven came on. And it's kind of, she became unlikable. Like, instantly unlikable. Like, I didn't really like her that much to begin with, but it's like she became so unlikable. Oh, holy shit, really? Well, goddamn.
Yeah.
I guess Kate's a better actress than I even thought, because maybe it was reversed. It's like, I could feel the hatred.
Yeah, because like it's been known that Kate and Jerry didn't get along. This is like the first time I'm hearing that. I mean, I knew a lot of the cast didn't like her, coming in like halfway through the series, but this is the first time I'm hearing Roxanne didn't like her at all. I mean, I've not heard her talk about it much.
Yeah,
that's interesting.
Well, I mean,
that's really interesting.
Maybe Roxanne just didn't like the character, but didn't have too many problems with the actress. I mean, who knows? I don't know if they.
Maybe it was like a very. I mean, that hatred was like radiant. It was like, I don't know. Watching it with that in mind, and maybe Clobby, when you eventually get to that, you can see that.
I'll take a look. It's been a while, but I'll take a look and see.
It is,
I don't know.
like, anytime she is involved with anything, she hates her. It's like very, very odd hatred.
Seven or hates Jerry Ryan?
No, she hates Seven. Like, she very, like, the character hates her to a degree that is very odd. Like, Seven's just kind of doing her thing, right? Like, oh, I'm doing this right now. I can understand getting annoyed kind of at the beginning, because Seven's is a Borg, and she would just do things because that's what she needed to do. She needed just to do things, and so she didn't really follow like a hierarchy of command, because there really wasn't a hierarchy command really on a Borg ship. So if something needed to be done, she would do something, and she wouldn't ask. And of course, that pisses off B'Elanna when it involves like rerouting like power things and plasma relays and whatever. And then she doesn't tell anybody, and then there's an issue that they're trying to fix, and they don't know that it's actually just Seven fucking around in one of the one of the Jeffrey tubes or something. It's just it. But I mean. Like, basically the whole last time that they're on screen, it's like anytime Seven does anything, it's like B'Elanna's going out of her way to fucking hate her, and going out of her way, just out of her way with this like vindictiveness. It's very, I don't know. Maybe both of them are better actresses than I really gave them credit for, and that's how they wrote B'Elanna. But it's weird that they wrote B'Elanna that way. And it wasn't until I think the last half to last quarter of season 7 where it's like they gave B'Elanna a baby. They gave the character a baby to deal with, and then it's like everything was fine. She kind of stopped, like the character stopped being such a bitch, and she actually just became likable again. It's odd. It's odd with how that character is. She talked about in one of her interviews. Yeah, that's the interview I'm talking about. She felt replaced by Seven, and like didn't fucking like her at all for it. Maybe they want, yeah, but why? Why would they want that after? Like, why would they have that for multiple seasons? Okay, fucking Tom Paris
Because
and
they
Jamie
didn't. Okay, well, here's the thing, though. They didn't. The characters don't really grow that much on Voyager. So it's like, okay,
No.
these
Except
characters
for the
don't like each.
Doctor.
Yeah, so like, okay, these characters, they kind of butt heads, and that's the way they keep it.
Okay, it felt more than that. Maybe I was reading too much into it. It felt like she hated her. Something fierce.
Could be. I mean,
I think the Borg liked Janeway more than how they wrote B'Elanna with Seven, but maybe I don't. They made her incredibly unlikable. Like, and B'Elanna just became an incredibly unlikable character to the point that I hated whenever she was on screen because she would just, oh, she's having a relationship problem with Tom. Okay, again, I don't even know why y'all are together at this point, and oh, she's having Klingon issues again. Okay, well, I don't know what to tell you anymore. Because we've done this, and you have made peace with it like 6 times, B'Elanna. I don't know what to tell you anymore about this. And then it's like Seven breathed, and B'Elanna's mad about it. God,
wow.
I don't know. It was odd to me. It was very. It felt weird. It was like there was something else going on behind the scenes that they just kind of wrote it in. It is hostile as fuck. Like, it was just, yeah, there we go. Roxanne gave an in-depth interview where she talked about the tension on set after Jerry came on board, how many of them felt sidelined, replaced with the new shiny toy.
Okay, but that doesn't mean hatred.
Well, that's what it felt like to me. To me,
also, it's many of them, because that's what I've heard as well. They did feel relegated, like it's the 7 show, and we're all guest stars essentially.
Right.
That's what I've heard before.
Okay.
I've heard that.
All right. Okay. All right. Fine. Maybe I'm just completely fucking wrong, and I totally read like a bazillion things into her character, but I did that. I don't know. Very odd.
Robert Beltran's also talked about how by season 7 he wanted to leave the show. He was done. It's like because he had nothing to do. That was Chakotay.
Honestly, I agree. He had nothing to do. So
like they gave him nothing.
But what I don't know. It's one of those like I don't know what they were to do. Anyway. So
well,
whatever.
how about write your characters better? You can do that. If your character's not working, fix them.
Okay. I'm just telling you that I personally have no idea what they were going to do with their character. So, but I'm also not writing for that show. So I don't know what they could have done. with that character. But I also think that they should have done something more interesting besides have Mah Gah, come together with Starfleet. I think it should have been like a Romulan ship or something, because I think that would have been more interesting.
And they would have had to spend the expense on that Romulan makeup every episode.
Yeah, but Neelix exists.
Unfortunately. Yeah, but multiple Romulans. But yeah, I hear you. I'm afraid I must scoot, my friends. Sorry to hang and run real quick, but got parents things to do. Not as a parent, but for my parents. So.
Okay,
that's great.
So where can the people find you? Yeah.
Right here, hanging with you guys, hopefully. But no,
oh my God.
And on my channel, of course. Well, thank you and guys for having me. I really appreciate it, though. It's been fantastic fun. Tonight, Saturday night, Star Trek, 9 p.m. Central Standard Time, 10 Eastern. Raquel is still not with us not back till next week. We'll resume our Voyager reviews. We'll finish the last 2 episodes of season 2 next week. But tonight, just talking basic Saturday night Star Trek. Hopefully, the great Mark D with the C and NT Derivative Jill will join me, and we'll do some open. Actually, interestingly enough, like you all, talking characters. Going to be ranking the characters at each, from all Treks, all mixed and all real Treks only, all 5 shows, from by the job description. Top doctors, top engineer, captain. That's
okay. At first, I was thinking. I thought you were going to rank all the characters all as like one.
No, I've thought of that before, but
it's like, oh, that would be so complicated.
That'd be weird.
Okay.
So I'm just going to do it by
position. That makes more sense.
And there are really only 4 positions, because I thought about doing like science officer or things like that, but they overlap. There's not many science officers, but at least with captain, engineer, doctor, and a first officer, you can pick from all the shows.
Right.
So we'll do that. And anyway, we're gonna have fun. We're gonna rank them. We're gonna pick our top of those, rank them and stuff. Just for the fun of it. And other character talk as well. Interestingly enough, but with all the Treks, of course. So thanks for having me, though, man. I really appreciate it. And you guys got ahead of me on Voyager. I'm only although I've seen it before. Like for current, you guys were fast, and that's great. So, what are you watching next?
Well, I don't know. I've been focused on a small event happening in my life.
You do?
That's that wedding thing, big deal.
Yeah.
I didn't know. I had no idea.
No, I wanted to finish Voyager before we went. So.
Gotcha. So that's soon, then, is what you're saying. That's looming.
Yeah, it's literally in
like
6
days. Yeah.
Oh shoot! Yeah. I did not. Yeah. Well, how could I possibly know? I'm no mind reader, but that's great. Fun. Congrats for sure.
Thank you.
Thank you. And thanks for having me. I hope I will come back soon.
Oh yeah. So real quick, Loki came up with an idea that we would have a captain's debate where we all take on a captain and we debate about who is the best.
Well, the answer is Kirk.
Yeah, but the only thing is it's not debatable. It's Kirk, and there's nothing to be debated.
Okay.
But we can talk.
Well,
we can talk about it.
And I both like other captains besides Kirk.
It's not debatable. But we can pretend it's a debate for the fun of it, though. Yeah, okay. I'm up for pretending. Yeah.
If you want to pretend debate, we could.
We could pretend that debate that it's debatable for the fun of it. I'm up for it.
Okay, well, we can discuss it. We can talk about all the captains and whatever. But
sure, I would be all over that, And the criterion, for example, the criterion I'm using tonight of the 5 shows is there. There are 6 captains to choose from, in the sense that Captain Pike, of course, is the real, and Jeffrey Hunter did have an episode. And I'm not going to do things like.
They did get Jesus to play the captain of the Enterprise, so
Huh? He was Jesus, yes, that's true.
Yeah.
He's available technically because of the cage, but I'm not going to play that game where you put Captain Jellicoe and Captain Spock. No, they weren't.
Honestly, I would just
the lead of a show.
Just 6.
Yes.
Just 6
people. Well, no, 5. I would say 5. I'm not
6
counting
because
Pike.
I'm counting Pike because he does count because he's the pilot. Without him,
he literally does not. Because if we start including every single captain that's ever appeared on the show, then we will.
You use your criteria. Mine counts Pike. So there.
Okay.
He makes my list.
He isn't. That's fine. You're wrong.
I'm absolutely right. It's Trek. I can't be wrong. So
you're absolutely wrong. I'm a woman.
Who was the first captain?
Who's
ever
the first
created
captain?
by Roddenberry and filmed in an episode, even in a pilot.
Pike, and he was so bad at it that they fucking cut him
Not
out.
true. None of that is absolutely has no basis. in
Oh,
fact
that's why he
whatsoever.
became in TOS. He's the lead captain,
So
right?
you're
He was
siding with
so
the
good at
network.
his job.
Hey, look, I prefer Kirk. You know that we've been all over that. But to
Yeah,
say it
so
was
why are
bad
you
is
arguing against me?
because he wasn't bad. You think he was bad. You could say the network didn't like him as much, and then they made him go to choose Kirk, and we benefited from it. But don't trash Jeffrey Hunter. Jeffrey Hunter did a fine job.
I didn't trust the actor.
You said he was so bad. You did.
I'm saying the character was bad. I'm not saying the actor was bad.
He's not a bad character. You just, but anyway.
I will say it probably wasn't the best idea to have the lead of your show in the very first episode talking about how tired he is and wanting to retire.
Yeah,
that may not have been the best lead for the series lead.
Kirk wouldn't do it, but that's okay. But hey, you're preaching to the choir if you're saying that. I'm glad we ended up with Kirk, but Pike is a fine character, and I don't think the show would have made it, to be honest, with Pike, and I still like him. There's multiple things can be true at the same time.
He's fine. He's fine as a captain. He's fine as a character, but he was not
Kirk
right
rules.
for the Star Trek.
Hey, and if they'd have bought that pilot, I'm not so sure he would have been able to make it as a series. So we got lucky. He's good, but I just don't think he would. I mean, it is like the biggest stroke of luck. Not for him, obviously, but we all, his wife forced him to quit, but. And then, of course, she had tragic things happen. She didn't want him on a TV show, especially with ray guns and all that crap, And look what happened. But yeah,
phasers is the correct term. God damn it, Chloe.
No, ray guns. When it was the pejorative that they used.
I know. I'm not saying it's like laser swords. Here's like
laser sword. It's like saying yes. It's like saying razor. It's like saying laser swords.
Yeah.
And space wizards.
Yeah.
All right. Well. Thank you both. Appreciate it. It was a lot of fun as always.
Yeah.
And don't let me see. I disrupted your flow. I'm sorry. Carry on. Carry on, my wayward sons and daughters. Later.
Take care, Colby. Oh.
Sneak preview. Yeah.
Who would you get to?
No, I would have fought him for 30 more minutes on the fact that Pike should be counted as one of the main captains. Me. That's all right.
I mean, it's his show. He can have what criteria he wants, but
that's fine.
I wouldn't include Pike.
No, it's so I don't know if it's going to be a captain debate or more just a discussion. I don't know, but we're going to have one person represent each one. So,
who are you going to get to represent Janeway?
Hi, hello.
Oh. Okay.
I am representing Janeway. I am Whammon. That is
I look like Janeway a lot more. Just saying.
Yeah, well, there's fucking coffee in that nebula, and I'm gonna destroy this ship trying to get it.
So, with all the venom you have towards B'Elanna, do you have a favorite B'Elanna-centered episode?
Yeah, Workforce. Well, it's not even just a favorite one that she's in. Actually, I don't even have like a favorite that she's. Fuck yeah, no, I don't even have a favorite that she's actually like a main one because the main ones piss me off for the most part. I liked the first one in season 1 where she split off between human and Klingon. I was fine with that. That was great. Wasn't Insaneway a murderer?
What?
Janeway's a murderer? Wait, hold on. Is Janeway a murderer?
I mean,
what are we counting as murderer? Because
I mean, yes.
Because
I'm just gonna say it. Yes.
I'm fairly certain I'm pretty sure everyone's murdered somebody. If you want to continue talking about that on there, so I don't know.
But if I was to go with a B'Elanna episode, I'd probably go with Dreadnought. The one where they encountered an AI torpedo, and she's like trying to program it.
Dreadnought AI torpedo? Did they reuse the AI torpedo, dreadnought, advanced AI Cardassian missile. Why did I not remember this episode at all?
It was like mid-season 2, I think.
I watched it.
Yeah, like they captured a Cardassian missile when they were still with the Maquis. Discovered it had been transported over here, and it had locked onto what it thought was its target, and she's struggling to try to reprogram the computer on it because it keeps lying to her because she programmed it to not accept unbelievable commands, and it's like, so like it doesn't accept, like, hey, you're not in the Alpha Quadrant anymore, and it's like, yeah, right.
Yeah, I don't remember that episode at all. That's not a good sign.
Okay. They also she also voiced the AI computer on that torpedo, which I thought was a nice little touch.
Interesting.
And according to Wikipedia, so you know it's true.
Yes.
Geordie LaForge directed that episode.
Ah.
Okay.
Interesting. I have had a lot of issues with B'Elanna. And it's not because I enjoyed 7 of 9. That's really nothing a lot. It's like she became incredibly unlikable. She just did. I don't have, you know, it's like she wasn't. It wasn't like, oh, she had a bad day. You know. If I had a B'Elanna episode, what is it called? It's the one where she definitely doesn't try to kill herself. Definitely not. Okay.
The self-harm episode.
Yes, I found it interesting.
Yeah, the whole like, it was like, because I was like, right after they discovered what happened to the Maquis and the fact that she didn't feel anything about it, and she was like doing everything she could to try to feel anything.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, it's because the results of the Dominion War, and
right.
the fallout of what happened in the Badlands, the Maquis massacre, basically.
Mm-hmm.
I thought that was great. I thought that was a great thing to touch on. That is a thing I hate. When episodes get too episodic, it's like something drastic happened in the last episode that is character changing, and then, what are you talking about? This is a new episode. I don't know what you mean, that annoys me. I think it's too episodic, so I like a little bit of serialization in my episodes. Just a little bit.
I mean, I'm okay with something being episodic, but you gotta have some growth. And Voyager was very much about the status quo.
Yes, I will give Voyager that. Is that it definitely felt like, well, these are we're just la 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 la, and something happens to us, and la 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 la, something happens to us, and something happens to us, and it's kind of just, that's kind of what happens in Voyager. Now, I did enjoy watching it. I very much enjoyed watching it. But again, I was, like I said, B'Elanna really aggravated me at the end. Really, really and truly aggravated me. It's like she didn't want to be there, which fine. If you don't want to be there, that's fine. I know you contracts and whatnot, and I will give her credit that they kind of dropped them for 7. But I will also say 7 was a far more interesting character right off rip, because I will stand by this. I think in TNG, I think they mishandled the Borg in TNG. I think that was such an interesting species to introduce into the equation.
Oh,
And
they mishandled the Borg in TNG. Not they didn't mishandle them in Voyager.
I didn't say that, did I?
I
Did
mean
I say that?
I mean that's the implication though.
Well, that is the wrong implication because I'm not done talking.
Okay.
Okay. Don't jump to conclusions. I'm not done talking. I wanted more in TNG, and they did not give me more. They gave me some Rosa instead of giving me more Borg. All right, that was an active choice. Okay, that was an active choice, and they didn't. And I thought they did. They did a lot more with the Borg and Voyager, and I was perfectly fine with that. There are some shitty ass Borg episodes in Voyager. Okay, I'm not the biggest fan of Unimatrix 1. Okay, I'm not the biggest fan of that. I think it's fun to watch, but I think it's kind of silly, honestly.
Yeah.
So
I mean, the fact that you have several of the people get assimilated and there's no lasting repercussions on them as people.
yeah,
Really? I mean,
no, 100%. I agree with that.
I mean, like if you remember, Balana's vocalizer was like malfunctioning, so she sounded like a little more robotic. How about they couldn't replace that? So she always sounded robotic after that. It's like you have some kind of lasting impact.
That would have made Balana's character more interesting. There we go. We did it. We made her more interesting.
Or maybe, or
that wasn't
maybe
the plan.
Yeah, don't have getting assimilated by the Borg be plan A.
How about that wasn't the plan at all? How about they fucked up the plan? All right. Yeah, I said it. They did. They kind of just you rewatch season 7 and tell me that you were happy that that's how your season 7 was and that there wasn't more Borg stuff happening, because man, when they introduced the Borg, that was like phenomenal story writing when they initially introduced the Borg in TNG.
There's a problem with that though. When you introduce a villain that is that powerful, you can't overuse them because then they lose their menace, and that's what we saw in Voyager. Like, we're talking about. I mean, we were just talking about Unimatrix 01.
That was a misstep. Okay, I agree with that. That's a misstep.
I mean, you have one Borg cube wipe out an entire Federation fleet, and it takes a last-minute Hail Mary from the Enterprise in order to defeat them. Then you have in Voyager a tactical cube, which means this is the one that they bring out when they're not messing around.
Yes.
And Voyager's able to handle it.
No, I think that was dumb.
That was really bad. That was bad writing.
In fact, I will go ahead and say that, funnily enough, in Endgame, when it's like in Endgame, when they get into that nebula area and they're like, there's like 50 Borg spheres, and they're just like, yeah, fuck this, we're leaving.
Mm-hmm.
I think 1000% correct choice. I was just like, yeah, that was smart. It's like, yeah, fuck that. Oh, absolutely. We're not. No, we're not dealing with that. The Borg are the reason the Federation. Yeah, that's interesting. I like that idea. I like that in my opinion, the Borg was kind of the true end of the innocence of Starfleet in the Federation.
I mean, it has been said that in universe, the Battle of Wolf 359, where the Borg just decimated an entire fleet.
Absolutely.
That
Yeah.
that is, for all intensive purposes, the Federation's 9/11.
It is. I agree with that.
Yeah.
100,000%.
I mean, because the way they react to it, they stopped wearing, the more pajama style uniforms, and they became a lot more military. They started developing weapons specifically to combat the Borg. So it was the Federation in universe. The universe, the Federation was never the same after that incident,
and nor should it have been. The Borg are incredibly dangerous.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Now, like I said, there's a few missteps in Voyager, I would say, where they kind of in Unimatrix 1, I will agree, was like, okay, guys. Okay, you just wanted the shot of fucking Janeway as a Borg to end your season finale, didn't you? I know that's why you did it. I know that's what happened. Yeah, don't fucking lie to me. I know that's why you did it.
There's like the one shot where like Janeway's like on like one of the Borg operating tables, and like the drill is like going right into her skull, and I'm just thinking, is she lying there going, everything's going to plan?
It's like Palpatine. He's just saying everything's according to plan. Yep. Mm-hmm. Yep. Everything's fine. I planned this all out. This is
Janeway's like the dog with the fire meme. It's like, everything's fine.
Oh, what do you mean? What fire? I don't know what fire. But yeah, no, I think the Borg are fascinating, utterly fascinating. And I think if you take the headcanon, that Voyager is the kind of like the source of where Borg came from Voyager from motion picture. I think
Right.
it's even more fascinating that we kind of created our own worst enemy, right? I would say one of my all-time favorite Voyager scenes was when the Borg Queen forced 7 of 9 to help assimilate a new race. And we kind of truly got to see firsthand what that looks like. Because it's been hinted at. It's kind of been shown, but not like that,
Mm-hmm.
And oh man, it just brought back why I absolutely love the Borg. And why I thought I think TNG needed a little bit more of it. I really do. I think they kind of dropped it a little bit to go back to these are the voyages of the Starship Enterprise, and in reality, Wolf 359, as much as it did change, it didn't. I don't think it on TNG. I don't think it did enough. Does that make sense? Especially with Picard being kind of the head, he accidentally became like the lead thing. I wanted more. I wanted more from that. And there was more. I craved more. And having them
but again, it's very difficult to write an enemy that is that powerful constantly showing up and being defeated.
Oh, I don't want them to constantly show up. I just wanted more, not absurd amount, just more, just a little bit more, right? I just wanted a little bit more. Man, I would have been fine with 6 seasons if we would have gotten just a smidgen more Borg and have the last episode of season 7 stuck on season 6. You know what I mean? Like, I would have been perfectly fine with that with TNG. The season 7 of TNG is damn near unforgivable, though.
There's some good episodes in there. I really liked the episode Lower Decks.
God, you know what? That those two words together have.
I know. I know a certain other show has ruined it, but
Yes.
that particular episode of TNG is, I thought, pretty solid, and that's in season 7.
Yes.
Pegasus is also a really solid episode. You know, it's like
But
there are some good ones here and there.
yeah,
It's
but
just
Pegasus also gave birth to the last episode of Enterprise. So
I know.
So, do with that what you will. I
Yeah.
forgot about that when we were talking about worst episodes of Star Trek. I literally blacked out that episode. That's so funny. Honestly,
why did they shoe? I don't understand why they shoehorned it into that specific episode of D&G. Like, why?
So annoying. It's like, that was a bad choice. I know. Clip it.
Yeah.
But let me see.
No, the TNG episode, Lower Decks. There's a big difference.
Yeah. But there was, like I said, I liked a lot of how the board was handled in Voyager.
See, I didn't. I mean, there's some good ones here or there, but I thought the Borg Queen was mostly an idiot. Like the I forget which one it was, but actually, I think it was Unimatrix Zero. So again, we're going back to that one.
I'm not counting that one. I'm totally fine with
It's
counting.
like, I no longer sense 3 voices on board that one ship, so let me just blow the whole thing up. Like, really?
Oh, I laughed. I really laughed. I was just like, you know what, Janeway? If this was your plan, this was a really dumb plan, but you know what? It's working. Fuck it. Yeah. Oh, you don't have to say shit, okay? He will literally destroy her entire fleet of Borg because she thinks you give a fuck.
Because 1 in 1 million drones go to this Unimatrix thing when they regenerate. So she's just blowing up her entire fleet.
I'm okay. Yeah. Janeway, if that's the plan, that's a fantastic plan. Let's fucking continue doing it. Yeah, we're not gonna tell you shit about it. Keep blowing that shit up. I don't care. You're literally not doing damage to me at all.
You're really showing her there, Your Highness. I'll teach her.
Like you have a hostage, right? And someone points a gun. It's like, and instead of pointing the gun at the hostage to threaten them, they keep shooting their own foot over and over again. And you're just like, okay, well, I'm not going to tell you any information. Like, I don't know why. Or they keep shooting their own, their own bad guys, like their own, their own people. Just like, look, you wouldn't want to kill this guy. I'm just like, well, I don't fucking know him, and he's kind of evil, so I don't really know.
And again, there's also the whole Seven's dad is right there, and they just don't grab him.
I thought he died. I thought that was the explanation. I thought he ended up being like,
no, he was right there. He was right there in the same room.
I know. Maybe my brain just didn't.
The fact that Seven didn't even, my dad, can you beam him up? And then the room's already been destroyed. Sorry, Seven. There's not even a moment like that. She gets beamed away, and that's it.
Yeah.
It's like, don't you want to try to save your dad? No. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
There's also the episode where there's a bunch of X-Borg, and they planned to.
Don't even. What's it called?
Yeah.
Definitely not be reassimilated, because the Borg definitely don't know where we are right now. Definitely.
Yeah. What can we create like a localized thing so that people's wills are bent to peace instead of having their own free will.
So instead of us, I don't know.
What a great message there, guys.
Playing into Janeway's human. Yeah, I will tell you right now, that made me lose some respect for Janeway. I'm just like, Janeway, you were ready to fucking sell the Equinox captain down the river because fuck him. But now you're like, oh, I care about these Borg drones. It's like, okay, sweetheart, I'm gonna hold on. Take 5, Borg Queen. Let me just have a one-on-one with Janeway. She's literally nuking her own people to try to appeal to you. Now, all you have to do is act like this is bothering you and then do fucking nothing, okay? Because she will continue nuking. All right, you just don't need to, you need to pretend and not crack because you actually don't give a shit. Okay. This is fine, okay? I understand they were people at one point, but Seven, as they're very fond of saying in Voyager, is unique. And holy shit, what do you think the likelihood of people be deborged is? Very low. Being able to have any kind of I'm assuming that if you tried to deborg an entire cube of Borg, there would be a lot of suicide. There would be insane amounts of mental health issues. I just don't see how you could I don't see how you can deborg, like 1,000,000 people. You know what I mean? Like, I just don't.
Mm-hmm.
Like, at some point, you gotta just realize, I think they'd rather be dead. Like, I think they would. I think they would rather be dead than to continue where they are now. And that could have been a moral quandary, but that really never popped up, and it could have been. And, it's kind of a missed opportunity. But playing Janeway's humanity was, yeah, I agree, Loki. It was stupid. Like, nah, just let her keep blowing these fucking assholes up. The amount of Stockholm Syndrome would be a stat. Yeah, no. The amount of people that would want to go back to the board, too, because there's going to be that fair amount. It's just, it's literally not feasible to mass deborg people like that. And in some of these cases, entire species were wiped out. Like, entire species, and all their technology was. So what do you do with those people? What do you do with them?
Mm-hmm.
They don't have anything to go back to.
And Rambam, I agree. Overall, I am not a fan of the Borg Queen. Period. I disagree with the whole concept of the character. What made the Borg such a unique villain when they were first introduced was they all fought as one. So having a singular leader defeats that whole uniqueness. But I can't blame that on Voyager. That's from Star Trek First Contact.
Yeah, I don't mind it. The Borg are definitely they're like, like bees. Like, I don't think I wouldn't miss her if she didn't exist. You know what I mean? If the Borg Queen never existed, it's not like I would have wanted that to be a thing. Does that make sense? But I don't have an issue with her presence, so to speak. A lot less of her.
My issue is it gives giving the Borg a face, a singular person, I thought was just a mistake. Having the whole hive mind, they all think as one, made them so much more terrifying to me.
Yeah, that's fair. It's one of those kind of like, well, I don't know. I would be perfectly happy if they didn't have a Borg Queen, and I don't necessarily mind that they have one now. Like, I don't mind it. I don't mind it either way. It's just, I think they did mishandle the Borg Queen a little bit. I will say that.
I mean,
I
blowing
would-
up
made her
her own ships made her pretty stupid.
Again, I'm cutting the episode out. I would have made her more horrific looking. Just me. If I was gonna have her, I would have made her more horrific looking. And I would, and if you're gonna give her boobs, I would have given her better boobs. I'm just saying, just me, okay? Like I have the opportunity to make a suit, you know, where I can look however I want to. I'm looking great, man. You know, and we're not talking anime boobs, but I mean, you know, maybe 7 of 9. Like I'm just saying, like you know, I have the ability to make my own body.
We're not talking Mac boobs. We're talking, you know, normal.
Yeah.
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 Which, by the way, we have a. I don't know if you're aware of this, but we have a bone to pick with Makini draws.
Oh my gosh. Wow.
Yeah, we have some drama.
Oh my god.
The other day, he said that he was the most unprofessional show on YouTube.
No.
Yeah.
Are you saying that we are? Wait, hold on a second. What?
Yeah. So like I disagree with that. It's like that we have a perfectly valid claim to that title there, Mac.
How dare you?
That's it. That was my joke.
That's hilarious. That's great. It's a nice fun joke. But yeah, I would have made the Boar Queen more horrific looking. Definitely. I would have Geigered her up a bit. You know what I mean? Like just.
Oh, you mean just like they did in Picard?
Oh shit! Did my dream come true and it made it? Hold on, I gotta look it up.
Yeah, Picard, Borg Queen season 3.
What's season 3? Season 3. Hold on, let me.
Because the Borg Queen was also in season 2, so you want season 3 Borg Queen?
No. Oh, okay. I'll be more. Okay, let me be perfectly honest. There is a thing that they do in horror where they make someone absolutely horrifying, but also absolutely breathtakingly beautiful. Okay, there is a way to do that, and that's how I think the Borg Queen should have looked like. I don't know what the fuck this half melted hoe is in Borg Queen in season 3. What the hell is this half melted looking bitch? I don't understand. Why is she half melted? I don't. Am I looking at the right thing where she's half melted? Okay.
Yeah, that's her.
Useless. Absolutely useless. No. Yes. Why? Because why would you not want that? There, I said it. Give me a reason why not.
And we did see a Borg baby in their first appearance, so I guess they do technically do procreate at least some of the time.
Maturation chambers.
Yeah. That's how 7 went from like 7 years old to 31 in like 18 years.
Crazy. That would have fucking again traumatized. So yeah. The Borg Queen was okay. There was a thing I did like. They did with her eyes. They made them look metallic. The way they reflected in the light. I liked that effect. I don't know what that was, but I liked that effect.
That was probably really, really uncomfortable contact lenses.
Most likely. Or they assimilated the baby. That is some dark shit.
That's
Ram
also
Bam.
true. That is also true. But the first time we ever saw the Borg, we didn't know that they assimilated people. That didn't happen until Best of Both Worlds.
True.
So we've gone over like our favorite episodes per character. So what about overall?
I really, really liked Endgame. I'm not gonna lie. I really thoroughly liked Endgame. I'm trying to think. I've rewatched Dark Frontier. I have actually rewatched it already because I enjoyed it so much. Bride of Chaotica would be a favorite of mine as well.
Yeah, that's a fun one.
And I really, really liked Think Tank.
Yes. Think Tank was a very interesting episode. It was a unique idea.
Yes.
And then I also love the whole backstory of Jason Alexander contacted them, was like, hey, I would love to do a Star Trek episode. And they basically kept writing him as George Costanza in space, and he's like, no, I want to play something different.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Have you ever seen an episode of Seinfeld?
I think I've seen a episode.
Okay. Jason Alexander played George Costanza in that.
Okay. I'll take your word for it.
Okay, just kind of scrolling through the list here. Oh,
bye, Ram Bam. Have a good night.
Okay.
Yeah, we're gonna be wrapping up pretty soon.
Yeah,
honestly, I didn't realize it'd been almost 5 hours. Holy shit.
Oh, how about the episode where the whole planet wanted the Doctor to be their opera star?
Fuck that planet.
I kind of liked playing into the Doctor's ego.
Oh no, it's fine with that. Oh, just fuck them. Wow, what total assholes. There are assholes on board. I can't stand people that think, I'm better than you. I can't stand it. That kind of it gets under my skin so quick.
Mm-hmm.
So no.
Ooh, Latent Image. That's the one where the Doctor goes through an existential crisis.
Because they removed memories from him because Janeway, once again, as much as I love you, girl, okay, I gotta call you out on your bullshit sometimes. Okay, once again, Janeway is like, is he a real person though?
Yeah, because it is one of those. I don't know if I agreed with the decision ultimately, because like you can't, because he is not a person. He's made of different stuff, and if he's malfunctioning, you're screwed. I get it.
It's funny. Loki had the exact same opinion, and meanwhile, I 1000% agreed with Seven, which I did quite a bit. Whenever she was on, so a lot of the time.
Yeah, but this is your chief doctor. If these memories are causing his program to destabilize, that's putting your entire crew at risk.
I understand.
So I get so I completely understand the decision.
I understand why they did it, but I thought that was some weak ass shortcut and shit. If that makes sense. Like, okay, well, we could just wipe the memories of this of our chief medical officer because that would be so much easier, than having him actually deal with some shit. If you were going to go through,
he's not a person. He's made of a different stuff.
I understand.
That's the thing.
I understand, but they also took on the responsibility of allowing him to extend their programming. Now, I don't think they fully comprehended what the fuck that meant when they initially allowed that to happen. But quite frankly, you kind of took on that responsibility when you did that. And you can't just turn on and off when you want him to be a machine or want him to be part of the ship. and when you
True.
want him to be a person.
True.
So
How
it's inconvenient.
now you could. Here's the thing, though. Instead of erasing his memories entirely of the incident, something you could have done but if you've done this, there's no story.
There's no plot. Yeah. Don't you hate that when that happens, when there's a simple solution, but there's no plot?
What about just tweak the algorithm that chose Harry, because he's one of the senior officers, therefore he has a greater importance to the ship. Therefore, it's not a completely 100% even choice. So that way he's not dealing with this existential crisis because he made the logical decision. He chose the senior officer.
Yeah, he should have chose someone of equal stature. You know what I mean?
Yeah, so like if it had not been Harry, if it had just been like two random crewmen, now you have an actual real existential crisis. But one of them was a senior officer on board the ship. So
I totally agree with this.
So they could have just tweaked the algorithm so that he understood he chose one of the senior officers.
Yeah, they could have got it and fixed him a little bit, but
that way you're not that way you don't have this moral dilemma of, do you erase his memory or anything. But overall, I think that was a pretty strong episode.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Extreme Risk was the one where B'Elanna was doing the self-harm thing.
I thought that was fascinating, What?
Oh, what was the one with the Rock?
You have to be a little bit more. Oh, you're talking about the fucking WWE, not WWE. Yeah, so I walked away to get food, which means I didn't get to see the cast, the special guests, and he didn't tell me shit. And so all of a sudden, The Rock is on the screen, and I'm just like, what the shit? What the shit just happened?
Because for some reason, UPN was so desperate to try to get viewers, they decided to try to have a crossover with WWE Raw and Star Trek Voyager.
I love that. That's so silly. I love it.
I mean, I know there are fans of both, but that's probably really, really remote demographics.
That was Loki. Loki was one of those.
I'm not surprised about that at all. I know there are some people, but my wife, she didn't watch Voyager at all until after we got married, and she told me she remembered seeing adverts for Star Trek Voyager when she was watching WWE.
Yeah, that's funny.
Yeah. But we had Weyoun and Dukat. Oh no, Weyoun and Martok were in those episodes too.
Yeah. Yes, it was great. I got to see. We have Weyoun, we have Blue Weyoun, and now we have Douche Weyoun. Okay, so those are my. I have my little collection of Weyouns here.
Which I said in one of my Enterprise reviews when I was doing those. I believe that Jeffrey Combs has a lifetime contract with Star Trek, and I will not move from that.
I think he just has that where he can cut the line, and whenever he's like, "Hey guys, like I need some money, so can you like put me in an episode?" They're just like, "Oh yeah, fuck yeah, Jeffrey Combs, whatever you want."
We were talking about Blink of an Eye earlier. that is actually the only episode of Voyager I actually watched while it aired. Be- yeah, that's the one with the planet that was in the the temporal speedy up field.
Yes.
So that's the only episode I remember watching while it aired, and I was sick as a dog. It was just one of those, I'm just mindlessly watching TV and it came on and I'm like, I do not have the energy to just bend over to the coffee table and grab the remote. I'm watching this. I was that level of sick. And even though I was too sick to like really understand what was going on because I was just so out of it. When the doctor mentioned his children,
oh my god, I forgot about that.
Yeah, I do have a fleeting memory of going, wait, I thought the doctor on Voyager was a hologram. It was like the one moment of consciousness that emerged from me. But that's it. I don't remember watching anything else. And it wasn't until years later when I actually did start watching through Voyager, I went, oh, this is the one I saw. This is the one where I was sick as a dog.
That's funny.
And yes, Chris, Jeffrey Combs in a sci-fi is must. I 1000% agree. He's fantastic.
He is. Absolutely love him.
But if I have to go with like my favorite episode, period, I would probably go with Workforce. I think that's just a solid story all the way around.
Yeah. I would probably, if I had to go, like, if I could only take one episode from Voyager and keep it, I'd probably do Bride of Chaotica. Because I thoroughly
Bride of
Bride
Chaotica definitely is up there. That one is just so much fun.
Yes.
The way they all perfectly did the over dramatic acting. It's simultaneously kind of like making fun of like Buck Rogers and other like old time sci-fi serials while still loving them. There's clearly a respect to those old serials, and I absolutely love it.
And I mean, let's be real. Kate's voice sold it. Absolutely made
it
even better than it should have been. So.
I also want to mention one other little fact that I always found just kind of bizarre. Okay. Do you remember do you remember Carrie at all?
The movie Carrie?
No. The character. Lieutenant Carrie.
Fuck.
He was the one that was in line to take over.
Yeah. Loki constantly has to remind me. Carrie with a Kerri. Yes, he was the one that he fought B'Elanna for. Yeah, right. I gotcha. Energy varying position. Gotcha.
Okay. All right. Yeah. So, no one has ever talked about this. No one from Star Trek has ever mentioned this. So this is all just speculation. But Carrie, he was like, in like several episodes in the first season, and then he vanishes.
Yes.
And then the only other times we see him are episodes where time travel is involved and they go back into the past or in flashbacks. So he's always like one of the first people there. So it's kind of like the indicator, oh, Carrie's here. We're in the past. Except Carrie didn't die at any point. I just think everyone assumed he died. So then when they get to season 7, they realize, oh, Carrie's not dead. I thought we always killed him off. Well, let's kill him off.
I thought that was very strange. They were just like, oh yeah. I was like, okay, yeah, okay, hey Carrie. And then he's like, lol. You don't even actually see him die. He just shows up in sickbay dead. You're just like, oh,
Yeah.
pretty horrific.
I'm looking at his list of episodes. He's in 4 episodes in season 1. Then his next appearance is Relativity in season 5. That's the one where Seven's going back in time to try to stop a terrorist attack from the future.
Don't you just love that phrase?
Yeah. Then his next appearance is Fury, where Kes goes back in time. So like he was there as like the indicator of, oh, we're in the past now. So it's like, I think they just assumed he died, but he didn't. So then they do Friendship 1, and they're like, well, we gotta kill him off. No, you didn't need to do that, guys. I just always thought that was just kind of interesting. Like, why? How did this happen? Why did this weird little thing happen?
They must have forgotten about him.
And that is another one of my big issues with Voyager overall. Almost no B cast. I mean, the strongest B cast character is the kid, Naomi.
What about Icho? What's his name? Icho.
Yeah, Ichib's up there. Yeah. But in terms of strongest character, I mean, Naomi appeared in more episodes, and she was actually written she was actually written like a kid, which not a lot of shows do, right?
Yeah, no. Wesley. Oh God, what?
Yeah.
Oh, something's in my throat.
Yeah. But remember the episode where Neelix was reading her a story from her fantasy world, and it's like you see this guy in like this tight blue sequence spandex suit, you know, from her fantasy dream?
Yes.
Fun fact, that guy had to do community service for shouting anti-gay slurs at a gay bar. I just thought that was funny.
Okay.
I want to know, was appearing in that episode part of his community service?
Yes. You know, we're going with that head. Yes.
Yeah, just little fun facts that are out there.
Yes.
Anyway, so you're going with Endgame for your favorite episode?
No, Bride of Chaotica.
Bride of Chaotica. Okay.
I really liked Endgame. I did.
Okay, so Endgame's your honorable mention then?
I don't know. I don't know if I want that to be because I'm gonna remember another. So I'm just gonna go with Bride of Chaotica as my favorite, and then you know, but I did enjoy Endgame because I was fucking worried there that I was like, oh my God, they took this stupid turn and they're going to be stuck in the Delta Quadrant and they're going to fucking end it with a giant question mark on the screen like they did in Bride of Chaotica, and they're going to be total assholes about it. And it's like, no, explored the Borg cube, you know, and came out of it. And I love that everyone was there to greet him and they were like, hi.
There was no epilogue. That's one of my issues. It's like,
there definitely should have been at least like a short or something. Like they should have done 30 minutes longer. It's like 15 to 30 minutes longer.
Did DS9 just use up all of Star Trek's epilogue budget, so there was none left for Voyager? Is that what happened?
Yes.
Okay, because it's like you. I mean, I understand you didn't get the double episode for the finale, but they did.
Yeah, part 1 and part 2. Yeah.
Yeah, that's okay. That's just poor management. Then you could have tightened up the script a little bit, so we could have actually seen people get home.
Well, no, just lengthen it out, just maybe 15 to 30 minutes. You could have put more commercials in, okay? An extra. I know you wanted that nice round 2 hours. Just add 15. Just add 20 more minutes of material, okay? Okay, you could have, or you could have cut out a couple things at a few things, at the beginning, right? And then all you had to do was get to the space dock and have everyone waiting, and you see Harry embrace his mom, you see Seven seeing her aunt, right?
Mm-hmm.
You kind of have that, and fuck it, you could even have Mark there for fuck's sake, with
His wife, yeah.
Janeway's, with his wife, but with the dogs, with Janeway's dogs.
Yeah, could have done that.
It's perfectly fine. So, you had kind of the embracing of it. You could have had. Balana's dad.
Yeah,
Balana's dad could have been there.
The closest emotional connection we got was seeing Paris's dad hear his son's voice, and that was it.
Yes,
that was the closest to an emotional reunion we got.
Yes, I did like the subtle building back of their relationship. That was very subtle and very well done, in my opinion.
Mm-hmm.
The building back of it. So you should have had, Paris's dad embrace him, kind of thing, and had just everyone kind of, all the people that we've gotten to know, and all the people that their loved ones and whatnot,
Mm-hmm.
hug them and.
I also like the theory out there that since Voyager seemingly vanished so quickly, Neelix has no idea what happened to them. I like that idea.
Yeah, I never thought about that. I was just kind of like, what the fuck? Neelix he still has a fucking command badge, right? He still has the little communicator. And it's just all of a sudden, they're gone. And so he thinks they all fucking died.
Maybe he gets in his crappy little shuttle and goes out to try to search for them, and then comes across the remnants of very angry Borg people who assimilate them, and then here's more Talaxians over here, and they go over. Yeah, that's what happened. Yeah, I'm not making that up just to make myself feel better because of my hatred for Neelix.
I know you hate him. I'm way more tolerant of him. It might have had to do with me skipping the episode 2 Vix on my other watch. But he became all right. He became okay. It's funny because he became better without Kes. He was
way better.
Jealous.
He was way
Kes, way better.
Yeah,
way better. He became competent.
He was far more tolerable after Kes left.
He was. He actually did a decent job as a morale officer, in my opinion. There were some times I was definitely feeling Tuvok. Okay, where I was just like, ugh. Gross.
I agree, Chris. I agree.
Never got him on board. Again, I really liked the investigations episode. And that episode was really good for multiple levels. It actually fixed some problems. It combined multiple plot elements in order to kind of not reset, but to reset. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
So you fix a guy talking to the Kazon for some stupid reason. I have no idea why you would trust them with anything. I think he just wanted to bone Seska. I think that was probably the only reason. And so on and so forth. But yeah, Voyager.
Remember when he tried to he talked his way onto working to help save a space elevator, and then only to reveal later that, oh wait, he actually only worked on models and nearly got everybody killed.
I thought that was hilarious. I mean, not even gonna lie, I thought that was so funny. He was like, "Yeah, well, I know the layout because I did a model thing. I was gonna read the manuals later, but I kind of left them on the ground. And trust me, I know what I'm doing." That was funny to me. I don't know. That really made me laugh.
And not just the ship's cook there, Chris. Keep in mind, he also reported on anybody who took spices so that they could make the soup go to their taste, who didn't just eat the soup as is.
Wait, hold on. Are you serious? I have no recollection of that.
That was it. That was in State of Flux, the one where Seska was revealed to be the spy. She just grabbed some mushrooms and made some soup, and Neelix contacted him about how people are horrible and stealing his spices.
Was that okay? So that was back when Seska was still around.
Yeah, it was like episode 10. I think it was like episode 10. State of Flux.
Yikes! Yikes! Big massive yikes!
And again, I've mentioned it way at the beginning of the stream, which I know that was a while ago now. But
yes.
he nearly destroyed the ship with cheese.
I know.
I'm just
funny.
saying that happened.
That is funny. All right. Well, you know what? You know what I am, Josh?
What?
I'm hungry.
I am very hungry as well.
So I think we're done.
Well, one more quick question though. Voyager.
Yes.
Is better or worse than Enterprise?
I don't know. I think they're kind of on par with each other, honestly.
I would say
for different reasons. That season 4 is fantastic.
I would say Voyager, because they didn't take as many chances, their highs are not as high as Enterprise's, but their lows aren't as bad as Enterprise's lows.
True. I would say it's a perfectly good show to just sit down and watch, which is what I did.
It's a it is an adequate show. It is an adequate Star Trek show.
It's perfectly fine, I enjoyed it. I would, cleaning up, I'd put it on an episode in the living room and, go over to the kitchen, or if I was hanging stuff up and whatever. I thoroughly enjoyed watching it. I did. I had a good time watching it. I will say, stupid Voyager's conspiracy. I think that's also towards the bottom of my list of worst episodes.
That one's pretty bad.
That was so stupid. It's even worse that Chakotay and Janeway. I don't give a fuck what you say, what anybody fucking says. If they were actually friends and actually trusted each other, there is no planet in which they would have been turned that easily. That's embarrassing. That's embarrassing. embarrassing, and they at least address that in the show or the episode. But that is entirely embarrassing that she spat out star dates, like Eminem spits out lyrics. Okay, I mean, it was like this, you know, pizza time. It's pizza time. That question, that great question. There are good and bad things about each show, and I will say that about all of it. I'll say that about all the Star Trek shows too. Okay. You know what?
That's a decent argument, but they didn't get 7 seasons, so we have to go with what they produced.
Yeah, and we have to also take into consideration that giant fucking stinker of an ending. So,
yeah. Okay, yeah. So, I mean, like I said, I think the highs of Enterprise are higher than Voyager's, but its lows are much worse.
I would actually agree 100%. I don't think. Yeah, I think if the one thing about Voyager is it was, for the most part, pretty consistent. Okay, like consistently like a 6 or a 7. You know what I mean? Like out of 10, I would say about consistently a 6 or a 7.
Yeah, although I will say I don't think it is a coincidence that the best episodes of Voyager are when they actually do take a chance.
Yeah.
I mean,
personally, I thought
like the whole getting the Doctor's mobile emitter, for example.
Great idea.
That was not intentional. That was like, okay, we need to explain why he's able to move around in LA, in the 1990s. So they had to create something for that, and then realized, why should they give that back? We can just
keep it.
just keep it. So okay, because overall, I didn't like the 29th century episodes. I thought those were usually pretty weak. But
yeah, it's like the temporal Cold War
kind
of thing.
But that was a solid decision to have the mobile emitter. That was a brilliant idea.
Yeah. I know we didn't talk about these two-parter at all, kind of because it doesn't matter. Funnily enough, Year of Hell.
Yeah.
Fascinating. Very fascinating. Very fascinating thing. I think it was kind of ballsy. One of my favorite shots of Voyager comes from that episode too. It's where Janeway's alone on the bridge, and there is a chunk of the bridge fucking gone, and the only thing that's keeping air
the force field.
And literally she can see the damn ship, right? You see the damn ship, and when she rams into it. I think that is a great, she hits, and then you see how you can kind of ignore how damaged Voyager is when you're on the bridge for the most part, but then the camera turns and you see how fucked.
Yeah.
Half the bridge is gone. We're a convertible now. Oh Jesus Christ! Great. And also the message behind that episode is fantastic too, in my opinion. Sometimes he was avoiding, literally, to fix the problem. He was the problem.
Yeah.
He never considered that as an option. He never considered it. He tried to fix everything else, blame everything else, except for him. He was the issue.
Yeah.
And it's fantastic. I loved that.
I will say, though, I get with how badly damaged Voyager was, you have to have the reset of this never happened type of thing.
Yeah.
But
should get some of it, right?
at least maybe maybe have, I don't know, maybe have like one of the weaker characters who you don't have doing anything in any, because like we have a couple of those characters. Maybe have Harry Kim remember the year of hell, or do something where like they were like in a temporal bubble or something like that. So like have a character.
Janeway remember it. You know what I mean? Like have
okay,
remember it.
Okay. My point though, okay, I wouldn't go with Janeway because you're actually doing stuff with Janeway all the time. I'm just saying go with Chakotay or Harry, a character that doesn't do much.
There you go. Okay, I see what you're talking about.
Yeah, give it. Have them like it's a sci-fi show. You can have convoluted sci-fi things. Something happened where they remember the events of Year of Hell, so that way you give them something. Having just recently talked about Enterprise, I will say Enterprise had a stronger cast. The characters were far more defined in Enterprise than they were on Voyager.
Me going in
again, nothing against the actors. It's the characters.
No, it's not the actors' fault. I will tell you, the characters are much more flat on Voyager.
Yes, they are.
They are. They're much more flat, whereas in Enterprise, they're much more dynamic.
I mean, how many times when you go like, "Oh, this is a Chakotay episode"? Okay.
Look, no, you know how I know this is a Chakotay episode? No, I didn't read the description. I heard the fucking flute, the vague Native American flute that plays. It's like the fucking Xena yell. Oh, but it's like, okay, there's fucking Xena. She's yodeling her way into the battle. Great, wonderful. It's like, oh, look, there's a fucking flute, the vague Native American flute, and look, I guess that's Chakotay's episode. So,
yeah.
But you know what? At the end of the day, Harry of Kim is the biggest loser on Voyager because he let 7 of 9 slip through his fingers, and Chakotay won 7 of 9. So you know what? I wish they would have given that relationship more time because that would have given him something. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And just shoehorn that in out of nowhere. And somehow, I don't know how the fuck they made it work in that last episode. I don't know how they did it.
Well, if you remember, just like 3 episodes prior, you had Seven and Chakotay like stranded on a planet on like a primitive world.
Yeah.
And Robert Beltran and Jerry Ryan asked them, "Do you want us to play this like like a little more romantically or something? We're developing feelings. Do you want us to do that?" And they were flat out told no.
No, why would we do that? Well,
why have any character? We're almost done with this series. Why should we try to develop a relationship at all?
Yeah. Let me tell you something. You did it Janeway and Chakotay, which was awkward as fuck. I have no idea why they did that. It very much gave me that episode. Much gave me the energy of, well, I guess we're the last 2 alive. I guess we better get together.
And while I know you obviously have a lot of issues with B'Elanna, but at least they took their time developing that relationship. It wasn't out of nowhere.
No, it just kind of, I don't know. Those 2 had so many relationship issues. They didn't really, I'm not even kidding. You can tell that when she gets pregnant, and after that, she and Tom are fine. They're actually cute. I actually liked B'Elanna. It's like, holy shit, apparently they needed to give her a baby to make her likable. I don't know what that says in general about anything, but like, I have no issue with B'Elanna.
Well, except the whole genetically altering your baby, but
okay. I am ignoring that because I forgot that happened, because I think I was yelling at my screen again when that happened. But when she gets over being a Klingon for the 50 millionth time, for fuck's sake, she I had no issue with her. She became likable, and that's why I am convinced she must have just gotten, I guess, she finally got something for her character to chew on, and she just stopped fucking hating everything. Because man, she hated everything. And I think I misspoke earlier when I said she just hated Seven. It was like she hated everything. She was miserable at her job. She was miserable with Tom. She was miserable with everything. She hated everything.
And that's why I said B'Elanna's story is basically focused around: is she angry at it? Can she screw it, or can she fix it? That's it.
No, like Klingons are very interesting, and it is interesting to have her hate being Klingon. That was an interesting premise. And that's the only thing they did with that, really.
Mm-hmm.
You know, she didn't really try to discover. Honestly, the episode where the General Chang's like people that went off in the Delta Quadrant, you know what I'm talking about? The prophecy episode.
Yep. Yeah.
Whenever they came on, she should have wanted to talk to them and learn about them instead of outright rejecting them. I just got annoyed also with B'Elanna outright rejecting her Klingonness for the billionth time. Like, when Spock outright rejects his humanness, it's kind of, cute in a way. Kind of like, yeah, and the way that he does it is he's kind of just being, like, he's doing it to, like, annoy others. Like, he's not doing it, like, because he truly hates it in a way. You know what I mean? It's like the way that it comes off is that he doesn't hate it. He, like, tolerates it, you know?
Mm.
He's just like, ugh, yeah, whatever, I guess, you know? He kind of has this air about how he does it that makes it charming, you know? Whereas with B'Elanna, she's just like, fuck me being a Klingon. And it's like, well, I don't know how to tell you this, but you don't really have a choice in that. Was she actually pregnant?
At one
They
point,
really
yes.
just had this. That's hilarious.
Well,
they actually had to stick a baby in her in order for her to become likable. God damn it.
Okay, no. She was pregnant during like season 4, I think. Season 4 or 5. And then she was fake pregnant in the last season.
Oh, okay. I was about to say. I mean,
Yeah,
that was
like
very obviously a pillow underneath her uniform. I don't know.
Well, I mean, there's the episode where they even like there's like a where the doctor is like he keeps changing into other people to try to take over the ship, and at one point he turns into B'Elanna and she's not pregnant, and he's like, computer update B'Elanna character model, and then the belly just emerges.
Oh, that's hilarious. Yeah, I forgot
so it's like,
about
you
that
know, so like
episode.
they
Renaissance
so
Man.
It was but yeah, so she was pregnant like halfway through this show when she was wearing like, it looked like this really thick jacket.
She was wearing. There was a time on the show.
That's why
it's like she was like fucking Ruby Rose wearing anything in Batwoman. It was like way too fucking big on her.
That's why
I wanna look.
She
like
was pregnant during that time.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, so like when she was wearing that really bulky jacket that looked like she had like a pocket protector, like up in the like where the uniform color is.
She did. She had like pencils and shit in there.
Yeah.
Which I thought was kind of weird. Yeah, I was like, I didn't know
that when she was wearing that's when she was pregnant.
Okay. Maybe I'm just hating on the actress and the character because she like genuinely pissed me off several times. I understand bitching. Hi, what do you think? I kind of do that a lot here. But her character got underneath my skin so many times. It was so annoying. Okay. I think one of my final straws with her character. Oh yeah, my final straw with her character like to the point that I pretty much gave up on any semblance of her ever becoming likable. But my final straw. Do you remember that episode with the guy that was writing the plays?
Oh yeah,
You know what
yeah,
I'm talking about?
yeah. Muse,
Yes.
which actually had crewman Cutler from Enterprise in it.
Oh, interesting.
She was one of the actresses.
Oh, cool. Well, do you remember how when she started helping with the play? Do you remember what happened with all of that? She made Seven like the evilest character to ever evil. Do you remember that? Like she was, they're talking about like all the other characters are like fairly normal,
Mm-hmm.
But then Seven is like, I'm secretly going to kill everybody. I'm pretending to be your friend so I can, I can kill all of you. It's just like, is that really how B'Elanna sees her? Is that
But
actually,
B'Elanna didn't.
like, how
But
she sees her?
B'Elanna didn't write that. She was just the inspiration for the actual writer.
She didn't correct it either. Like, that's not what the character was like. But every other character was at least mostly similar to it. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, but she didn't watch it till like the end, right? It's been a while since I saw it.
Oh, I thought she was like an active part of it. I thought that was her whole job. No, we never actually saw her directing or anything.
No, I mean,
she was there the whole time.
She filled in at the very end because like one of the actresses quit or something like that.
Oh no! I'm talking about like when he drags her there and introduces her to the group and says she's gonna help write this. You don't remember that portion of it?
It's been a while. I'm not recalling that.
To be fair, it's an incredibly forgettable episode. I only remember it, well, because I watched it like last week, but also because it's just like very obvious. Like it was like the hatred B'Elanna had for Seven came into the play that was happening, like to an absurd degree. It was just
hi, Loki.
Josh says hi because the door's squeaky. Yes, I'm still alive.
We're wrapping up.
Yeah. Yes, we're wrapping up. So it's very weird that her character became so unlikable. It's odd. And then her character suddenly became likable again. And like the second half of season 7. To the end. I had almost no issue with her. It was just irritated me. Absolutely fucking irritated me. So
okay, I didn't really have that big of an issue with B'Elanna, but my biggest irritant was Neelix.
Which is funny because I didn't have that much of an issue with Neelix.
Okay.
And I thought it was a little awkward that like 2 episodes before they ended up doing the finale, they like to basically leave them. No, we're not going for another half an hour. In fact, we were trying to wrap up like 30 minutes ago, and we suck at it. So
there were just like 2 more questions I wanted to ask.
No, you're fine. Any other questions?
Would you put Threshold as the worst episode of the series?
Yes.
I mean, that was pretty bad.
It's bad, but I'm not even kidding. The guy that plays Tom Paris made it almost bearable.
Robert Duncan McNeil, yeah.
Robert Duncan, he really did act his heart out. I'm beyond impressed with how he did that, and I thought the makeup was pretty good too. I thought the Jane, and basically after Janeway gets involved in it, it gets a little. Those lines are very. The Voyager conspiracy is also really bad too.
Yeah.
And I will say the episode where Janeway just says bye. Yeah, you harvested my one of my crew. And just fucking says "K bye" and leaves. It just that's embarrassing, Janeway. And
Yeah. Yeah, that happened.
so those are like the one. If I had to like pick like the ones that really stuck with me, those are the ones that really stuck with me.
Threshold is there. Unimatrix 01's there. Or is it Unimatrix 0? Whatever.
Whatever. I don't
Yeah.
know. Unimatrix 1 is the Borg Queen's little castle. Unimatrix 0 is the online. It is VR chat, basically.
Yeah. So Unimatrix 0 is up there, and trying to think real quick just to get a nice round 3. Oh, I thought the 37s was pretty dumb. The one with Amelia Earhart. Wait, no. I take that back. The dinosaur one.
Oh, really? I liked that one.
That
I
one.
thought that was. I hated the ending. I'll give you that. The ending blew ass. I hated the ending. I liked the premise. I thought it was interesting. I liked the dinosaur people. They were cool. Dinosaur people were cool. Okay. Now, if you want to get into the ending, what sucked, and if you want to get into Alan, the absolute fuck that you evolved to this point, I gotta agree with you on that. But I like the dinosaur people. They were cool.
These people were on an island where the volcano was threatening to explode, and so they built a ship and left the planet. They built they discovered space travel before they invented the boat.
That is stupid, but I like the dinosaur people. I will say everything about their backstory for the most part is incredibly sus. Like there is some
really dumb
sus in there. It's really stupid, but I like the dinosaur people, and I was mad that the dinosaur people were suppressed. Ugh. Dinosaur, oh my goodness.
That's true. That is true.
True.
Yeah, I forgot about I never cared for that dinosaur episode 1. Although the one with where the Kazon took over Voyager was also really bad because it featured the Kazon who were just awful.
And Seska, I was so happy when Seska died.
Yay! Seska had more potential as a recurring villain, but when they paired her with the Kazon, that was just why?
They should have kept her on. They should have fucking kept her on. Chakotay's character was way more interesting with her.
Yes.
Way more fucking
interesting. It's like when she died, there suddenly wasn't anything for Chakotay to do.
I thought B'Elanna was gonna get with Chakotay. So, because B'Elanna very obviously had a thing for Chakotay. So, you know what they should have done? This would have been fascinating. So you have Seska.
Mm-hmm.
And Seska was initially a Cardassian, infiltrator, but she, actually falls in love with Chakotay. She isn't evil. She actually, becomes the person that he always thought she was. But when he finds out that she was like Cardassian or whatever, that would have been fantastic. Can you imagine that episode?
Yeah, could have been.
And it's like,
yeah, could have been better.
Could their relationship survive?
And I will say,
kind of truth bomb.
And I will also say, even though I really hated having Seska paired with the Kazon, because the Kazon were so lame, and I thought Seska had the potential to be a really interesting character. I will admit I do like the torture scene where they're trying to get information out of Chakotay, and he keeps taunting him with intimate details about Seska. I thought that was good. It's like, what about that mole just above her belly button? Do you like that? It's like, ooh.
Yeah. That's good.
It's like that was when Chakotay actually had a character.
You know, it's so funny because it's been so long since he had a character that I think I've just kind of written him off as, yeah, he's over there. Anyway.
It's like, no, at the beginning he had a character.
You're right. He actually did have a character. That's funny.
Anyway, I'm hungry. I'm very hungry.
I'm very fucking hungry. Holy shit. All right. Josh, you have anything going on?
Still working on my Picard review. It's only going to be one video. It's going to be a long one, but I'm still working on it. And then I think Loki has something on Monday that I will be popping in for.
What? I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Interesting. I don't know what in the hell you could possibly be talking about.
Yeah, I'm okay.
Yeah, definitely don't know. Definitely have no idea.
Yeah.
No.
So what do you got going on?
I have a wedding stoof.
Was that all?
I just got some wedding stoofs. I'm taking 2 weeks off completely from work too, which is always fun.
Nice.
Hell yeah. We'll be back in 3 weeks. It's going to be back in the last weekend of October.
Yeah, the 28th we'll be back.
Yes. So technically, I could come back on the 21st, but I'm enjoying my 2 weeks off. So
by all means, take time off.
Oh god, I literally cannot remember the last time I had a vacation. That wasn't like us going to a convention or something. Like an actual like vacation. I cannot even, like, you're talking about like potentially decades ago. Okay, for me. Like, I don't know the last time I actually had a vacation. So Halloween themes for Ad. That's how my brain reads that. For Ad. Yeah, we'll have to do something.
We have totally planned out the 28th the show on the 28th. That is completely mapped out. Yeah. Yeah, sure.
Actually, holy shit. I think I actually had a video planned out for the 28th. I'll have to talk to you about it off stream.
Oh, okay.
I'll have to see.
I mean, we totally have it planned out.
Yes, we have it planned out, definitely. We definitely have it planned out. I'm definitely not checking my library right now for watch later to see if I actually did save that, if we had gone over it. Where is it? Oh, nope, it's right there. I know exactly what we're... Yep. Yeah, I do have a video for the 28th.
Okay.
It's your favorite, Josh. It's your favorite.
Oh, no.
Yeah, it's your favorite.
You say that, and I immediately know who you're talking about.
Yes, you do.
Joy.
You're welcome. I've been saving this one. All right, bye, everyone.
Bye, everyone.
Oh, hold on. No, fuck. I fucked it. There's my exit.
There we go. Perfect. We're professional. Take that, Mac.
Bye.